today's play was recorded in the 1950s and is set in Italy. We present Howard Marion Crawford and Brian Wilde in The New Catechism, adapted for radio from a short story by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. The New Catechism.
Benchley, sir, got my message. Come along in.
Oh, thank you, Kennedy.
Hang your head up. Now, what's in your bag?
Oh, a few odd things I thought might interest you.
Righto. Bring it into the study. But you know my motto, pleasure before business. Let's have a drink first.
All right, thank you. So long as you don't expect me to keep pace with you.
Come along in.
Yeah. Oh, warm tonight, isn't it?
Well, it's often pretty warm at this time of the year in Rome. I like it anyway.
Do you mind if I open a window?
Oh, that's the idea. You open a window and I'll open a bottle. It's fair division of labour, huh? Oh, come on, you brute. Have you seen the Continental edition of the Courier?
No.
Well, it said I want to see you about.
No, I'm afraid I've been working all day in my room.
No. Well, now, we've got something to celebrate.
Oh.
Salute.
Cheers. Cigarette? Yeah. Oh, no, of course you don't. Well, what do you mean? We've got something to celebrate.
Now, you listen to this, me lad. Where is it now? It's in the gossip. Yes, here we are. I'm told the two young Englishmen in Rome are shedding new light on an old subject. Archaeology, it seems, isn't the exclusive province of old gentlemen with long beards and short sight. I like that bit. Now listen to this, then. Edmund Kennedy's recent daring reconstructions of the baths of Caracalla has excited admiration and controversy. I hear that savants are heading for Rome to see the wonderfully imaginative model he has made. The ingenuity he has displayed may well give fresh impetus to the science of antiquities. Another Englishman in Rome, Charles Benchley, is working on the theory that there are fresh discoveries to be made under the foundations of the eternal city. It is generally agreed that the ancient catacombs, the underground cemeteries in which the early Christians buried their dead, have long since yielded up their last secrets. But Benchley, I hear, is stubbornly pursuing his idea that there are fresh underworlds to be conquered. So far, without result. Now, what do you think of that?
I think it's pretty cheap stuff. It was quite inaccurate. It's full of feeble little cracks and cliches. I mean to say, the eternal city, new light on an old subject. Oh, this is smart aleck journalism. Oh, not that I'm belittling the work you've done, only...
Only what?
Well, I think that this sort of thing only cheapens our work. I wonder where the paper got hold of this stuff.
I thought perhaps you might have inspired it.
I? Good heavens, no. Oh, no, I assure you, Kennedy, I'd never dream of such a thing. No, I believe that our sort of work should be done almost by stealth until we are ready ourselves to publish results.
Oh, I don't know. A little bit of publicity never did anyone any harm. Besides, it's expected nowadays. I'm a brilliant young man, Benchley, and my ingenuity and imagination have given fresh impetus to interest in archaeology. I'll damn it, man, why should film stars get all the limelight? Aren't we doing work of lasting value? By unraveling the past, we forecast the future. No, here's to publicity.
Well, perhaps you're right. I expect I'm too diffident.
Yes, of course you are. If you're not careful, you're going to develop into one of those old men with long beards and short sight who practically live at the British Museum.
Well, certainly I sometimes wonder how long I shall stick it in Rome.
Oh, to be in England now that October's there, huh?
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, that's not how I see it. I like Rome, I like my work, and I like my freedom. Do you honestly tell me you'd go back to the stuffy conventions of the suburbs?
Well, there's a good deal to be said for the suburbs.
There's a good deal too much said in the suburbs, if you ask me. Oh, what would the neighbors say if they saw you sitting at a table in, well, Streatham High Road drinking Chianti?
Well, it would be a little unusual, wouldn't it?
Exactly, but it isn't here. And the girls, my dear fellow. Oh, the girls. How many flashing-eyed charmers would you count on a tour around Tooting Beck Common?
Oh, quite a number, surely.
Oh, no, you wouldn't. But in Rome. Ah, now I must say Italian women appeal to me. That one in Ricci's bar, huh? The beautiful Lucia with the luscious curves.
I don't think I've spoken to an Italian girl since I came here, except the servants, of course.
Well, why not make the best of both worlds, as I do? Don't you believe when they say you can't have your cake and eat it? You can, you know. You can.
But I'm not much good at philandering. Besides, it costs a lot of money. You're pretty lucky, you know, Kennedy. I mean, private income and all that. Look at this flat. A real appartamento discreto.
Hey, it's nice, isn't it? I doubt if there's a better in the city.
One could say that you had everything. Reputation, money, good looks. I'm afraid I envy you sometimes.
Well, I'm not complaining.
Well, really, I'm not complaining either, though. You'd laugh if you knew how many lira I spend per month on my camera per una persona. Mm-hmm. Oh, I say, don't think I ought to have any more.
Go on, man. You're only young once.
Oh, well, thanks. Oh, thanks, that'll do. I say, Kennedy.
Yeah?
There's something I rather want to mention to you.
Go right ahead.
I had lunch today with Gregory.
Oh, that ass.
Well, he said something about you that I took pretty strong exception to. In fact, I got very angry with him.
Oh, I wish I'd been there to see you angry.
Oh, no, you'd be surprised.
Well, go on. I know Gregory doesn't like me. Well, what did he say? Not that I give a damn.
Oh, perhaps I'd better shut up. It's the wine. Well, he began to talk about that pretty English art student who didn't come back to Rome after the vacation.
Which art student?
Mary Sutherland. Oh, no, that's not her name. Sanderson, isn't it?
What did Gregory say?
He told me to ask you where she was. Then he went on to tell her, well, an unpleasant story about you. I must say I got damned annoyed with him, and I told him I didn't believe a word of it.
That's very loyal of you, but I still don't know what he said.
I'd like to. Well, he said that you took Miss Sanderson for a holiday and then abandoned her. Said she went back to England broken-hearted because you refused to carry out your promise to marry her. He said there was a dearest scandal being talked of.
He's got it all wrong.
Well, I told him I wouldn't believe it. But you can't afford to let Gregory go about spreading slander like that. You ought to do something about it. Shut him up or prosecute him.
Why should I trouble doing anything of the sort?
Oh, it's none of my business, of course. I merely thought that if you didn't contradict such lies, people will assume that they're true.
Now, why should I care? If Mary and I had a burnt-out love affair and parted by mutual consent, that's our business, isn't it?
Yes, of course.
Love, my dear fellow, is a big word. It covers a great many shades of feeling and emotion. Mary's a sweet and charming girl, but we discovered it was simply a passing affair. Well, we did have a wonderful time together at Bellagio on Lake Como. That was a lovely place, especially in the spring.
Teddy, I'm so glad we came here, aren't you?
Yes, Mary.
Don't you think this is the most beautiful place in the whole world?
Yes, it's pretty good, I must say.
Pretty good. That's a nice piece of understatement. Just go around in a circle, darling, so that I can see Bellagio, then Cadenabia, then Verena, without even having to stir off my cushions.
Mm-hmm.
It's lovely. Lovely. I shall be quite heartbroken when we have to leave tomorrow. No, that's not quite true.
Even perfection has to come to an end, eh? Oh, yes, I agree.
In a way, darling, I'm anxious that this perfection should come to an end.
Are you?
Yes. What you said to me when we first fell in love is quite true. You remember you called me a Puritan?
So I did.
You were quite right. That's what I am at heart, a conventionally minded Puritan. I've been happy here in a kind of way, but I shan't be really easy in my mind till we reach London and get married.
Look, Mary, I want to talk to you about that.
Oh, I know what you're going to say. A few perfunctory words spoken over our heads by the parson can't possibly change him. I know that's so. But I still want to have the words spoken over us.
Darling, certain complications have cropped up.
Complications?
Yes, I can't possibly go to London with you, I'm afraid. Not at present, anyhow.
That was the arrangement, Teddy. Mother and Father expect us on Wednesday.
Yes, I know. But I shall have to ask you to go on alone tomorrow from Milan while I go back to Rome. Well, of course, I'll join you later.
But I don't want to turn up without you. I'll wait till you can come. What's happened?
That letter I had on Friday, I didn't want to spoil our holiday by telling you, but it was from Professor Voss of Berlin. He's coming especially to see me in Rome next week.
But you can put him off for a few weeks.
Not a man of Voss's standing. It would seriously damage my career not to meet him.
Your career? Doesn't it occur to you that you're damaging mine? Teddy, you can't possibly mean this. But they're getting ready at home.
Yes, I said I'd carry out my promise later.
Don't say that as though you had the slightest intention of doing it. I couldn't believe you'd treat me in this way. I can't believe it yet. Teddy, what do you mean?
Now, don't start to get excited and make a scene. I'm only asking you to wait a little, and then I'll come to London and...
Teddy, are you backing up?
Mary, I wish you'd try to be sensible and listen to me
then
carefully.
The whispers in Rome were true. I see now that Richard Gregory was trying to warn
What are
me.
you talking about?
And I didn't have the slightest suspicion of you. I thought you were in love with me.
Of course I was.
Was?
Well, I think you must see for yourself that we aren't quite as keen on each other as we thought.
How easy you must have found it. It never occurred to me to believe that you could say all those lovely things and not mean a word of them.
Well, we were attracted to each other at
You
first.
asked me to marry you and said you'd come home with me and meet my parents and have the wedding in London.
Look, Mary, we might as well face
Then you had a brilliant idea. On our way home, you said, why not let's have a week at the most wonderful and beautiful place in the world, Bellagio.
Well, you're perfectly agreeable.
Perfectly agreeable. Is that all you can say?
I really don't see the need for all this drama.
Now we've had our holiday and we're not going to be married. Another conquest for Mr. Kennedy.
I've already said I'll come as soon as I can get away. My work is very important.
That's what I thought of my life and my future. Rather important to me. But they don't seem to mean anything to you.
Well, of course they do. When you come back to Rome in September...
I shall never come back to Rome. Never. And I hope I shall never see you again.
Oh, I say, look here, Mary.
Put me ashore, please.
I think you're behaving in the most extraordinary way.
Put me ashore.
What were you going to say about Lake Como?
My dear Benchley, when you know a little more about the world, you'll realize that a man doesn't discuss this sort of thing.
Oh, I see.
I'll say no more about it. Now then, what about opening your case and seeing those specimens of yours, eh?
Oh, yes, certainly.
I say. What are these? Oh, tiles.
I thought they'd interest you.
But where did you get them?
In a place I found. Forgive me, but I'd prefer not to be more explicit at this moment.
And what's this? Bottle?
That's what I'd say.
But it's cruder than anything I've ever seen.
Oh, my view exactly.
And the incisions on these inscriptions. I've never seen characters like them before. Surely they're very early and primitive.
My dear chap, it's the most exciting place. Crude, primitive, yes. Those are the words. I don't believe that any eyes except mine have seen this place for many centuries.
Is it true, then, that you've discovered a new catacomb?
Yes.
Are you sure that it isn't in Bosio's standard work?
Positive.
Well, this is going to put you on the map, Benchley.
Perhaps. I don't know. That's not the aspect of the thing that interests me at the moment.
But how did you come to light on it? Damn it, man, I thought that every catacomb in Rome had been catalogued 100 years ago. Is it just an odd, undiscovered gallery in one of these...
It's a complete new catacomb. It's quite... it's quite enormous in extent and incredibly complicated. I've known of its existence now for quite some months. I stumbled on the clue by accident when I was in the university library.
Yes, go on.
Well, there are treasures down there that no one but myself has ever seen. Marvelous amphorae, mostly perfect. There are some tremendously interesting murals that I haven't had time to inspect properly yet, and a perfectly wonderful chapel somewhere near the center of the whole warren. It's hopeless to try to describe the place. It must be seen to be credited.
All right, let me see it.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Kennedy, but I can't quite bring myself to let anybody in on this one. Not quite yet.
Then why did you mention it at all?
Oh, it's silly of me. I know. I expect this excellent spumante of yours is responsible.
But damn it all, old boy, you can surely trust me. I'd be the last man on earth to blab about it to anyone.
Well, you know my ideas. Say nothing to anyone until you're sure of your conclusions.
But from what I gather, it would take one man years to explore and catalogue the place.
Oh, yes. Oh, that's right, years. In fact, it couldn't be done by one man, never. There's miles of it. Miles.
Well, whereabouts is it?
It's near the Great Aqueduct.
It sounds like a discovery of the first importance. These inscriptions alone will make a sensation. Benchley, you're a lucky devil.
Well, not exactly lucky. I've worked on the thing rather hard for some time. I must tell you how I lighted on the entrance. It's quite a detective story.
Mm-hmm. Well, tell me.
No, it'd take too long. Not tonight.
Oh, it's too bad, rousing my curiosity like this. If I'd been lucky enough to be the discoverer, I'd have taken you into my confidence.
You really?
Of course.
Well, I don't want you to think I distrust you.
Well, then, just let me take one look at it.
Oh, really, Kennedy, you're awfully persuasive.
Look, come on. I tell you what. I'll let you blindfold me as soon as we get near the place.
Would you?
Certainly. And you can do the same after we leave. Now, is that fair enough?
Well, I don't know. Well, perhaps I wouldn't mind showing you the catacomb under those conditions. No, it sounds childish.
Good, fine. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
What do you mean tonight?
Well, of course, why not?
Oh, but I haven't come prepared.
What do you need?
Nothing really, except a good torch.
Look in that drawer over there. I got a flashlight there that throws a terrific beam.
Oh, yes. Oh, the very thing for the job.
Well, you don't seem to have an excuse left.
No, I don't, do I? Though I must say, I hadn't intended to. Oh, well, all right, then. Actually, I'm quite keen myself. I haven't been down for a couple of days.
How do we go, taxi?
No, I think not. If you don't mind, I'd rather walk. I've been inside all day in a little fresh air.
Fine. Walk suits me. Let's move then.
Oh, it seems an awful time of night to go, but... Oh, well, all right.
Now, can I take this damn handkerchief off now?
Oh, yes.
Oh, thank goodness. Well, where on earth are we?
It's an abandoned cowshed. I rented it from the owner, and I keep the place padlocked, as you see.
And the entrance to the catacomb? Is it inside here?
Under the straw here. If you'll hold the torch.
All right.
Thanks. There.
So this is the entrance?
There are 20 steps down, but wait a minute first. I've got to put my harness on.
Oh. So that's what all this roller towel arrangement, all the stout string on it is,
Well, you see, as the catacomb is still largely unexplored, and as it's a perfect rabbit warren, I take this precaution.
You tie the string
around my waist, you see, like this.
Yes.
And no matter where I wander to, I can be sure of getting back.
That's ingenious.
Well, I had some pretty narrow escapes at first until I got some handle of the layout. There's an incredible number of passages which divide and subdivide in a most bewildering way.
How do you find your way at all if it's so complicated?
Oh, well, there's a certain system to it, of course. And I've made a few marks of my own here and there to guide me.
Yeah.
I'm pretty expert in getting around nowadays, but if a stranger blundered down here, I wouldn't give a button for his chances. Oh, well, I'm ready. Now, give me the torch, will you?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go down. Wait till I get to the bottom, and I'll shine the torch up.
Okay.
Righto, come on. Take it carefully.
Don't worry. I am. Yes, I see what you mean. Well, if this is the entrance chamber, well, there are at least a dozen passages radiating from here for a start.
Oh, yes.
Oh, where do we go?
Oh, this way. Now, don't let's loiter to look at things meantime, because the real marvels are in the central chapel, and it's quite some distance away.
Oh, what a place. Cracked brown walls and rows of tombs. Here, wait a minute. Let's look at this. You see this inscription here? Pax, what is it? Pax Tecum.
Ah, yes.
And here's another one. Pax Tibi. This is certainly a very early dating place.
Oh, I think it may prove to be the earliest of them all. But let's push on. There are far more wonderful things to be seen.
Ah, you know your way around here beats me. The passages everywhere. The place is an absolute labyrinth.
It gets more confusing further on.
Yeah.
Now, round this way.
Hey, wait a minute. What's this on top of this tomb? A bracelet?
Oh, yes. Oh, but I can show you mirrors and combs and armlets. And earrings and buckles and brooches, and all the usual domestic paraphernalia left by relatives near the tombs of their friends. Oh, and of course, the usual toys and dice and money jars, some with coins in them.
Oh, this is marvelous. Oh, I wish we could stop a moment.
No, not this visit. Now, wait a moment. Yes, we turn left here. It's funny, but this little bit always baffles me for a moment.
Oh, this discovery will absolutely make your name, man.
Yes, perhaps. Now, come on.
Oh, wait a minute. Is this a wall painting?
Yes. Oh, but it's nothing compared with what I show you. Now, keep pressing on, Kennedy, please. All this is small stuff so far. There's rather a fine tomb over there. Yeah. We'll have a closer look on the way back.
Yes. This is far more wonderful than Sant'Agnese.
Oh, undoubtedly. To the right, yeah?
Huh?
Don't loiter, please, Kennedy.
Yes, well, damn it all, man. It's so tempting. Hey, wait a minute, I'll lose you. Hey, wait. Oh, this is utterly bewildering.
Now, down this little slope now. Now, steady.
Right.
Right?
Yes, over here. That's it.
Well, I hope the battery in your torch is a good one.
Yes, it's new, thank goodness. We've been to spot if it went out.
Oh, there's always this training.
Well, how far are we going? We seem to have come quite a long way already.
Well, I've never measured the distance, but it's a goodish way before you reach the centre. I've never yet discovered the limits of the place. Now, don't talk to me for a minute. This is the most difficult place of all. Yes, this way. It's not so far now.
Well, this beats me. I've never seen such a network of intersecting passages. I can't think how you know your way about it.
Oh, I practically lived down here for the last 3 months. Now, in a minute, we come to the place I've been talking about. It's a large, circular hall with a great square pedestal of porous rock topped by a slab of marble. Here we are. Look.
It's wonderful. Oh, wonderful. Why, that's a Christian oath.
That's what I think.
It might easily be the first one of its kind in existence.
I hope it may be.
Look, shine your torch on this end of the marble lower.
There?
Yes.
Right. Yes.
Look. Here is the little consecration cross cut in the corner. This circular hall was used as a church. It may be one of the very first to exist.
Precisely. Now, look at some of the bodies buried in the niches of the walls.
Huh?
Go on, look at them. They'll surprise you.
Yes. Huh? Yes. Yes. Oh, this is tremendous. Why, these must be some of the early popes and bishops of the church.
Yes.
Here's one of the mitre. Another one with a crozier. Oh, This is the most interesting thing I've ever come across.
It's unique, I think.
When we get this place explored and mapped out, it'll cause a sensation. The very earliest Christians must have worshipped here when their religion was still prescribed. Yeah. That's why they made the labyrinth so unusually complicated, of course.
At a rough guess, I'd say there are about 1,000 possible wrong turnings between this wall and the entrance.
What? That's a sobering thought.
You've no idea what real darkness is like until you get down here. I tried it once as an experiment, and it scared me stiff. Look, I'll just switch off the light for a moment and let you see.
That's horrible. It's not just an ordinary darkness, is it? It seems to press on you. It almost smothers you. That'll do, Benji. Switch on again.
You sound quite funny.
Switch on the light, man.
No, wait a minute first. Do you notice how, when the light's off, you lose all idea of where sounds are coming from?
Yes. Yes, I do. Your voice seems to be coming from every side of me. Switch on the light, man.
No, I don't think I will. I think I leave you in the dark to find your own way back.
What? Good God, man, have you gone mad?
Not at all.
What the devil are you playing at? Let's sit down with this damn nonsense. Where are you? Where are you?
Don't hurry, Kennedy. You've all the time in the world. And when you sit down occasionally for a rest, just ask yourself whether you treated Mary Sanderson fairly.
Mary Sanderson? What is this? What are you saying? Where are you, man? You seem to be getting further away. Put on the light.
I know a deal more about Mary's ruined life than you think. I was in love with her. I'm just on the point of overcoming my shyness and asking her to marry me when you took her away on that little holiday to Lake Como.
For the God's sake, man,
You slipped out of that hole pretty easily, didn't you, Kennedy? Now see if you can get out of this one.
Oh, no. The Benchley! He can't. Benchley! God, my God. Benchley!
In The New Catechism by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, adapted for radio by R.J.B. Seller, Kennedy was played by Howard Marion Crawford, Benchley by Brian Wilde, and Mary by Pauline Yates. The producer was R.D. Smith.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us about an exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective Sherlock Holmes. And so while you're getting comfortable, I'd like to tell you about an old American custom. The custom of serving a glass of sherry wine before dinner. Petri California Sherry. You know, Petri Sherry is to a good meal what the overture is to a good musical comedy or an opera. Before you sit down at the dinner table, just pour yourself a little glass of Petri Sherry and sip it slowly. Look at that beautiful amber color. Smell the fragrance of those sun-ripened grapes. And taste that fine sherry flavor. You'll agree with me, I'm sure, that Petri Sherry is the best beginning a good meal ever had. And say, if you happen to like your sherry dry, as I do, you'll really like Petri Pale Dry Sherry. Believe me, you can't go wrong with any wine that bears the name Petri, the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now let's drop in on the good Dr. Watson, who's waiting for us in his California ranch house. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Foreman. Come in and make yourself at home.
Thank you, Doctor. Sitting here with the lights off, I see. Have You've been getting yourself in the mood for tonight's Sherlock Holmes story?
No, my boy, I was watching the sunset. It's quite a beautiful tonight.
Aye, Doctor, the sun set over an hour ago.
Yes, I know that, young fellow, my lad. I know that. But at my age, a fellow's entitled to take a little snooze after dinner, isn't he?
Of course he is, Doctor. And now that we've settled that, how about tonight's story?
Well, a very beautiful girl figured prominently in this adventure, Mr. Foreman. Her name was Jasmine Lafleur.
Huh? You say that again, Doctor, please?
I know, my boy, but that was her stage name. When she was a magician's assistant, unfortunately, I never had the opportunity of seeing Jasmine Lafleur in the theater. But I'm told that she was a fascinating figure in tights and spangles. When Holmes and I first met her, however, she was dressed a little more conventionally. And her name was then Diana Vennering. Lady Vennering.
Lady Vennering? Say, those tights and spangles really paid off, didn't they? Well, how did you and Sherlock Holmes come to meet up with her, Doctor?
In rather spectacular style, Mr. Foreman. Miss Lafleur became something of a femme fatale in the early 1900s. First of all, she married Signor Rossoni, the magician for whom she was working. On the wedding night, he was mysteriously stabbed to death. A few months later, Madame Rossoni, very fetching in her widow's weeds, I'm sure, met Sir Wilfrid Vennering. And, after a whirlwind courtship, she married him.
Don't tell me he got murdered, too.
He did, Mr. Foreman. Also on the night of the wedding. But this time the police found a suspect. It was a certain Major Beckworth, cousin of the dead man, and an ardent suitor of the fair Diana. The trial at the Old Bailey was one of the most sensational I ever remember. Sherlock Holmes and I, in court on the closing day as a jury, were still considering their verdict. Holmes, the jury's been out over 8 hours. I bet you they can't agree on a verdict and there'll be a new trial.
I think not, old chap. Look, here they come now. You know, there's a strong moral probability of guilt, but I'm sure they'll agree that there's insufficient evidence to convict.
Oh, perhaps you're right. Just look at Lady Vennering down there ahead of us. What a stunning woman.
Yes, and a woman of great poise and courage.
Here it comes.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you arrived at a verdict?
We have, my lord.
How say you? Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Exactly. Come on, Watson. Let's get a breath of fresh air.
Well, I was wondering perhaps if we shouldn't go over and congratulate Lady Vennering.
On what? The fact that our husband's murderer has not been found?
Oh, I suppose you're right.
You ever read the Book of Tobit, Watson?
Tobit? I don't think so. When was it published?
Oh, a little before our time, old chap. It's an Old Testament story.
Whatever made you think of it at this moment?
Well, it's so remarkably apposite with the case of Lady Vennering. It deals with a highly peculiar series of murders, 7 of them, if I remember correctly.
Who was the murderer?
A jealous demon by the name of Asmodeus, who strangled husbands on their wedding nights.
Well, judging by the verdict just now, Major Beckworth isn't the Asmodeus, or whatever you call him in this case.
Here you are, boy. Here, give me a paper.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you. Paper!
Well, Holmes, what does it say?
Oh, wait a minute. Here we are. Listen to this. Lady Vennering, widow of the murdered man, says that she will marry the suspect. Lady Vennering told newspaper reporters this afternoon that if Major Beckworth is acquitted, she will marry him before the year is out.
Oh, upon my soul, Holmes, there's a positive sparkle in your eyes. You read about her.
I must admit the lady fascinates me, old chap. I hope before she becomes involved in any further tragedies that we may have the opportunity of meeting her. And something tells me that we will.
The Sunday papers are certainly having a day over the Vennering case, Holmes. Did you read them?
No, I didn't, Watson.
There's a complete life history of Lady Vennering in one of them with photographs. It's rather interesting.
Really?
What are you doing over there, Holmes?
Looking out of the window. Ah, yes.
You expecting anybody home?
No, come over here, old fellow.
Oh, it's a clergyman.
Yes, a very agitated one. Look at the way he's pacing up and down. And looking up at our window, too.
By Jove. What eyes?
Yes, there's a fanatical look about him, which suggests either the martyr at the stake or the inquisitor lighting the faggots.
Mrs. Hudson's letting him in now. Well, I'll be interested to know what he's come to us about. I I can hear footsteps on the stairs here. I'll go and have a look. How do you do, sir? Come along in, won't you? It's all right, thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
You're Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
I am, sir, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
My name is Whalen, the Reverend Arthur Whalen.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do, sir?
Sit down, won't you, and tell me what I can do for you.
Thank you. Mr. Holmes, this is a very difficult subject to broach. In fact, it's only after intense personal conflict that I've been able to force myself to come to you. May I ask you, are you familiar with the Book of Tobit?
Book of Tobit? Gracious me. You were talking about that yesterday, Holmes.
I see that you've come to consult me about the Veneering case.
But that's amazing. How did you know? Has Lady Veneering been in touch with you?
No, sir, but I'm familiar with the Book of Tobit, and Lady Venering's case closely resembles that of the woman Sarah in the Old Testament story.
More closely than you realize, Mr. Holmes. Did you know that before each one of Lady Venering's husbands was killed, they received a threatening note?
Yes, I recall that from the trial.
Signed in some sort of gibberish, weren't they?
No, Doctor. Yesterday I was permitted for the first time to examine one of these notes. The apparent gibberish was in reality ancient Hebrew writing.
Indeed. Were you able to translate it?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. In effect, it said, if you go through with this marriage, your hours are numbered. And it was signed Asmodeus.
Oh. The name of the jealous demon who strangled husbands in the Book of Tobit.
Exactly.
Just why have you come to me, sir?
I want you to talk to Diana, to Lady Veneering, to tell her she must not go through with this new marriage. Murder is stalking her, Mr. Holmes. I have argued with her, prayed with her, implored her to realize her danger. But she is adamant.
I'm afraid I should feel extremely presumptuous in giving her my advice.
No, Mr. Holmes. I have prepared the way for you. You could, I'm sure, make her realize her danger.
And she's willing to see me, you say?
Willing and anxious.
Oh, very well. But I'd like to ask you a few questions first.
Anything, Mr. Holmes.
What is your interest in her?
She's a member of my flock. She needs my guidance.
Nothing further?
No, Mr. Holmes.
By the way, I believe that you performed the marriage ceremony at both of her previous weddings.
Yes.
Are you proposing to officiate the ceremony if she marries Major Beckwith?
Well, I don't know. I'm hoping that marriage will never take place. And so I want you to help me, Mr. Holmes.
Where does the lady live?
47, Berkeley Square.
Very well. Dr. Watson and I will call on her this afternoon.
Delighted to.
I doubt if I can be there myself. In fact, Diana might speak more freely if I'm not. But here's my card.
Oh, thank you.
You'll know where to get in touch with me if you want to.
Very well, sir.
Good day to you, gentlemen. And I'm greatly in your debt.
Good day, sir. Good day. Strange business, Holmes. I can't believe that Mr. Whalen's motives are entirely impersonal.
Nor can I, old chap.
What are you laughing about?
I was thinking of the Book of Tobit, Watson. In that the role of protector, the role I have just been asked to take, was played by the Archangel Raphael. I can't help feeling, Watson, that I'm making distinct strides in my profession.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I'm so glad to meet you.
How do you do, Lady Veneering? May I introduce my old friend, Dr. Watson?
How are you, Dr. Watson?
I'm awfully glad to meet you, Lady Veneering.
Let's sit down, shall we? You're just in time for tea.
Thank you. You know why we're here, of course.
Oh, naturally. Mr. Whalen came round here as soon as he'd left you. You're to persuade me to look after my mortal affairs, while he takes care of my immortal ones. Isn't that it?
Well, that's charmingly put, Lady Veneering. Charming.
May I say, Mr. Holmes, that I'm flattered that a man of your eminence should be sufficiently interested to bother about me.
You underestimate your own importance, Lady Veneering. Though I may mention that if your problem had been as simple as Mr. Whalen made it out to be, I might have been otherwise engaged.
You're being very frank and a little mysterious. Are you suggesting that Mr. Whalen didn't tell you everything?
I am. And I hope you will be more candid with me.
Sherlock Holmes, I like you. You're most refreshing. Milk and sugar in your tea?
Just milk, thank you.
Here you are. How about you, Dr. Watson?
Oh, just the same way, please. Hey, thank you, my dear.
And now, Mr. Holmes, perhaps you'll tell me why you think that you haven't been told everything.
Before I answer that, Lady Veneering, I wonder if I might ask you some questions.
But of course. Anything.
When your first husband, Signor Rossoni, was killed, did the police find any suspects?
Yes, one. Ferdinand Gautier, a young man who had been an assistant in our Magician's Act. A stupid, good-looking boy who thought he was in love with me. But, of course, Inspector Lestrade had to release him. There was no evidence.
Inspector Lestrade? Well, you can bet that if he arrested him, the boy was innocent.
A warning note was found among your husband's effects, wasn't it?
Yes, and it was signed in Hebrew with the name Asmodeus. But perhaps you're not familiar with the Book of Tobit.
Oh, yes, I'm familiar with it, Lady Vennering. How did you know then that the Hebrew letters signified that name?
Mr. Whalen translated them for me.
Oh, I see.
And also read me the Book of Tobit. He's always been particularly fond of that book. Perhaps because it illustrates his own ideas on the dangers of marriage.
But Holmes told us that he hadn't seen one of the warning notes until yesterday.
Precisely. Lady Vennering, I read in the papers that you intend to marry Major Beckwith, the man who has just been tried for your late husband's murder.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
When are you going to marry him, may I ask?
When it pleases me.
Doesn't it occur to you that a great deal of comment will be caused? Also that Major Beckwith's life is in obvious danger?
Of course it occurs to me, my dear man. But because of two tragic marriages, am I to spend the rest of my life alone? As Mr. Whalen would have me do? I'm young, alive. Peter, what are you doing here?
I just arrived back in England today, Diana. What's this I read about you marrying Beckwith?
Peter, I have guests. Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. This is Peter McComas, one of our most promising young painters.
Diana, tell me it isn't true. When I left England, you loved me, and I you. I come back, and what do I find? You're planning to marry Beckwith. Well, I won't stand for it. If you think you can throw me over like some silly boy, you're very much mistaken. I can tell things, you know. I can tell lots of things.
Get out of here, Peter. Get out.
Diana.
And don't come back until you've learned manners and discretion.
But Diana...
Get out! I'm sorry, gentlemen. Were there any more questions you wanted to ask me, Mr. Holmes?
One, Lady Vennering. Where is your fiancé, Major Beckwith?
He's upstairs. I'm letting him stay here until the scandal of the trial has died down.
I must see him at once.
At once? Why, Holmes? He's in no danger until the marriage takes place?
The marriage has taken place, Watson, unless I'm very much mistaken.
What makes you think so, Mr. Holmes?
You're much too discreet and intelligent, Lady Vennering, to let him stay here in your house unless you were already married.
We were married this morning. But we planned to keep the fact a secret for a few months until the scandal had died down.
May I talk to him, please?
Of course. I'll ring for the butler and ask him to come down.
May I ask, madam, who married you?
The Reverend Arthur Whalen, of course.
Oh, and all the time he talked to us today, he knew perfectly well this marriage had taken place. He must have just come from it. I don't trust that man, Holmes.
Oh, there you are, Hudson. I just rang for you. Will you ask Major Beckwith?
Excuse me, milady. I was just on my way to telephone the police.
The police? What do you mean?
It's Major Beckwith, milady. He's been stabbed to death in his bath.
Mr. Beckwith murdered, too.
Hudson, I'll telephone the police. And now I'm rather well acquainted with Inspector Lestrade. Excuse me, gentlemen.
A dreadful business, Holmes. A third husband murdered on his wedding day.
But what a woman, Watson. She's superb, magnificent.
What on earth do you mean, Holmes?
What courage. What unconquerable spirit in the face of a fresh tragedy. Watson, she fascinates me.
I haven't seen such a splendid female since we solved that case for the King of Bohemia.
Dr. Watson's story will continue in just a few seconds. Time enough to remind you that the easiest way to make good food taste better is to serve that good food with a swell Petri wine. And there are two Petri wines in particular just made to go with food. Petri California Sauterne, a delicate white wine with a subtle flavor that's perfect with chicken and fish. And Petri California Burgundy, a hearty, rich red wine that's out of this world with any meat or meat dish. So if you want to know just how good a cook you are, serve your good food with Petri wine made to go with it. A Petri Burgundy or a Petri Sauterne. Two swell Petri mealtime wines. And now back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure. The famous detective and his old friend Dr. Watson have become involved in the affairs of thrice-married Diana, one-time magician's assistant. each of her husbands has been mysteriously murdered on his wedding day, the latest murder occurring on the same day that Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson are brought into the case. As we rejoin our story, it's a month later, and for some obscure reason, Sherlock Holmes seems to have lost interest in the case, though not in the beautiful Diana.
Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Lestrade?
It's over a month now since Major Beckwith was murdered, and we haven't found a single clue to it.
You expect me to supply the deficiencies of Scotland Yard?
Well, it's unlike you not to help us, Mr. Holmes. And after all, you and Dr. Watson were in the house when it happened. If you ask me, the murderer's either McComas, that Irish painter, or the clergyman Whalen. What do you think, sir?
As far as I'm concerned, the case is closed, Lestrade, and I wish you'd stop bothering me. What do you think I am? Nothing but a detecting machine?
Mr. Holmes, whatever's come over you?
Holmes, you're not going out again this evening, are you?
I'm afraid so, old chap.
Well, this will be the fourth night in a row. I was hoping that we might have a nice, quiet evening in front of the fire.
Oh, I'm sorry, Watson, but I promised to take Diana to the horse show at Olympia. I should be home by midnight.
Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Mr. Whalen?
You're seeing altogether too much of Diana. She seems to be completely under your spell.
But you introduced me to her in the first place, with the request that I keep an eye on her.
I made a great mistake. As her spiritual protector, I'm afraid I must ask you to stop seeing her.
I'm afraid I must ask you, sir, to mind your own business.
I say, Holmes, have you seen in the paper that violinist, this Iway, is playing at the Albert Hall tonight?
No, I haven't looked at the paper today.
Oh, I thought perhaps that we might go along and see
I'm
him
afraid
together.
I can't, old chap. No, I'm taking Diana to the French Maid at Dahlia's Theatre. I hear it's a charming musical comedy.
Look here, Holmes. We've been friends for a good many years now.
Very true, old fellow.
And I think I'm entitled to speak to you straight from the shoulder.
Of course you are, Watson.
Very well, then. This Diana Beckwith.
Oh.
Yes, it's your own business, I suppose, but I can't bear to see her making such a fool of you. You've neglected your work entirely since you met her. You get about as though you're a young fellow 20. What's come over you, Holmes?
Stop pacing about, old chap, will you, and sit down. In fact, it might be a good idea if you fortified yourself with a nip of brandy from the Tantalus there. What I'm about to tell you may be something of a shock. Watson, Diana and I are getting married tomorrow.
What did you say, Holmes?
I'm getting married tomorrow.
But, you're insane.
Oh, that's not very flattering, Watson. Anyway, I don't see why you should be so surprised. You yourself married and left Baker Street once, didn't you?
For you, Holmes, a confirmed woman hater.
No, my dear Watson. No, indeed, no. You will remember in our adventure that you titled A Scandal in Bohemia, I met a lady that I have often referred to as the woman.
You mean Irene Adler, but she was a criminal.
Exactly, and yet Diana has the same magnificent characteristics. Keen intelligence, courage, and unconquerable spirit.
But Holmes, 3 of her husbands murdered on their wedding nights. You're proposing to be the 4th.
Oh, rubbish, my dear fellow, because tragedy has attended her previous marriages. Is she to go through life alone?
Holmes, you really mean it, don't you?
Of course I do.
I think I will have a nip of brandy.
Oh, don't take it so badly, old fellow. We'll continue to see a lot of each other. Diana's very fond of you, you know.
Oh, well, I'm glad. Who's going to perform the ceremony? Not the Reverend Mr. Whalen?
Oh, no. We decided, in view of Diana's previous marriages, that he might prove to be a trifle, unlucky. A clergyman named Vernet will officiate. Whalen, of course, insists on being present just the same.
What time is the wedding tomorrow?
2 o'clock, old fellow. Oh, I should have mentioned this before. I hope your cutaway coat and top hat are in a good state of preservation. You'll be a pretty prominent figure at the ceremony, you know.
You mean that...
Well, I mean that if Sherlock Holmes gets married, who else can be his best man but his old friend, Dr. Watson? It's elementary, my dear fellow, elementary.
I now pronounce man and wife, and those whom God hath joined together, let no man put asunder.
Diana, I'm going to claim the privilege of the best man and give you a kiss.
Of course you shall, Doctor.
Joe, Holmes, you're Miss Lucky Fuller.
Of course I am, old chap.
Sherlock, I'm going upstairs to change my dress now.
Very well, Diana. I'll be up shortly.
I'll see you later, Dr. Watson.
Very well, Mrs. Holmes. You know, Holmes, I never thought I'd live to say that.
Watson, old fellow, I'm worried.
Worried today? Oh, my dear fellow, what's the matter?
Well, just before the ceremony, I received one of those warning notes signed by Asmodeus.
Oh, you better be careful, Holmes.
I think I'll slip out and have a pipe or two on the matter. Yes. Look after my guests for me, will you? And keep your eyes open. And your ears.
Yes, I will indeed. There you are, Mr. Whalen. Would you care for a glass of champagne or punch or something or other?
Thank you, no, Doctor. I'm in no mood for celebration. I'm certain that Diana has made a shocking mistake.
Well, really, sir, I don't think...
I only came here in a last-minute attempt to dissuade her. Now that I've failed, I shall leave. Good day, sir.
Dr. Watson?
Oh, hello, McComas.
Where's Mr. Holmes?
We'll be back in a few minutes. Would you care for a glass of champagne, sir?
Well, thank you. I should like to drink a toast to the pair. I've been in love with Diana for years, you know, but she wouldn't marry me, and well, I suppose I might as well make the best of it. I must say your friend Sherlock Holmes seems like a splendid fellow.
He is indeed, McComas. In fact, I may say... Watson! Excuse me, sir. All right, Holmes, I'm coming.
Up here.
What on earth's the matter, Holmes?
Follow me, lock the door behind you. Allow me to introduce you to the demon Asmodeus, Watson. Unfortunately, at the moment, she's in a faint.
Good Lord. It's Diana.
Exactly. Always an impetuous woman, she made the mistake of trying to stab me with that knife. So I bent over to strap up a suitcase. She didn't allow for the wall mirror in which I was watching her.
You mean you suspected her all along?
Of course I did, old fellow. The problem was to find the proof. I first suspected her when I knew that she had been a magician's assistant. The key to the profession of magic is misdirection, and these murders have been a perfect example of misdirection motive.
How do you mean, Holmes?
Well, by creating a... Thanks to the well-meaning stories of the Reverend Mr. Whalen, whose theological libraries she must have copied the Hebrew signature, she focused the murders on jealousy, concealing the fact that the one person with a perfect motive was herself, the widow who was to inherit.
Oh, why hasn't she been caught before?
Because she was devilishly clever. She left no clues except an indirect one that I had once spotted, that the likeliest person to be able to approach a bridegroom unsuspected and stab him is his bride. And now I wish you'd see if you can revive her, old fellow. When the police get here, I should like Mrs. Holmes to be in full possession of all her faculties.
Well, Holmes, I must say I never expected to be driving back with you to Baker Street on your wedding day. I can't tell you how happy I feel.
Dear old Watson, you really thought that I deserted you, didn't you?
Oh, naturally, I wish you'd told me the truth.
Oh, I couldn't tell anyone, not even you. If the faintest shadow of suspicion had entered her mind, I'd never have caught her.
Well, it seems to me you paid a pretty high price, Holmes. You told me you made a will in her favor. Supposing something happens to you before her trial, she'd get the money, you know.
Oh, the will? Oh, no, that was worthless. I told Diana that it was a holographic will and perfectly valid.
Well, what on earth is a holographic will?
A will drawn up in one's own handwriting on a piece of perfectly plain paper. Such a document is quite legal, but I drew mine up on a paper with a letterhead. That made it invalid.
Oh, I see, but the fact remains that you are married, Holmes.
I really fooled you completely, didn't I, Watson? Didn't the name of the clergyman who married us suggest anything to you?
The Reverend Vernet? No, and why not should it?
Well, Vernet was a French painter of some note. He also happens to have been a great uncle of mine and Mycroft's.
You mean that your brother Mycroft was a clergyman?
I mean that Mycroft was disguised as a clergyman. And a very convincing job he did, too. A more satisfactory clergyman than the Reverend Mr. Whalen, no doubt, whose possible complicity may compel him to answer some very awkward questions.
Then you're not married. Well, upon my soul, Holmes, I don't know what to say.
Then I suggest that you say nothing, my dear chap. Let's just sit back quietly, as two good friends can, and brood about the mutability of human affairs.
Well, Doctor, tonight's adventure was really a little extraordinary, to say the least. Holmes sure had a narrow escape.
Doubly narrow, Mr. Foreman, doubly narrow. He not only escaped the jaws of death, but he also escaped the clutches of matrimony. Actually, the story had a happy ending for everybody but Lady Vennering. Jasmine Lafleur.
What about that artist fellow, McComas? How did he take it?
Oh, very well indeed. In fact, in gratitude, he even painted Holmes's portrait. Not exactly a good likeness, though. One of those modern artists who paints as impressions of a person rather than a portrait.
What do you mean?
Well, now, let me see. If he were to paint his impression of you, you'd probably end up by looking like a bottle of Petri wine in a sports jacket.
Go ahead, Doctor. You can tease me all you want. I'll still rave about Petri wine. And why not? The facts bear me out that Petri wine most certainly is good wine. After all, the Petri family knows all there is to know about the art of turning plump, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. That's because they've been making wine for generations, ever since they started the Petri business way back in the 1800s. And because the making of Petri wine is a family affair, the family has been able to hand down from father to son, all their skill and knowledge and experience. And believe me, that adds up to plenty. So no matter what type of wine you prefer, one to serve with meals or a wine for any special occasion, choose one of the fine Petri wines. You can't miss, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. And now, Dr. Watson, what story do you have lined up for us next week?
Well, now, let me see, Mr. Foreman. I'm going to tell you about a strange adventure that began by my taking a wild cab ride through the moonlit streets of London, and ended with Holmes and me being trapped in a luxuriously furnished cellar below a furniture warehouse down by the waterfront.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is based on an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of Shoscombe Old Place. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station.
Oh, the Petri family took the time to bring you such good wine. So when you eat and when you cook, remember Petri wine.
To make good food taste better, remember...
Petri wine.
This is Bill Foreman saying goodnight for the Petri family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Good evening, and welcome to the WGY Mystery Theater. Tonight, an original radio drama produced especially for WGY, The Authentic Death of Sherlock Holmes by John McCarty. The Authentic Death of Sherlock Holmes will begin in a moment, following this word.
The place, London.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the home service of the BBC. An unusual set of circumstances surrounds the appearance of tonight's guest speaker from the world of letters, science, and politics. So without further ado, let me introduce him to you. The eminent physician, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. John H. Watson. Speak into here, Doctor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Dr. John Watson, and it is with a very sad heart that I accept the gracious invitation of the officials here to make use of this marvelous new medium, the wireless, to tell that last story that I shall ever tell about my dearest friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. In the past, through those writings with which most of you are probably familiar, I have attempted to record many of the strange experiences I've had in the company of this unique man. But it had been my intention to say nothing of that subsequent case which has created a void in my life that even the passage of a few years has done little to fill. But my hand has been forced. Those current newspaper articles in which Colonel James Moriarty has attempted to defend the memory of his brother at the expense of my friend have left me no choice. I alone know the truth about what took place between Professor Moriarty, the Napoleon of crime, and Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the greatest detective of our time. And here, for the first time, are the events of that drama, exactly as they unfolded. Beginning on a quiet night in early spring, as I sat alone in my lodgings. Yes! Yes? Just a minute, I'm coming! Why, Holmes, I thought you were on vacation.
Excuse me, Watson. Do you mind if I come in?
Of course not, Holmes. Come in.
Thank you, Watson. Listen, would you have any objections to my closing your shutters?
Why, no, if you like.
There.
You're afraid of something?
Well, I am.
Of what?
Of air guns. My dear fellow, I am sorry for breaking in on you like this. Is Mrs. Watson in?
No, she's away on a visit.
I see that you're professionally rather busy just now.
Yes, I have had a busy day. But really, I don't know how you deduced it.
I have the advantage of knowing your habits, old fellow. When your round is a short one, you walk. And when it is a long one, you use a carriage. As I can see that your boots, although used, are by no means dirty, I cannot doubt that you're at present busy enough to justify the carriage.
Excellent, Holmes.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
Please, sit down. And tell me, what's all this about air guns?
I think that you know me well enough, Watson, to understand that I am by no means a cowardly man. At the same time, it is stupidity rather than courage to refuse to recognize danger when it is close by. Might I trouble you for a match? I think I have a cigarette somewhere.
Holmes, your hand is shaking.
Yes. Yes. I have been using myself up a little too freely of late.
Can't you tell me why?
Listen, old friend. As long as Mrs. Watson is away, how would you like to join me for a few days on the continent?
Where?
Oh, anywhere. It's all the same to me.
It's not like you, Holmes, to take an aimless holiday. Now tell me, what's all this about?
Watson, you have probably never heard of Professor Moriarty.
No, never, I don't believe so.
There's the genius and the wonder of the thing. The man pervades London, and yet no one has heard of him. I tell you, Watson, in all seriousness, that if I could beat that man, if I could free society of him, I should feel that my own career had reached its summit. And I should be prepared to turn to some more placid line in life.
That's quite an admission for you, Holmes.
Yes, it is. But I tell you, Watson, I could not rest. I could not sit quiet in my chair if I thought that such a man as Professor Moriarty were walking the streets of London unchallenged.
But what has he done?
He's the Napoleon of crime, Watson. He's the organizer of half that is evil and nearly all that is undetected in this great city. He's a genius, a philosopher, an abstract thinker, and a master of disguise. He sits motionless, like a spider in the center of its web. But that web has 1,000 radiations, and he knows well every quiver of each of them. He does little himself. He only plans. But his agents are numerous and splendidly organized. If there is a crime to be done, a house to be rifled, a man to be removed, the word is passed to the professor, the matter is organized and carried out. The agent may be caught, but in that case money is supplied for his bearer defense. The cunning genius who uses this agent, however, is never caught, never even suspected.
Except by you, of course.
You know my powers, Watson. And yet, at the end of 3 months' effort, I was almost forced to confess that I had at last met my equal. But then, quite unexpectedly, I got my chance. And in 3 days, that is to say, by next Monday, matters will be ripe, and the professor, along with all the principal members of his gang, will be in the hands of the police. And then will come the greatest criminal trial of the century, the clearing up of over 40 mysteries, and the rope for all of them.
Then why are you so distraught?
The trouble is, Watson, if I could have done all this without his knowledge, all would have been well. But he's too wily for that. Unfortunately, Professor Moriarty is aware of my every move.
How do you know that?
He told me so.
You mean you've seen him, then?
This very morning, in fact, at 221B. And I confess, Watson, when I saw him standing there before me, my nerves were quite shaken. Because, you see, his safety depends on my silence.
Stand where you are.
Really, Holmes, you have much less frontal development than I should have expected. It's dangerous, you know, to finger loaded firearms in the pocket of one's dressing gown.
All right, then. I'll put it on the table. Cocked, of course.
As you wish. You evidently don't know me.
On the contrary, I think it is fairly evident that I do. Please, take a chair. I can spare you 5 minutes if you have anything to say.
All that I have to say has already crossed your mind.
Then possibly my answer has crossed yours.
You stand firm, then?
Absolutely.
Very well, then.
Take your hand out of your pocket, Professor.
Put down the gun, Holmes. I'm only getting out my notebook. Now, Let's see. On the 23rd, you inconvenienced me. By the middle of February, I was seriously inconvenienced by you. At the end of March, I was absolutely inconvenienced by you. And now, at the close of April, I find myself placed in such a position through your continual persecution that I am in positive danger of losing my liberty. The situation is becoming impossible.
Have you any suggestions?
You must drop it, Holmes. You really must, you know.
I will. After next Monday.
Then you leave me no choice, Holmes. Our duel, you know, has been quite an intellectual treat for me. It would grieve me to take extreme measures against you.
Danger is part of my trade.
Oh, this is not danger. It is inevitable destruction. You see, you stand in the way not merely of an individual, but of a mighty organization. You must stand clear, Mr. Holmes, or be trodden underfoot.
I am afraid, Professor, that as a result of this conversation, I am neglecting important business.
And it does seem a pity, a man of your talents. But I have done what I could. You hope to place me in the dock, Mr. Holmes, but I assure you I will never stand in that dock. You hope to beat me. Well, I tell you that you shall never beat me. If you are clever enough to bring about my destruction, rest assured that I shall do as much to Sherlock Holmes.
And that's all he said to you?
I think it was quite enough, don't you?
Why not take police precautions against him?
You're forgetting about his network of agents, Watson. It's from them the blow would fall, not from Professor Moriarty. Of that I already have proof.
You mean you've already been attacked?
My dear Watson, Professor Moriarty is not a man who lets the grass grow under his feet. The first attempt occurred only an hour after the professor left me, as I was walking up Oxford Street.
Oh, you're all right, sir?
Yes, thank you for shouting. You saved...
Your clothes are all covered with mud, sir. Here, let me brush them off.
No, that's all right, thank you.
That was nearly a nasty accident, sir.
You're right, gentlemen. It was nearly nasty. But I assure you, it was no accident.
It wasn't, sir.
The second attack came as I was walking down Bear Street this afternoon. A brick came down from one of the nearby houses and was shattered to fragments at my feet. A constable told me it must have been thrown down by the wind. But I tell you now, Watson, it was a wind with a name.
Moriarty.
Exactly.
What can we do then, Holmes? Until next Monday, your life is obviously in danger.
The best thing I can do, Watson, is get out of the city for a while, preferably in the country. That's why I suggested you go with me on a trip to the continent.
I should be glad to come.
And to start tomorrow morning?
If necessary.
It is, old man. Good. Then these are your instructions, and I beg you, Watson, to obey them to the letter. For you're now playing a double-handed game with me against the cleverest rogue and the most powerful syndicate of criminals in Europe.
And what do you wish me to do?
In a few moments, I shall sneak out and be gone over your back wall. In the morning, however, you will send for a carriage. But take neither the first nor the second that appears. Take the third. Then, drive to the Lothar Arcade, handing the address to the cabman on a slip of paper, with a request that he will not throw it away. Have your fare ready, and the instant the cab stops, dash through the arcade, timing yourself to reach the other side at 9:15. There, you will find another carriage, driven by a fellow with a heavy black cloak, who will pick you up immediately and take you to Victoria Station, in time for the Continental Express.
But where will I meet you?
On the train, the second carriage from the front.
And the carriage is our rendezvous, then?
Yes. Remember carefully, Watson. The second carriage from the front. You might say, my life depends on it.
Our radio drama, The Authentic Death of Sherlock Holmes, will continue in a moment with Act 2, following this word. We continue now with The Authentic Death of Sherlock Holmes, Act 2.
That presented itself at my door, rather than the first or second, which Holmes wisely deduced might have been planted for me by Professor Moriarty. And yet, as we drove safely to the Lothar Arcade, I could not help but glance through the carriage window at the many passers-by, and wonder just how many of them might be members of the Professor's network of spies. Arriving at the arcade, I hurried at the top of my speed to the other end, reaching the carriage stops at the exact time Holmes had specified, 9:15. As planned, the carriage was waiting for me there, driven by a very massive gentleman wrapped in a dark cloak. The instant that I stepped in, he whipped up the horse and we rattled off to Victoria Station. Victoria Station, I departed my carriage and watched as the driver dashed away again, without so much as a look in my direction. So far, all had gone well. I had no difficulty finding our rendezvous point, the second carriage from the front. But at that point, I began to worry. The station clock marked only 7 minutes from the time we were due to start, and yet Holmes had not appeared. And then, another unforeseen change in plans. A harried porter asked me to assist an elderly Italian priest, whose broken English he simply could not understand. And still, keeping an eye out for my missing friend, I helped the elderly gentleman on board. But when the priest unexpectedly followed me into the compartment Holmes had arranged for our rendezvous, a cold chill of fear came over me. Our carefully made plans were suddenly becoming ensnared in a web of unforeseen obstacles.
You don't mind to take a window seat? You don't mind to take I share your compartment, signore?
No, of course not, Father.
Grazie, grazie. Kind of man. I leave if you like. You are expecting someone?
No. I mean, yes. I mean, yes, I am expecting someone, but no, you don't have to leave.
Grazie, grazie. Signore, your friend is too late. We leave now.
Yes. Yes, I can't think what might have happened to him. I don't see him anywhere out there on the platform, do you? A tall, thin gentleman.
My dear Watson, you really are the most unimaginative fellow at times.
Holmes, is that you?
Of course it is, old boy. If you don't mind to take a window seat.
Good heaven. I guess that was you behind all those wrinkles.
Neither would anyone else, Watson. That was a general idea. I must say, though, I am glad you have such a fatherly attitude towards elderly Italian priests. Otherwise, you might have thrown me out of my own compartment.
Yeah, you did put me in quite a spot there, Holmes. I didn't know what to do at first. But really, was that disguise that necessary?
Every precaution is necessary. Never forget who we're dealing with. As a matter of fact, with all our precautions, we've still cut it rather fine. Have you seen the morning papers?
No.
You haven't seen about Baker Street, then?
Baker Street?
They set fire to our rooms last night. No great harm was done, though.
Good heavens, Holmes, this is intolerable.
They must have lost my track completely after the brick incident, and they'd guessed I'd returned to my rooms.
You spent the night elsewhere, then?
Oh, absolutely. Still, old boy, I'm sure they've been watching you quite carefully.
I did exactly what you advised.
Nevertheless, did you find the carriage all right at the end of the arcade?
Yes, it was waiting, just like you said.
Did you recognize the coachman in the dark cloak?
That wasn't you, was it?
No, but it was my brother Mycroft. I chose to use him rather than a mercenary in this case. Much safer.
Well, it looks as though we're off. Still no sign of Moriarty.
You spoke too soon, Watson. Look!
Where?
On the platform, the man running for the train.
I don't see him.
There, with a large handbag.
Is that Moriarty?
Yes, confounded, Watson. I've lost him in the smoke.
You suppose he's managed to get on?
No, I couldn't see.
Are you sure it was him, Holmes?
Absolutely. How could he have been so close? You see what kind of a man he is, Watson. With all my precautions, he was still only a few minutes off my trail.
I wonder why he wasn't in disguise. Don't the police have his description?
Certainly they do. Probably didn't have time, that's all. He was racing against the clock.
But we still don't know whether or not he caught the train in time.
I know, but we must assume that he did.
Then he'll probably start searching each compartment until he finds us.
Not him, old boy.
What do you mean?
You saw that large black handbag he was carrying, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, I can assure you, Watson, it didn't contain just a change of underclothing.
A disguise.
Exactly. Probably more than one. You see, desperate or not, Professor Moriarty is not the kind of opponent who would search me out and kill me on a public train, while still wearing his own face.
We must hide then, Holmes.
But, my dear Watson, I am hidden.
What?
You don't mind I share your compartment, signore?
Oh, yes, I forgot.
I'll just have to keep my wrinkles on a little longer than I'd planned, that's all.
Nevertheless, Holmes, don't you think we should at least separate? I mean, wouldn't Moriarty assume that whoever was sharing my compartment, regardless of what he looked like, would be you?
Possibly, Watson. But even so, I don't think Professor Moriarty would commit murder on the basis of an assumption. After all, he might assume wrong. And then where would he be? A murdered priest? Why, he'd be hounded all over Europe. No, I'm convinced Moriarty's only game right now is finding me.
And then what?
Then he'll make a spinal move, but only when I'm wearing my own face.
I still don't like it, Holmes. As soon as he recognizes me, he's bound to suspect you.
You're assuming, of course, that he knows what you look like, old boy.
But he must know. You told me yourself he's been watching me.
No, Watson, I said they've been watching you. Moriarty's spies. I would deduce that the professor himself has never laid eyes on you.
I hope you're right.
Assuming I am, and assuming he did catch the train in time, all we can do now, old fellow, is keep an eye on that compartment door. And be wary of whoever steps through it.
As we kept our eyes fastened on the compartment door, Holmes went on to describe the remainder of our journey. At Canterbury Station, we would disembark, taking the boat across the channel. From there, we would make our leisurely way to Switzerland, winding up at the small hamlet of Rosenau, where we would find a hotel and spend the next week sightseeing in complete anonymity. Holmes, of course, would keep abreast of the situation in London by cabling Inspector Lestrade. On Monday, the rounding up of Moriarty's network of agents was to begin. When that was accomplished, Lestrade would then cable Holmes that it was safe to return and begin his testimony. By that time, Professor Moriarty would be so stripped of his power that there would be nothing left for him to do but surrender. Master of disguise or not, he would be so damned by the confessions of his henchmen that his career would be finished. And it was Holmes' deduction that the wily professor would rather be a king among criminals in prison than a faceless non-entity outside. My friend's words gave me courage, and I began to doze. But then, our compartment door slowly opened, and we had our first visitor.
Oh, I hope you don't mind me barging in on you like this. This is the first compartment I've come across that isn't budging at the seams. The name's Philpotts. Ernest Philpotts.
Oh, Dr. John Watson.
Oh, the good father seems to have a cold.
Father Fabrizi.
Glad to know you, Father. Tell me, where are you bound for?
Paris, then Rome.
Rome, of course. How obvious. And what about you, Dr. Watson? What's your destination?
Holiday. I'm just taking a holiday.
Yes, but where?
Well, I'm bound to...
Surely you must know where you're spending your holiday, Doctor.
Canterbury.
Canterbury, eh? Lunching with the Archbishop?
Well, no, not exactly. Actually, I'll be catching the boat for...
And where are you going, Signori? Phillips?
Philpotts, Father. Ernest Philpotts.
Philpotts, perdonate.
Yes, Mr. Philpotts. We've told you where we're headed. Where's your destination?
Me? Someone else has decided to join our little party. Good morning, madam.
Excuse me, is there room?
Certainly, madam. Here, take my seat. I'll move over here, next to the father.
Thank you. The express is quite crowded this morning. I didn't think I'd ever find a compartment.
Why, I was just telling these two gentlemen how full it was. Either way, my name is Ernest Philpotts. This is Dr. John Watson.
How do you do, madam?
Dr. Watson?
And this is Father Fabrini.
Fabrizi, signor. Father Fabrizi.
Oh, yes. How stupid of me. The father and I seem to be having trouble remembering each other's names.
Good morning, Father.
And what's your name, madam?
Vukovic, Mr. Philpotts. Mariana Vukovic.
You are a Bulgarian, signora?
Yes, Father, but I live in Paris. I operate a dance academy there.
Oh, really? Do you dance yourself, Miss Vukovic?
I used to, Doctor, but that was quite a few years and quite a few less pounds ago.
Yes.
Now I simply instruct. Tell me, Dr. Watson, I believe I've heard your name before in connection with a detective named Sherlock Holmes. Am I correct?
Well, yes, Miss Vukovic. Mr. Holmes is my friend, yes.
Why, Jove. Dr. Watson. I never made the association. You're a celebrity, sir.
The minor rank only, Mr. Philpotts.
You're too modest, Dr. Watson. Everyone's heard how you assist Mr. Holmes with his investigations. Tell me, is he on board? I should love to meet him.
No. I believe Mr. Holmes is still in London. We've not been working too much together since my marriage.
I see. Your wife is with you, then?
No. She's away visiting relatives.
Oh, there's a sly old fellow. While the wife's away, the doctor takes a holiday.
Well, I'm glad you did, Doctor. I should love to hear about one of your investigations with Mr. Holmes.
Well, I would... Please, Doctor, I too have heard of this Sherlock Holmes. Don't they say he has greater powers than any criminal?
I've heard that too, Doctor. Tell me, you know this. Has your friend ever met his match?
No, never.
Never is a long time, Doctor. Do you suppose that somewhere there is a criminal whose gifts, shall we say, surpass those of your friend?
Possibly, madam. But if there is, I've certainly never heard of him.
'Tis an interesting theory. Wouldn't you say, Doctor?
Yes, 'tis. But assuming there is such a mastermind, wouldn't you suppose that his ego would prevent him from staying unnoticed for so long?
On the contrary, Doctor. Wouldn't staying unnoticed be the greatest sign of his genius?
Excuse me, tickets, please.
Yes, certainly. Here you are, steward.
Yes, here's mine. Father, may I pass yours over? Grazie, grazie.
Mr. Philpotts, may I give him yours?
Oh, I'm sorry, but I caught the train late. May I purchase my ticket now, steward?
Certainly, sir. Your destination?
I'll be making the connection at New Haven. Here you are.
And here's your change, sir. Thank you, madam. Gentlemen, please have a safe journey.
Well, now that that's all over, what were we saying?
Miss Vukovich was saying that the genius of our master criminal would be his ability not to give himself away. Would you agree, Mr. Philpotts?
That would seem logical.
Oh, look. Isn't that the Claridge Tunnel curving up ahead? I always get such a thrill when I see it. To think that men could carve such a long tunnel right under such bedrock.
Men, after all, created the pyramids, Signor. Would you like to take my seat to see better?
No, thank you, Father. We'll be going through it in a moment. Then we won't even be able to see the noses in front of our faces.
Don't anyone try to leave or we'll be treading on each other's feet.
I think I have a match somewhere here.
Too late, Doctor. Here we go. My goodness, it's as black as night. Isn't it thrilling, Dr. Watson? It reminds me of dancing and doing a spin. You lose all track of where you are. And oh my
Miss Vukovich, what seems to be the problem?
Philpotts, is that you?
Philpotts, sit down. Where are you?
Just stretching, Doctor. Me apologies, miss.
Wait, someone's opening the compartment door.
Philpotts, is that you? Would you please?
It's the steward. He's got something in his hand.
What is it?
It's a gun.
Holmes, be careful.
Holmes.
Everyone, down.
Look out!
What the?
Moriarty.
Our radio drama, The Authentic Death of Sherlock Holmes, will continue in a moment with Act 3, following this word. And now the conclusion of our radio drama, The Authentic Death of Sherlock Holmes, Act 3.
Miss Vukovich, are you all right? Turn over just a few seconds. How about you, Watson? Are you all right?
Yes, quite all right. But that bullet came uncomfortably close. I heard it whistle right past my ear. I think it must have hit the window.
Rather the window than one of us, Doctor.
I'd still like to get an answer to my question. What's going on here?
At last the sun shines.
Look, Holmes, just as I said. The bullet caught the window right below your head.
Yes, down at the lower right-hand side. Right. That's exactly where your head was, Mr. Holmes.
Yes. 'Twas fortunate I ducked, wasn't it?
I still would like to know what exactly is going on here. Why was the steward trying to kill you? And why are you dressed up as a priest?
Holmes, what about Moriarty? Shouldn't we go after him?
No, Watson. Neither action would serve any useful purpose now, I'm afraid. Moriarty just fired and ran. He might even have jumped off the train, thinking it was safe now to return to London.
Blast it! Who the devil is Moriarty? Would someone please start giving some answers?
For a moment, Mr. Philpotts, I thought you were Professor Moriarty.
Me?
Yes, especially when it came time to hand over your ticket, and you had to buy one because you caught the train late. You see, we witnessed Professor Moriarty running for the train at the last moment. He barely had time to make the train, let alone buy a ticket. Just like yourself. You were very suspicious. Didn't you think so, Holmes?
No, not really, Watson.
No? You mean you didn't suspect either he or Miss Vukovic?
Oh, for the moment, yes. You see, Watson, when I said we had to be wary of whoever stepped through that door, I meant just that. Stepped through it. Not sat down and joined us. You forget. I've seen Moriarty close up. From a distance he might be able to fool me. But one look into his eyes in this close quarters, and I should know in an instant it was him.
Then why didn't you recognize the steward?
Unfortunately, Watson, keen though my eyes are, I have not as yet trained them to see through the lowered brim of a steward's cap. If you remember correctly, he kept his cap pulled down and himself bent over all the time he was with us.
What are this man Moriarty's eyes like, Mr. Holmes?
Never mind his eyes. Who is he? And why is he trying to kill you?
Professor Moriarty, Mr. Philpotts, happens to be that very super criminal you and Miss Vukovic were speculating upon. Brought to life.
No wonder Dr. Watson thought we sounded so suspicious.
Oh, Watson is suspicious of everyone anyway. Aren't you, old fellow?
Really, Holmes? I don't see that it's anything to joke about. He almost got you just then.
Yes, but the key word, Watson, is almost. That was a very rash move on the professor's part, shooting away in the dark like that.
Exactly, Holmes. You deduced that he wouldn't take such a chance.
Yes, it would appear that the professor is a lot more careless than I gave him credit for being.
Mr. Holmes, are you on this man's trail, or is he on yours?
Both, Miss Vukovic, both.
Oh. Is that why you're in disguise?
Wait a minute, Holmes. That proves Moriarty must know what I look like. Otherwise, why should he have chosen this compartment?
Yes, Watson, I guessed that myself.
When?
I think it was the moment when he pulled the trigger, old fellow.
Oh, yes.
Try to relax, Watson. When we get to Canterbury Station, I'll cable to Strahd and get to the bottom of this. There must be some good reason why the professor acted so impetuously.
Yes. Well, we'd better be careful, Holmes, because when the train stops and there is not a body brought off, he'll know right away that he missed. And that is if he's still on the train.
Well, Watson, we'll just have to wait and see. For the moment, however, I'd like to extend my apologies to Miss Vukovic and Mr. Philpotts here for all the excitement I've caused.
Oh, please, don't think anything of it, Mr. Holmes. We're all quite safe now. Besides, it'll be something to tell our friends about. Right, Mr. Philpotts?
Aye, it'll be a trip to remember, all right. Escaping a bullet that was meant for Sherlock Holmes. Having Dr. Watson mistake me for a master criminal. Imagine me.
Oh, you never did get around to telling us, Mr. Philpotts. What exactly do you do for a living?
Me? Well, it's not exactly what I do for the living, Dr. Watson. It's what I do for the dead. You see, I'm just a plain, ordinary undertaker.
Oh, dear.
Confound it, Watson.
What is it, Holmes? Did you get through to Lestrade?
Yes, I have his reply right here.
Well, what does he say?
He says, Watson, that due to a leak in security, he was forced to begin the roundup of Moriarty's gang 2 days early. Said that none of them would have time to escape.
Well, has he arrested all of them?
Yes, almost all of them.
Well, at least that's something.
Only one of them escaped. Unfortunately, he was the most important one.
You mean Professor Moriarty?
Yes, Moriarty. It would appear, Watson, that the professor was not running to catch our train simply so that he could be near me. He was fleeing England as well.
That would mean he wouldn't have jumped off the train, then?
Precisely.
Then he'll no doubt still be after us.
Yes, no doubt.
But wait a minute, Holmes. There's still something I don't understand. If the professor's gang is all behind bars, what point is there now in trying to silence you?
Quite observant of you, Watson. Something you once told me.
What did you say, Holmes?
Listen, Watson, I think you'd better return to England, now.
What? Why?
Because I'll be an even more dangerous companion from now on. Look, Watson, this man's occupation is gone, finished. He has only one purpose now.
But you yourself said he might give himself up.
And well, he might. Afterwards.
After what?
After he gets his revenge, Watson. Something he once told me. If you are clever enough to bring about my destruction, rest assured that I shall do as much to Sherlock Holmes. That's all he's after now, Watson. Revenge. Against me. And he won't rest until he gets it. He'll stop at nothing now, not even killing you, old friend.
We've been in danger together before, Holmes.
Not like this, Watson. This danger is too single-minded.
Well, so am I. Especially when it comes to sightseeing at Rosenau. Now, the boat's waiting. Are you going to join me or stay behind?
Oh, Watson, you are incorrigible.
Why, thank you, Holmes.
That night, Holmes and I made our way across the channel and on to Switzerland. Only we knew our ultimate destination. And to help keep that secret, we secured ourselves a pair of carpet bags and shipped our actual luggage onto a false address in Paris. For a charming week, we wandered up the valley of the Rhone, branching off slightly to cross the Gemmy Pass on our way to Rosenau. All was peaceful, but it was also very clear to me that never for one instant did Holmes forget the shadow which lay across them. Wherever we walked, I could still tell by his quick glancing eyes and his sharp scrutiny of every face that passed us that we could never walk ourselves clear of that one danger which was dogging our steps. Once a large rock became dislodged and thundered down before us. In an instant, Holmes had raced up the ridge and craned his neck in every direction. It was in vain that another passerby tried to convince him that a fall of stones was a common occurrence at that spot in springtime. Holmes said nothing. He simply gave me a smile. The smile of a man who was having his every expectation fulfilled. On the evening of May 3rd, we finally reached Rosenau and quickly secured ourselves a room.
Ah, there you are, Holmes. I was wondering what was keeping you.
I decided at the last minute to stop by the telegraph office and send a message to Inspector Lestrade. How's the fire?
Very comfortable. And very comfortable indeed. And what did he say?
My dear Watson, even the intrepid Lestrade must sleep sometime. I suspect your wise reply first thing in the morning. Heat of the flames feels good, doesn't it?
What did you ask him?
Oh, nothing very penetrating. Just if he'd sent Moriarty's description to any of his colleagues on the continent yet. Not that it will do much good if he has.
Really, Holmes, there must be something someone can do. This sitting around waiting for the axe to fall is simply too much. I just don't see how you can be so at ease.
It's because I know exactly what to expect, Watson.
And what is it exactly that you do expect, Holmes?
Well, tomorrow, old fellow, I expect to have a very enjoyable time touring the countryside. Our landlord said he'd take care of finding us a suitable guide. So I suggest we get a good night's rest. What do you say?
I say I just wish this Moriarty fellow would hurry up and show himself, that's what.
Oh, don't worry about that, Watson. He will.
You know, I was even suspicious of the landlord when we first came in. And I was almost tempted to pull on all those whiskers of his to see if they'd come off.
Well, I'm certainly glad you didn't, old fellow. Otherwise, I'd be sleeping out on the street.
Yes. Well, perhaps you're right. A good night's rest would do me good. By the way, what is our itinerary for tomorrow?
Well, depending on our guide's stamina, I should like to journey across country and return by way of the falls.
What falls are they?
The Reichenbach Falls.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm told they're quite spectacular. Sounds like a full day, Holmes.
Yes, Watson, it should be. It should be.
Well, I'm off.
You know, Watson, staring at these flames, it makes me think.
What about Holmes?
Well, Watson, I've never remarked upon this to you, but when all is said and done, I think I've lived a life that's not been wholly in vain. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, of course I would. What makes you ask?
I mean, if my record were closed tonight, I could say that in over 1,000 cases, I am not aware that I have ever used my powers upon the wrong side.
No, of course you haven't, Holmes.
And that the air in London is a little the healthier for my presence.
Yes. Well, that's true, Holmes, but why do you bother to say it?
Because your memoirs of my activities will draw to an end, Watson, on the day that I crown my career by the capture or extinction of the most dangerous and capable criminal in Europe. And that day is drawing near, Watson. That day is drawing near. Good night, old fellow.
Yes. Good night, Holmes.
There, old fellow. How are you bearing up? Too much exercise?
These cliffs are a little steep, Holmes. I am a bit winded.
Would you like to rest a moment?
Yes, just to catch my breath. Tell the guide to keep going.
You're sure you're all right, Watson?
Yes, Holmes, I'm all right. It's just that we've been hiking all morning without a break, that's all.
I'll stay with you. Oh, Herr Schmidt!
Yeah?
Dr. Watson would like to rest a moment. You keep on, we'll catch up.
Yeah, good. Be careful.
Now, my dear fellow, what is it that you're dying to ask me? You've been lagging behind quite on purpose the past few hours.
It's just that I didn't want Schmidt to hear us, that's all.
What's the matter? Don't you trust our guide?
I told you last night, Holmes.
Until Moriarty shows himself, I don't know who to trust. That's what I've been wanting to ask you. You left in such a hurry this morning. I didn't get a chance to ask you if you'd heard back from Inspector Lestrade.
Yes, of course I did, old fellow. First thing. It was as I suspected. He had nothing new to report, so I didn't bother mentioning it.
Well, has he sent out Moriarty's description to the European police?
Yes, Watson, but there's been no sign of him. I knew there wouldn't be. I just didn't want to worry you by telling you so. Come on, let's enjoy the scenery. We're almost to the falls. We don't want Herr Schmidt to get too far ahead of us, do we?
No, I suppose not. You know, Holmes, I could do with a pair of those lens shades of his. Don't you find it extraordinarily bright up here?
Yes, I do. I believe he has an extra pair. He offered them to me an hour ago. Why don't you ask?
I say, Holmes, there's the falls.
Yes, the Reichenbach Falls. Spectacular, isn't it?
They're massive. Mysterious, too, the way you walk around that little bend. Suddenly there they are. Why, you can't even hear them until they're on top of you.
Yes, I would deduce that the walls of the pass we just came round act as a cushion against the thunder of the falls.
Look down, Holmes. The drop is sheer.
Herr Doctor, be careful. Do not get too close to the edge. The spray makes it very slippery.
Yes, thank you, Herr Schmidt. I was just remarking to Mr. Holmes how dangerous... Have many people lost their lives by falling?
Only foreigners, Herr Doctor. The people of the village, they are very careful. They know that their cries for help cannot be heard above the roar of the falls. They know that the water is very deep and the jagged rocks are just below the surface. Only foreigners like yourselves take chances and get too close. That is why they should take a guide with them. Unfortunately, many foreigners are... what is the word in English?
I believe the word is frugal, Herr Schmidt. Or to be more exact, cheap.
Cheap, yeah, that is the word.
Excuse me, Herr Schmidt. I can't quite make out in the glare. Is that someone running towards us from around the bend?
Yeah, a messenger boy from the Englischerhof, I think. Would you like to borrow an extra pair of lens shades, Herr Doctor?
Yes, thank you. Ah, that's much better. Quite a good idea, these, don't you think?
Excuse me, you are the English Dr. Watson?
No, son, this is the doctor.
And what is it, my boy?
I have a letter for you, Herr Doctor, from the landlord.
I hope it is nothing serious, Herr Doctor.
The landlord says that shortly after we left, an English lady arrived. Was suddenly taken quite ill. It appears she absolutely refuses to see a Swiss physician. And the landlord hopes that I can return to treat her. He says she might be dying.
Shall I guide you back down now, Herr Doctor?
Well, I don't know. I can't ignore it.
Of course you can't, old boy. Listen, you go back with this young fellow and I'll stay here with Herr Schmidt and finish seeing the sights.
But I don't know, Holmes. You really think it's safe to separate like this?
My dear Watson, I can take care of myself. If this woman is as ill as the landlord says she is, she needs you more than I do.
Yes, I suppose. Still, you must promise me, Holmes, never to step out of the sight of Herr Schmidt. That damn Moriarty could be anywhere ready to jump out. I would deduce that the moment the villainous swine spots you alone, he'll make his play in an instant.
Watson, I believe I'll make a detective out of you yet. You know, that's the first time you've ever used that phrase of mine to make a deduction on your own. And you know something else? You're absolutely correct, old fellow. I'm proud of you.
Why, thank you, Holmes.
Now, off with you.
I'll see you back at the hotel for dinner.
Certainly, Watson.
Come on, boy. Our English lady mustn't be kept waiting if she's that seriously ill. Be careful, Holmes.
Yes, Watson. I will.
Your friend is very concerned about you, Herr Holmes.
Yes, Dr. Watson and I have been together a long time. I shouldn't like to see any harm come to him. Your method for arranging his absence was quite ingenious. Thank you, Professor.
You're quite welcome, Mr. Holmes. Tell me, how did you guess it was me? I thought I played the Swiss guide rather well, even to concealing my eyes through these lens shades.
Yes, very convincing. But as you know, I have my ways. But tell me something, though, Professor. How were you able to track me so thoroughly?
I, too, have my ways, Mr. Holmes. Shall we just call it a draw and keep our secrets?
As you wish. But I assure you, Professor, I have no intention of leaving our rendezvous a draw.
Nor do I. But tell me, what do you think of the place I have selected? Splendidly fitting, wouldn't you say?
Yes, but did you select it, Professor? Or did I let you? After all, Reichenbach was my destination from the outset, not yours.
You might never have made it here, Mr. Holmes, if my aim had been a little better.
Yes, that was a very clumsy attempt you made back there on the train. quite beneath you, actually.
I'm gratified you think so, but perhaps I missed on purpose. Did you ever consider that?
Yes, it had occurred to me, but I couldn't imagine why you would do so.
For the pleasure of frightening you, Mr. Holmes, and also to frighten away your friend, Dr. Watson, of course. You see, Mr. Holmes, when the time came, I wanted you all to myself. I admit your friend's stubbornness took a little planning to overcome, but that false letter I had delivered to that messenger boy finally did the trick. And now, I do have you all to myself.
My congratulations, Professor. It would appear that, after all, we are a fairly even pair.
Not quite. I am still armed with a pistol, and all you have is a walking stick.
That's quite true, Professor. But the one thing you don't have, and it is the thing you should have most, is what I have in mind.
And what is that?
Fulfilling the prophecy, Professor Moriarty.
What prophecy?
Yours. To end us both.
It may have been a little over an hour before I finally reached the hotel. The landlord was standing on the porch, and when I asked him the condition of the stricken English lady, a look of surprise passed over his face. My heart turned to lead in my breast. Before I could answer, I was already running down the village street and making for the path towards the falls. It had taken me an hour to come down, but despite my best efforts, 2 more hours passed before I finally found myself at the spot where I had last seen Holmes. But now there was no sign of him. His walking stick lay on the ground, and there was churned up earth on the edge of the cliff. The telltale signs of the very struggle I had been dreading for almost 2 weeks now. Holmes had taught me to read the evidence well. I lay upon my face and I peered over the edge, with the spray from the falls spouting up all around me. The torrent swollen by the melting snow above, plunging into a tremendous abyss, lined by glistening coal-black walls that narrowed and pointed the way down to a boiling cauldron of seething foam. I shouted, but only my own voice and the half-human cry of the Reichenbach Falls were borne back to my ears. Only a few more words remain to be said, ladies and gentlemen. An examination by experts leaves little doubt that a personal contest between the two men ended, and they're both reeling over the cliff. Any attempt at recovering the bodies was absolutely hopeless. As to the trial of Moriarty's gang, it will be remembered that the hand of my dead friend weighed heavily upon them, for the evidence he helped gather succeeded in removing them from society forever. Of their terrible chief, however, few details came out during the proceedings. His fate was personally overseen by Sherlock Holmes, at the expense of my friend's own life. Now at the bottom of the Reichenbach Falls remains for all time the most dangerous criminal and the greatest detective of our generation. My only purpose in speaking to you tonight was to clear the air and to vanquish those attacks which have recently been made upon the memory of my friend. In an age increasingly without heroes, Sherlock Holmes remains a hero. To me, however, remains something closer. To me, Sherlock Holmes will always be the best and the wisest man whom I have ever known. Thank you for your attention this evening, and good night.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to spend the next half hour listening to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, the world-famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. As for me, I'd like to leave you with one thought. Namely, the best way to begin a good meal is to start it off with a glass of Petri California Sherry. While you're waiting for dinner to be ready, just sit back, take it easy, and sip some of that wonderful Petri Sherry. Now, there's a wine.
Hold that Petri sherry to the light and look at that rich amber color. Smells good, too, doesn't it? And just wait for that first sip. What a flavor. No kidding, you'll find that Petri sherry can turn the usual before-dinner lull into a real event. Petri sherry is the best beginning a good meal ever had. Try it. And say, if you like your sherry dry, not sweet, just ask for Petri California Pale Dry Sherry. But no matter how you like it, you're sure to like it if the label says Petri. See for yourself. And now for the weekly visit with our good friend and host, Dr. Watson. Tonight we find him on the stage of the Paramount Theater in Hollywood. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. If you've bought a victory bond, you're welcome.
I have, Doctor. Now, what's the recipe for tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure?
Well, now let me see. Take equal parts of beautiful English countryside and black villainy. Mix them, add a dash of romance, a sprinkling of danger, season well with the usual theatrical condiments, and you have the case of the accidental murderess.
Sounds like a tasty dish. How did the story begin, Doctor?
On a beautiful summer day in 1895, Holmes had just concluded his famous investigation of the sudden death of Cardinal Tosca, an inquiry which was carried out at the express desire of His Holiness the Pope. And in consequence, the great man felt that a couple of weeks' rest in the heart of Warwickshire would be a pleasant change after our rather strenuous adventures in Italy. And so, Mr. Bartell, we went to Stratford-on-Avon.
Oh, the home of Shakespeare, huh?
Quite right, my boy. As a matter of fact, that was the reason that decided us to go there. Holmes was a great lover of the drama, and at the time my story begins, the Shakespearean festival was in full swing. For the first week, our life there was calm and peaceful. During the daytime, we visited the local places of interest, such as Anne Hathaway's cottage and Shakespeare's birthplace, and the evenings found us at the theater. It was on a Tuesday, I remember, during our second week's stay, that the trouble began. Holmes and I had gone for a walk through the nearby forest of Avon. He was in unusually good spirits that morning, and there was a distinct twinkle in his eye as he said,
Watson, for once I begin to wish that I were a man of wealth.
Oh, and what makes you say that, Holmes?
The beauty of this place, old fellow. I'm perfectly certain I'd be happy in retirement here. Rather depressing to think that in a week or two, the sordid necessity of making money will demand my return to Baker Street in a world of criminals.
No, I must say that in an environment like this, it is a little hard to think of crime. How does the old saying go? Where every prospect pleases, and only man is vile.
Yes, but Shakespeare puts it even better, old chap.
Oh, really? What's he say?
Well, surely you remember the speech in As You Like It. We saw the production 2 nights ago.
Oh, I don't remember the speech. How did it go?
In this setting, it's really remarkably apposite. Are not these woods more free from peril than the envious court? Here feel we but the penalty of Adam, the season's difference. Don't you remember? Sweet are the uses of adversity, which like the toad, ugly and venomous, wears yet a precious jewel in his head. And this our life exempt from public haunt finds tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything. I would not change it.
Upon my soul, you read that much better than the fellow on the stage the other night.
Don't tell me I adopted the wrong profession, Watson. Oh, dear me, wait a minute. Path seems to end here. Nothing but dense trees ahead of us.
There's another path over there. I think it leads down to the river.
Then let's follow it. The Avon is always...
Great Scott, that was a... Holmes! Holmes, you hurt?
Yes, I think I am. Bullet hit my shoulder. But I think it's only grazed it.
Well, get off your coat quickly. Let's have a look.
It's only a scratch. First, let's find out where it was fired from. I heard the thud of a bullet in the tree behind me. Yes, here we are. Give me a penknife, old fellow, will you?
There you are.
Thanks.
Do you suppose that shot was deliberate?
Well, I can't imagine someone mistaking me for a rabbit, Watson. By the way, there was a curious echo to that shot. I don't know whether you noticed it. Here's the bullet. Now, let me see. I was standing there. A line from this bullet hole in the tree through the spot where I was standing would indicate that the shot was fired from that cluster of trees over there. Come on, Watson. Let's see what a search discloses.
Yes, I wish you'd let me look at that shoulder before you start galloping all over the countryside, Holmes. You're bleeding quite profusely.
Oh, plenty of time to look at it when we... Hello. Look over there.
A man and woman running towards us across the clearing.
Yes, and carrying guns.
Yes, it looks as if it was an accident after all.
Was anyone hurt?
Yes, sir. My friend was hit in the shoulder.
Oh, how dreadful. It's not a bad wound, is it?
Oh, it's only a scratch, madam, I hope.
But the blood on your coat.
Well, just, how did this accident happen, sir?
Well, we were out rabbit shooting. I was teaching my wife to use a rifle.
I saw a rabbit scurry across the clearing. I raised the rifle and fired. It seemed to me, Geoffrey, that as I did so, you jolted my arm.
Yes, I'm afraid I did, Alice. I was going to fire too, but as I raised my rifle, I jolted your elbow and sent your shot wild. I can't tell you how sorry I am, sir. Here's my card. Of course, we'll take care of any expenses that may be entailed.
Well, the first thing to do is to find out how much damage has been done. You'd better take your coat off, old fella.
I don't think I can.
Oh, he's badly hurt.
No, it's just that...
The man's fainted.
Oh, this is dreadful. I have a horse and trap down the road.
Excellent. Give me a hand with him, will you? I must get him to a hospital as fast as possible. Holmes, you feeling any better?
Has the nurse gone?
Yes. She's bringing in the house surgeon.
And the man and his wife?
They're down in the hospital waiting room.
Oh.
I found out their name. It's Markham.
Then we're alone.
Yes, old fellow.
In that case, I can stop behaving as if I were at death's door.
Holmes, you mean that you shammed that collapse just now?
Yes, I did, Watson. But spare me a little pity, old chap. My shoulder's confoundedly painful, I assure you.
Well, I'm sure it is. But what made you pretend to faint?
I recognized this Mrs. Markham, and I think she recognized me. It's important she assume I'm out of action for a while.
Oh?
Mrs. Markham.
Why?
Well, Mrs. Markham is, in reality, the notorious Mrs. Dangerfield. You remember the Dangerfield case?
The Dangerfield? Great Scott, yes. She was tried for the murder of her husband by poisoning, wasn't she?
Yes, she was, old fellow. She was acquitted when the jury decided she was an habitual arsenic addict who happened to take an accidental overdose.
Well, didn't you have some connection with the case?
It was I who tracked down the sale of the arsenic she claimed to have bought for cosmetic purposes.
Well, if you ask me, that shot at you was no accident.
Oh, of course it wasn't. I'm certain that I was recognized. In any case, her record is a bad one. Prior to her husband's death, there was an episode in which her uncle was killed in a shooting accident on a grouse moor in Scotland. An uncle who left her a large fortune on his death.
And I suppose Mrs. Dangerfield was a member of the shooting party when the accident happened.
Yes, she was. She's something of a femme fatale, Watson. I must plan my actions very cautiously. I'm up against a dangerous opponent.
Well, you'll have to stay in the hospital until your wound's being examined and dressed.
That's true, old fellow. And while the local staff are taking care of that, I want you to shadow the Markhams.
Of course I will, Holmes.
Stick close to them, old fellow. Make them believe that I'm going to be kept here for some days. Find out as much as you can, and then report to me.
Right, I'll do my best. It's awfully kind of you, Mrs. Markham, to insist on having me back to your house for lunch.
My dear Dr. Watson, after injuring the famous Mr. Holmes, it's the least I could do.
Of course it is.
Geoffrey, dear, will you bring us some sherry? It's Ada's day off, you know.
Very well, Alice. Is anyone else coming to lunch?
Only Dennis Romney.
Oh, Lord, that fellow seems to live here. Well, I'll go and get the sherry.
Sit down, won't you, Dr. Watson?
Oh, thank you, madam. Thank you.
You say that you think Mr. Holmes will be in the hospital for some days?
I'm afraid so. The wound wasn't serious. He lost quite a bit of blood.
Oh, I feel perfectly dreadful about it.
Well, you mustn't blame yourself too much, madam. It was an accident.
Yes, but I might so easily have killed him.
Well, you haven't, and that's all that matters. Did you say that Dennis Romney was coming to lunch? Is that the actor fellow from the Memorial Theatre?
Yes. Have you seen him on the stage?
Yes, several times. Holmes and I have been going to the festival regularly since we came down here.
A fine actor, isn't he? A shame they give him such poor parts.
Well, it was really good.
Imagine them letting that frightful Basil Grant play Hamlet last night, while Dennis only played Laertes. Dennis is 3 times a better actor.
I suppose he is.
He's coaching me in acting.
Oh, coaching you? Really?
Yes, he thinks that I may be able to get small parts here next season. I've always had a great urge to go on the stage, but no one's ever encouraged me before. Oh, here's Geoffrey.
This sherry's rather special, Doctor. Jerez de la Frontera. Only a few bottles left.
Oh, that's very nice of you, sir.
Oh, that must be Dennis. I'll go let him in.
We might as well have a drink. You'll find it'll help making this actor fella more tolerable.
I take it, Mr. Markham, that you're not an admirer of Mr. Dennis Romney's.
Can't bear him. He's always quoting Shakespeare and behaving generally as if he were another Irving. He's got Alice completely fooled. Here's a glass, Doctor.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Dennis, I want to introduce you to Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Mr. Romney?
How do you do, sir? Hello, Geoffrey.
Want a glass of sherry?
Thanks. That'd be very nice. Are you a disciple of the theatre, Dr. Watson?
Well, hardly a disciple, sir, but I've been attending the festival during the last week. I enjoyed your performances immensely, if I may say so.
Oh, you may say so, Doctor. Here's your sherry, Dennis.
Oh, don't be crotchety, Geoffrey. And please remember that Dennis is our guest.
Oh, it's all right, Alice. I know that Geoffrey's bark is a good deal worse than his bite.
And what play are you appearing in tonight, Mr. Romney?
King Lear. I shall once again portray the thankless role of the King of France. Well, that incredibly bad actor, Basil Grant, tears a multitude of passions to tatters in his rendition of Lear. Oh, horrible, horrible, most horrible.
I thought his Hamlet was atrocious last night, Dennis.
Wasn't it? When he came to his final line, the rest is silence, was as much as I could do to prevent cheering.
I felt rather the same way when you were killed in the duel, Dennis.
Oh, Geoffrey, you're being intolerably rude. Why don't you take Dr. Watson upstairs and show him your butterfly collection? Then at least you'll know what you're talking about.
Are you interested in butterflies, Doctor? I have quite a rare collection.
Oh, really? I'd like to see them very much.
Come on, then. I think we just got time before lunch.
Try and bring yourself down with a few better manners, Geoffrey, dear.
I'm really quite an easygoing man, Doctor, but the arrogance of that fellow Romney infuriates me.
Well, I must say he does seem to have rather a good opinion of himself.
Don't put too much weight on that balcony rail. It's absolutely full of wormholes. Part of the attraction of an old house, my wife tells me. But I regard it as confoundedly dangerous. Yeah, and this is my little museum. In these cases, I think you'll find some of the finest specimens of Lepidoptera you've ever seen. It's my hobby, and I may say that, with the exception of the Natural History Museum, I doubt if you'll find a finer collection.
It must have taken you years to collect them.
Oh, it has. Many years, many disappointments, and a great deal of patience. Look at this fella. He's my prize specimen, a North American monarch.
North American monarch? Beautiful, beautiful.
Isn't he? And this is an admiral.
Yes, of course I know him.
Very rare. And this is a perfect bee-hawk moth.
Bee-hawk moth?
Here's an emperor. Ever see more exquisite markings?
Well, never. Tell me, Mr. Markham, when you captured a butterfly, how'd you kill it without marking it in any way?
With poison.
Oh? What poison?
Cyanide.
Not arsenic?
You heard me say cyanide, Doctor.
The only reason I mention it is that a friend of mine collected butterflies once, and I'm certain that he always used arsenic to kill them.
Why'd you keep talking of arsenic? You're trying to hint at something.
No, my dear fellow. I was just curious, that's all.
Yes. A trifle too curious, perhaps. There's the luncheon gong. Let's go downstairs again.
I see, old man. I didn't mean to offend you.
Oh, of course you didn't. But my nerves are a little on edge today. Must be that accident to your friend that's upset him. I really must get that balcony rail mended. Shh. Shh.
What is it, sir?
My wife and young Romney. They're going into lunch. Listen.
But, darling, why won't he understand?
How can you expect him to, Dennis? Geoffrey has no imagination. He's never understood me.
Well, Doctor, they say that listeners never hear good of themselves. You know, sometimes I wonder if my wife wouldn't like me out of the way. Let's go down to lunch, shall we?
So, Holmes, that's the story up to now.
A very interesting one, too, Watson. So you think that Mrs. Markham is planning to kill her husband, eh?
Oh, it's obvious. She's in love with the actor fellow, Dennis Romney. Her husband's in the way, and if she doesn't want to use poison this time, there's a perfect setting for murder in that crumbling balustrade on the landing.
Mm-hmm.
One push when he wasn't looking, and it'd be the end of him. And no one could prove that she did it.
A charming household. And Mr. Markham became very evasive, you say, when you mentioned arsenic.
Yes. I said it deliberately, of course, to see how he'd react. If you ask me, he knows that his wife has arsenic in the house. And he was trying to protect her.
You've exerted your charm sufficiently to arrange to see them again, I trust.
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I have. They're taking a picnic tea and going boating on the Avon this afternoon. They asked me to join them. Of course, I agreed. I just rushed back here to the hospital to report to you first.
You've done splendidly, Watson, splendidly.
Oh, thanks so much, Owen. But I've been so busy telling you what I've found out that I haven't asked you about you. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm fine, old fellow, fine.
What did the house surgeon discover?
A very interesting fact. Look in the drawer beside my bed, will you?
Great Scott, it's a bullet.
A bullet that the house surgeon removed from my shoulder.
But we found a bullet in the tree also.
Precisely. Therefore, 2 bullets were fired.
But, good Lord, that means...
It means, old chap, that we have a dangerous task ahead of us. Not to solve a murder, but to prevent one.
We'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's unusual story in just a moment. Meanwhile, I'd like to remind you that good cooking becomes wonderful cooking if you serve your good food with a Petri wine. If you like a red wine, say with meat or any meat dish, try Petri California Burgundy. If white wine's your favorite, then you'll love Petri California Sauterne. It's wonderful. But Burgundy or Sauterne, whichever you prefer, it's just bound to be good if you see the letters Petri on the bottle. Because Petri wine is always good wine. And now, Dr. Watson, what happened next? We left you at Sherlock Holmes' bedside in the hospital. Did the picnic with Mr. and Mrs. Markham prove an exciting one?
No, it was rather unpleasant, as a matter of fact. The 3 of them kept squabbling all the time, and just as we were coming home, something unforeseen occurred. Mr. Markham fell into the river.
Well, pardon the old question, Doctor, but did he fall or was he pushed?
It was hard for me to say. I had my back to him when he fell. Of course, we fished him out and rattled him back home in a trap as fast as we could. He changed his clothes at once, and as we sat round the fire a little later, I could see that he'd caught a chill. In fact, I recommended that he go to bed and stay there. Mrs. Markham agreed with me.
Geoffrey, dear, I do wish you'd follow Dr. Watson's advice and go to bed.
For the 5th time, Alice, I will not go to bed. I'm perfectly all right. No, it's no thanks to you and Dennis.
What do you mean by that remark, Geoffrey?
You know perfectly well what I mean. It wasn't an accident that I fell in the river just now. One of you 2 pushed me when I was struggling with the punt pole in the long reeds.
Geoffrey, you're talking rubbish.
Am I? You were in the boat, Dr. Watson. Didn't you see what happened?
No, I didn't, sir. My back was turned to you when you fell in.
Oh, well, then we'll call it an accident. An accident that happened by a curious coincidence, just where the river is deepest and the reeds thickest.
Geoffrey, I don't like your tone. You can accuse me of anything you like, but when you start suggesting that
If
Alice...
you don't like the way I talk to my wife, I suggest that you don't come to my house. I'm going to get a scarf. I'm chilly.
Dr. Watson, I must apologize for my husband's behavior. I don't know what's come over him.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mrs. Markham. I quite understand.
Well, I wish I did. I don't mind him yelling at me, but he's being so abominably rude to you, Alice. The last couple of weeks, it's been getting worse than ever.
I know. Ever since we had that argument about the insurance policies, he's been unbearable.
Insurance?
Yes, Doctor. We took out quite large policies on each other's lives recently.
You didn't tell me that, Alice.
Well, it was his idea. And yet when the insurance man came here, you'd have thought I was forcing him into taking out the policy.
Insurance? Great Scott,
You what, Doctor?
Nothing, Mrs. Markham. No, nothing at all.
Sounds as if you don't approve of insurance, sir.
Oh, it's not that, Romney. It's just that
Who can that be? I wasn't expecting anyone. Answer the door, Dennis, will you?
Yes. Sounds as if Geoffrey has already done so.
Oh, Alice, we have a visitor.
Holmes, you shouldn't be up.
Good evening, Mrs. Markham. Hello, Watson.
Well, I'm delighted to see you, Mr. Holmes. Though I understood from your friend that you'd be in the hospital for several days.
The constitution of an ox and the obstinacy of a mule, two characteristics of mine, have combined in making possible an early departure from the hospital. How do you do, Mr. Romney? I think I've seen you at the theatre. My name is Sherlock Holmes.
How do you do, sir?
You'll stay to supper, I hope.
If it's not inconvenient, Mrs. Markham.
Of course it isn't. I'll go in and arrange for it.
Upon my soul, Holmes, I'm glad to see you.
And are you, old fellow? Let's take a stroll on the terrace, shall we? It's rather warm inside this evening.
You can go out through the French windows.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Markham.
Holmes, are you quite sure that you're well enough to go walking about?
Of course I am. You must tell me, Watson, what the latest developments are. In the meantime, I myself have not been idle. Yes, Watson, I think our stage is set, and I have a feeling that I may contribute to a rather dramatic last act curtain.
A delightful meal, Mrs. Markham.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. Mr. Holmes, you're not eating very much.
My appetite is a trifle jaded. The mental fencing that we have indulged in during the meal has been somewhat disturbing.
I don't understand you.
Oh, come now, madam. I know that you were once Mrs. Dangerfield, and you know that I know it. Why keep up the pretense any longer?
Very well, Mr. Holmes. But we needn't converse in lowered voices. I'm sure that you've told Dr. Watson whatever there is to know, and perhaps more.
I admire your courage, madam.
Geoffrey, Dennis.
Yes, sir.
I want you to listen to this. Mr. Sherlock Holmes knows that I was once Mrs. Dangerfield. He's apparently under the impression that this is a dark secret of mine. Mr. Holmes, Geoffrey knew and loved me before I ever married Mr. Dangerfield.
Of course I did, Holmes.
He stood by me during the horrible trial after my first husband's death. And I told Dennis about the whole miserable business months ago. So I really don't see that you've uncovered any great secret.
Not yet, Mrs. Markham, but I have a feeling that it's only a matter of moments.
So you haven't got any secrets from Dennis either, eh?
There's no need to shout, Geoffrey.
And there's no need for Dennis to be in my house. Get out, Romney, and stay out. This business between you and Alice has gone far enough.
I'll go when Alice tells me to.
Well, if you won't go, then I'm not going to sit here. I'm going upstairs.
You're shaking like a leaf, sir. You've got a fever. Don't you think you'd better go to bed?
Mind your own business and leave me alone.
Mrs. Markham, I really think you should persuade your husband to go upstairs and lie down.
Don't worry, Mr. Holmes. I know how to handle him. I'll take him up. Put an arm around my shoulder, Geoffrey. Come along.
We should follow them, Holmes. They have to pass that crumbling banister on the landing. With him in that state, she might try to...
What are you suggesting, Doctor? Come and watch, both of you. We can observe them both from the foot of the stairs here.
They're on the landing. She's on the outside. Look. Markham stumbled against her. He's pushed her against the railings. Look out!
Geoffrey, be careful!
Come on, up the stairs.
Alice, are you all right?
Yes, but Geoffrey tried to push me through the railing.
That's a lie.
No, it isn't, sir. The three of us were watching you from below.
But the railing held. I don't understand.
I can explain that, Watson. This afternoon, while you were all at your picnic, I came here with a local carpenter. You had informed me, old fellow, that it was the maid's day off, and I took the liberty of reinforcing that decaying woodwork.
What the blazes do you think you've been up to, Holmes?
Preventing murder, sir, and finding the true solution to the Dangerfield case.
What do you mean, Mr. Holmes? The true solution?
Surely it's obvious to you, Mrs. Markham. You have told us that your present husband loved you before you married Mr. Dangerfield. It was he who accidentally killed your uncle so that you might inherit a fortune. It was he who accidentally gave your first husband an overdose of arsenic. Arsenic that he obtained for the purpose of destroying butterflies.
Yes, and it was he who tried to send you to your death by pushing you through those railings. And all the time, Mrs. Markham, I thought that you were the potential murderer.
You fellows have got hold of the wrong end of the stick. All I've been trying to do is to conceal the fact that my wife was a murderess.
Geoffrey, how can you say that?
Markham, if you were a
Just a
younger
moment,
man...
Mr. Romney. I'm not through with him yet.
This talk is all very dramatic, Mr. Holmes, but I wonder how you're going to be able to prove
Dr.
anything.
Watson, Mr. Romney, and I will testify to the attempt that you've just made on Mrs. Markham's life.
Yes, and what about the attempt on your life, Holmes? Obviously, it was Markham who fired at you in the woods.
But my wife has already admitted firing the shot.
True, sir. But 2 shots were fired. The one that your wife fired, we found in the tree. The one that you fired was extracted from my shoulder in the hospital.
Then the 2 shots were fired simultaneously.
You remember, Watson, that I commented at the time on a curious echo. Mrs. Markham told us that her arm was jolted as she pulled the trigger. That was when the other rifle was fired. Mr. Markham didn't want me on the scene when he staged his latest accident, and so he tried to kill me.
What kind of a devil have I been living with all these years?
I think I'm going to kill you, Markham.
Don't come near me. Keep him away from me.
Leave him to the law courts, Mr. Romney. British justice may be slow, as indeed it was in the Dangerfield case, but in the long run, it is sure. You'll find that out, Mr. Markham, on the gallows.
Well, tell me, Doctor, did Mr. Markham finally end on the gallows?
Yes, he did. And it might interest you to know that Mrs. Markham and Dennis Romney were married. A nice chap and a fine actor, that boy.
Maybe that's what I should have been. An actor. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether it is noble in the mind to suffer. Well, what's the matter, Doctor? Don't you like it?
The words are beautiful, but your delivery of them...
Not good, huh?
No, not good, Mr. Bartell.
Okay. I'd rather talk about Petri wine anyway. Now, there's something to really talk about. Petri wine. A wine with generations of winemaking behind it. That's a fact, you know. The Petri family started making Petri wine generations ago. Way back in the 1800s. So they've had the time to develop the art of winemaking, and they've been able to hand down that art from father to son, from father to son. Yes, the Petri family really knows how to turn luscious, sun-ripened California grapes into clear, fragrant, delicious wine. And those letters, P-E-T-R-I, on the bottle, are the personal assurance of the Petri family that every drop of Petri wine is good wine. It's got to be. Because don't forget, Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes story are you going to tell us next week?
Well, I'll never see you next week, Mr. Bartell. I'm going to tell you an exciting adventure Holmes and I had in North Africa. It begins at the headquarters of the Foreign Legion and ends with a strange death in the Cafe of 1,000 Sighs. I call the story Murder in the Casbah.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of Black Peter. Music is by Dean Fosler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. This program originated in the Paramount Theater in Hollywood for an audience of Victory Bond buyers. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Capital, my dear Watson. Let us return to our humble abode.
221B Baker Street, please, Cabby.
From London, we present A Study in Scarlet by Michael Hardwick, based on the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
Stanford, I found it. I found a reagent which is precipitated by hemoglobin and by nothing else. Dr. Watson, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. How are you? How do you do? You've been in Afghanistan, I perceive. How on earth do you know that, Mr. Holmes? Never mind.
It was many years ago, but I shall never forget that fateful meeting in the laboratory at Bart's Hospital. I was home from India, invalided out of the army, and looking for lodgings in keeping with my pension. Holmes had just found a suite of rooms at number 221B Baker Street and wanted someone to share them. I'd been warned he might prove a strange companion. And so he did. I became more and more curious about him. And, of course, he quickly noticed it.
I trust, Doctor, that these few weeks have not proved to you that I'm too difficult a fellow lodger after all.
Oh, far from it, Holmes. I don't mind admitting you puzzle me, though.
Puzzle you?
Well, the way you work like a fiend sometimes, and at others you lie on the sofa there, hardly uttering a word or moving a muscle from morning to night. And there's those curious visitors of yours. In one afternoon, a grey-headed, seedy fellow looking like a peddler, then an old white-haired gentleman, a fashionably dressed young girl, and a railway porter. And then that little sallow, rat-faced fellow, Lestrade, who's been here 3 times in a single week.
Well, I have a trade of my own. I suppose I'm the only one in the world. I'm a consulting detective.
Consulting detective?
Here in London, we have lots of government detectives and lots of private ones. When these fellows are at fault, they come to me, and I manage to put them on the right scent.
Oh.
Lestrade is a well-known detective. He got himself into a fog recently over a forgery case, and that was what brought him here.
I see. And these other people?
Oh, they're mostly sent on by private inquiry agencies. I listen to their story, they listen to my comments, and then I pocket my fee.
It's simple enough as you explain it. But, Holmes, I don't really think that... I say, that fellow down in the street, I wonder what he's looking for.
Oh, you mean the retired sergeant of Marines?
Oh, now that really is going too far.
Oh, well, we shall soon see. He's coming to our door. You know, the trouble is, Watson, that there are no crimes and no criminals these days. What's the use of having brains in our profession? I know well that I have it in me to make my name famous. No man lives or has ever lived who has brought the same amount of study and of natural talent to the detection of crime which I have done. And what's the result? There is no crime to detect. Or at most some bungling villainy with a motive so transparent that even a Scotland Yard official can see through it.
A person to see you, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Hudson. Come in.
Letter by hand for Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Thank you.
May I ask, my good man, what your trade may be?
A commissionaire, sir. Uniform away for repairs.
And you were...
Sergeant, sir. Royal Marine Light Infantry, sir.
No answer, Sergeant.
Very good, sir.
Good day, gentlemen.
Good day, Sergeant. Well, I'm blessed. Now, how in the world did you deduce that?
Why, even when he was down in the street, I could see a great blue anchor tattooed on the back of the fellow's hand. That's Mac to the sea. He had a military carriage, however, and regulation side whiskers. There we have the Marine. He was a man with some amount of self-importance and a certain air of command. You must have observed the way in which he held his head and swung his cane. A steady, respectable, middle-aged man, too, on the face of him. All facts which led me to believe that he had been a sergeant.
Wonderful.
Commonplace. But I said just now that there were no criminals.
What?
It appears that I'm wrong. Look at this.
What?
Would you mind reading it to me aloud?
What is that? Yes, certainly, yes. My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, there has been a bad business during the night at 3 Lauriston Gardens off the Brixton Road. A man on the beat saw a light there about 2 in the morning, and as the house was an empty one, suspected that something was amiss. He found the door open and in the front room discovered the body of a gentleman, well dressed and having cards in his pocket, bearing the name of Enoch J. Drebber, Cleveland, Ohio, USA. There had been no robbery, nor is there any evidence as to how the man met his death. There are marks of blood in the room, but there's no wound upon his person. We are at a loss as to how he came into the empty house. Indeed, the whole affair is a puzzler. If you can come round to the house any time before 12, you'll find me there. Yours faithfully, Tobias Gregson.
Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yarders. He and Lestrade are the pick of a bad lot. They have their knives into one another, too. They're as jealous as a pair of professional beauties. There'll be some fun over this case if they're both put upon the scent. Come on, get your hat.
You wish me to come?
Yes. If you have nothing better to do.
Oh, splendid.
Here you are, Kevin.
Thank you, Governor.
Well, I must say, you don't seem to be giving much thought to the matter in hand, and all that talk in the cab about Cremona fiddles and the difference between a Stradivarius and an Amati.
No data yet. It's a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence.
Well, you'll have your data soon. Aren't we going in?
All in good time, Watson. Let us first observe such important details as the roadway. Mm-hmm. The pavement. Mm-hmm. And the grass fringe. Ah, yes, that is interesting.
Mr. Holmes, it's very kind of you to come.
Inspector Gregson, this is my friend Dr. Watson.
How do you do? How do you do, son? I've had everything left untouched.
Except the pathway up to the house. Huh? If a herd of buffaloes had passed along, there couldn't be a greater mess. No doubt, however, you had drawn your own conclusions before you permitted this.
Well, I've had so much to do inside the house, Mr. Holmes. My colleague, Mr. Lestrade, is here. I've relied upon him to look after the path.
With two such men as yourself and Lestrade upon the ground, there will not be much for a third party to find out.
Oh, I think we've done all that can be done. It's a queer case, though, and, well, I know your taste for such things.
Did you come here in a cab, Gregson?
No, sir.
Did Lestrade?
No, sir.
Then let us go and look at the room.
Good morning, Mr. Holmes.
Good morning, Lestrade. I think you've met Dr. Watson.
Of course, at your rooms. Yes, how do you do? Well, this case will make a stir, sir. Beats anything I've seen, and I'm no chicken. You found no clue? None at all.
You're sure there's no wound? There are splashes of blood all over the place.
Do you want to examine the body, sir?
Yes, just a quick look, I think. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that seems to be all. Just a sniff at his lips. And a glance at the soles of his patent leather boots. Yeah. Well, I think I've seen everything I need to see. He's not been moved at all.
Well, no more than was necessary for the purposes of our examination.
Then you can take him to the mortuary. There's nothing more to be learned.
Right. Let's have the stretcher. Hello? What's that? Well, it's a ring. There's been a woman here. It's a woman's wedding ring. Well, this does complicate matters. Heaven knows they were complicated enough before.
You're sure it doesn't simplify them?
Simplify? All right, you can take him away. Yes, sir.
Come, Gregson. There's nothing to be learned by staring at the ring. What did you find in his pockets?
Gold watch and chain, gold ring with a Masonic device. Gold pin, bulldog's head with rubies as eyes. Cards of Enoch J. Drebber of Cleveland, corresponding with the EJD upon the linen. No purse, but loose money to the extent of £7.13. Oh, and 2 letters. One addressed to E.J. Drebber and one to Joseph Stangerson.
At what address?
American Exchange, Strand, to be left till called for. They are both from the Guion Steamship Company and refer to the sailing of their boats from Liverpool to New York.
Have you made any inquiries as to this man Stangerson?
I did at once, sir. I've had advertisements sent to all the newspapers, and one of my men has gone to the American Exchange, but he has not yet returned.
Have you sent to Cleveland?
We telegraphed this morning.
How did you word your inquiries?
We simply detailed the circumstances and said that we should be glad of any information that could help us.
You didn't ask for particulars on any point which appeared to you to be crucial.
I asked about Stangerson.
Nothing else? Is there no circumstance upon which this whole case appears to hinge? Will you not telegraph again?
I've said all I have to say, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Gregson, I have just made a discovery of the highest importance, and one which would have been overlooked had I not made a careful examination of the walls.
Oh, Mr. Lestrade? And what is it?
Look here, on this wall. Now, stand there. I'll strike a match. Look at that. What does it say? I can't quite see.
R-A-C-H-E. Rach?
What do you think of that? The murderer's written it with his or her own blood. You see this smear where it's trickled down the wall? That disposes of the idea of suicide anyhow. Why was that corner chosen to write it on? I'll tell you. You see that candle on the mantelpiece?
Yeah?
It was lit at the time, and if it was lit, this corner would be the brightest instead of the darkest portion of the wall.
What does it mean now that you have found it?
Why, it means that the writer was going to put the female name Rachel, but was disturbed before he or she had time to finish. You mark my words, when this case comes to be cleared up, you'll find that a woman named Rachel has something to do with it. All very well for you to laugh, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. You may be very smart and clever, but the old hound is the best when all's said and done.
Oh, I really beg your pardon, Lestrade. You certainly have the credit of being the first of us to find this out. And as you say, it bears every mark of having been written by the other participant in last night's mystery. I have not had time to examine this room yet, but with your permission I shall do so now. Now, where's my lens? There. I think that will do.
20 minutes that took you, Mr. Holmes. I could have spared you the trouble in 5.
They say that genius is an infinite capacity for taking pains. It's a very bad definition, but it does apply to detective work.
What do you think of it, sir?
Oh, it would be robbing you of the credit of the case if I were to presume to help you. You're doing so well now that it would be a pity for anyone to interfere. If you let me know how your investigations go, I shall be happy to give you any help I can. In the meantime, I should like to speak to the constable who found the body. Is he here?
Well, no, he's off duty now.
Then can you give me his name and address?
Oh, yes, sir. His name is John Rance. You'll find him at 46 Audley Court, Kennington Park Gate.
Kennington Park Gate. Thank you. Come along, Doctor. We shall go and look him up. Oh, gentlemen.
Yeah?
I'll tell you one thing which may help you in the case.
What's that, sir?
There has been murder done, and the murderer was a man. He was more than 6 feet high, was in the prime of life, had small feet for his height, wore coarse square-toed boots, and smoked a Trichinopoly cigar. He came here with his victim in a 4-wheeled cab, which was drawn by a horse with 3 old shoes and 1 new one on his off foreleg. In all probability, the murderer had a florid face, and the fingernails of his right hand were remarkably long. These are only a few indications, but they may assist you.
If this man was murdered, how was it done?
Poison. Oh, one other thing, Lestrade. Don't waste your time looking for Miss Rachel. Rache is the German for revenge. Come along, Doctor. I have a telegram to send.
I'm coming home.
Now that I've sent my telegram, we can go and see this Constable John Rance.
You amaze me, Holmes. Surely you're not as sure as you pretend to be of all those particulars you gave?
There's no room for a mistake. The very first thing which I observed on arriving there was that a cab had made 2 ruts with its wheels close to the curb. Now, up to last night, we've had no rain for a week, so that those wheels, which left such a deep impression, must have been there during the night. Since the cab was there after the rain began, and was not there at any time during the morning, I have Gregson's word for that. It follows that it must have been there during the night, and therefore that it brought those 2 individuals to the house.
Well, that seems simple enough, but how about the other man's height?
When a man writes on a wall, his instinct leads him to write about the level of his own eyes. Now, that writing was just over 6 feet from the ground. It was child's play.
And his age?
Well, if a man can stride 4.5 feet without the smallest effort, he can't be quite in the sere and yellow. That was the breadth of a puddle on the garden path which he had evidently walked across. Patent leather boots had gone round, and square toes had stepped over. There's no mystery about it at all. Is there anything else that puzzles you?
Well, the fingernails and the Trichinopoly cigar.
The writing on the wall was done with a man's forefinger dipped in blood. My glass allowed me to observe that the plaster was slightly scratched in doing it, which would not have been the case had the man's nail been trimmed. I gathered up some scattered ash from the floor. It was dark in color and flaky, such an ash as is only made by a Trichinopoly. I flatter myself that I can distinguish at a glance the ash of any known brand, either of cigar or of tobacco.
And the florid face, then?
Ah, that was a more daring shot. Though I've no doubt that I was right. You mustn't ask me that at the present state of the affair. There is much that is still obscure, though I've quite made up my mind on the main facts. As to poor Lestrade's discovery, it was simply a blind, intended to put the police upon a wrong track by suggesting socialism and secret societies. It was not done by a German. Oh. If you notice, the A was printed somewhat after the German fashion. Now, a real German invariably prints in the Latin character, so that we may safely say that this was not written by one, but by a clumsy imitator who overdid his part. Oh, no. It was simply a ruse to divert inquiry into a wrong channel. I'm not going to tell you much more of the case, Doctor. You know, a conjurer gets no credit when once he's explained his trick. And if I show you too much of my method of working, you'll come to the conclusion that I'm a very ordinary individual after all.
Oh, I shall never do that. You have brought detection as near to an exact science as it ever will be brought in this world.
I'll tell you one other thing. Patent leathers and square toes came in the same cab. And they walked down the pathway together as friendly as possible, arm in all probability. When they got inside, they walked up and down the room. Or rather, Patent Leather stood still while Square Toes walked up and down. I could read all that in the dust, and I could read that as he walked, he grew more and more excited. That's shown by the increased length of his strides. He was talking all the while and working himself up, no doubt, into a fury.
Yes.
Then the tragedy occurred. Well, I've told you all I know myself. For the rest is mere surmise and conjecture. We have a good working basis, however, on which to start. And now we must hurry, for I particularly want to visit Constable Rance in Kennington. Let's go find a cab.
Yes, what is it?
You are Constable John Rance?
What are we do wants to know?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. Inspector Lestrade said I could find you here. It's about the business at Lauriston Gardens, Brixton Road.
I made my report at the office. Can't a man get a bit of rest when he's off duty?
We thought that we should like to hear it all from your own lips.
Oh, well, I shall be most happy to tell you anything I can, sir. Come in, gents.
Thank you.
Sit you down on the sofa, gents. Now, what was it?
Just let us hear it all in your own way as it occurred, please.
Very well. Well, my time is from 10 at night till 6 in the morning. At 1 o'clock it began to rain. And I met Harry Murcher, who has the Holland Grove bin. We stood together at the corner of Henrietta Street a-talking. Well, presently, maybe about 2, a little after, I thought I'd take a look around and see that all was right down the Brixton Road. I was strolling down, thinking between ourselves how uncommon handy a 4 gin hot would be, when suddenly the glint of a light caught my eye in the window of that same house. Now, I knew that them 2 houses in Lauriston Garden was empty. On account of him that owns them won't have the drains seen to, though the very last tenant that lived in one of them died of typhoid fever. So, I was knocked all in a heap, but seen a light in the window, and I suspected that something was wrong. When I got up to the door, all was quiet inside, so I went into the room where the light was a-burning. There was a candle flickering on the mantelpiece, a red wax one. By its light, I saw...
Yes, I know all that you saw. You walked round the room several times, and you knelt down by the body, and then you walked through and tried the kitchen door, and then...
Where was you hid to see all that? Seems to me that you knows a good deal more than you should.
Here's my card. No, don't get arresting me for the murder. I'm one of the hounds, not the wolf. Mr. Gregson or Mr. Lestrade will answer to that. Go on, though. What did you do next?
Went back to the gate and sounded my whistle. That brought Murcher and 2 more to the spot.
Was the street empty then?
Well, was as far as anybody that could be of any good goes.
What do you mean?
I've seen many a drunk chap in my time. I've never seen anyone so drunk as that coat. He was at the gate when I come out, leaning up against the railings, and I was singing at the pitch of his lungs about Columbine's newfangled banner, some such stuff. He couldn't stand while herself.
What sort of a man was he?
No common drunk sort of man. He'd have found himself at the station if we hadn't been so took up.
His face, his dress, didn't you notice them?
Oh, I should think I did notice them, seeing that I had to prop him up, me and Murcher between us.
He was a long chap, a red face, the lower part muffled round.
That'll do. What became of him?
Well, you'd have to do without looking after him. I'll wager he found his way home all right.
How was he dressed?
Brown overcoat.
Had he a whip in his hand?
A whip? No.
He must have left it behind. You didn't happen to see or hear a cab after that?
No.
Well, there's half a sovereign for you.
Oh. Oh, thank you, sir.
I'm afraid, Rance, that you will never rise in the force.
Oh?
That head of yours should be for use as well as ornament. You might have gained your sergeant's stripes last night. The man whom you held in your hands is the man who holds the clue to this mystery and whom we are seeking.
But I tell
There's no use arguing about it now. I tell you that it is so. Come along, Doctor. Two to 1B Baker Street, Betty.
Right now, guard.
The blundering fool. Just to think of his having such an incomparable bit of good luck and not taking advantage of it.
Holmes, I'm rather in the dark still. It's true that the description of this man tallies with your idea of the second part in this mystery. But why should he come back to the house after leaving it?
The ring, man, the ring. That was what he came back for. If we have no other way of catching him, we can always bait our line with the ring. I shall have him, Doctor. I lay you 2 to 1 that I have him. I must thank you for it all. Me? I might not have gone but for you. And so have missed the finest study I ever came across. A study in scarlet, eh? Yeah, why shouldn't we use a little art jargon? There's the scarlet thread of murder running through the colorless skein of life. And our duty is to unravel it and isolate it and expose every inch of it. Watson, what's the matter? You're not looking quite yourself. This Brixton Road affair has upset you.
Well, to tell the truth, it has. I ought to be more case-hardened out of my Afghan experiences. I saw my own comrades hacked to pieces at my wand without losing my nerve, but I've gone over this business again and again this afternoon, till I dozed off, that is.
I can understand. There's a mystery about this which stimulates the imagination. Where there's no imagination, there's no horror. Have you seen the evening paper?
No.
Gives a fairly good account of the affair. It doesn't mention the fact that when the man was raised up on the stretcher, a woman's wedding ring fell upon the floor. Oh. It's just as well it doesn't.
Why?
Look at this advertisement. What? I had one sent to every paper this morning immediately after the affair.
Where?
In the found column.
Ah, yes. In Brixton Road this morning, a plain gold wedding ring found in the roadway between the White Hart Tavern and Holland Grove. Apply Dr. Watson, 221B Baker Street, between 8 and 9 this evening. Oh.
Excuse my using your name. If I used my own, some of these dunderheads would recognize it and want to meddle in the affair.
Oh, that's all right, but supposing anyone applies, I've no ring.
Oh, yes, you have.
Huh?
Here you are. This is almost a facsimile.
I say. But who do you expect will answer this advertisement?
Why, the man in the brown coat. Our florid friend with the square toes. If he doesn't come himself, he'll send an accomplice.
Wouldn't he consider it too dangerous?
Not at all. If my view of the case is correct, and I have every reason to believe that it is, this man would rather risk anything than lose the ring. According to my notion, he dropped it while stooping over Drebber's body and didn't miss it at the time. After leaving the house, he discovered his loss and hurried back, but found the police already in possession owing to his own folly in leaving the candle burning. He had to pretend to be drunk in order to allay the suspicions which might have been aroused by his appearance at the gate.
I see.
Now, put yourself in that man's place. On thinking the matter over, it must have occurred to him that it was possible that he had lost the ring in the road after leaving the house. What would he do then? He would eagerly look out for the evening papers in the hope of seeing it among the articles found. Yes. His eye, of course, would light upon this. He'd be overjoyed. Why should he fear a trap? There'd be no reason in his eyes why the finding of the ring should be connected with the murder. No. He would come. He will come. You shall see him within the hour.
And then?
Oh, you can leave me to deal with him then. By the way, have you any firearms?
Oh, I have my old service revolver and a few cartridges.
You'd better clean it and load it. He'll be a desperate man. And though I shall take him unawares, it's as well to be ready for anything.
Very well, then. I'll do it as soon as we've had dinner. A study in scarlet was how my friend Mr. Sherlock Holmes had described our investigation into the murder of the American Enoch J. Drebber in an empty house near the Brixton Road. Certainly, my mind kept returning to the scarlet of that blood in which some unknown finger had dipped to write on a wall above the dead man the one word Rache, the German for revenge. Revenge for what? And by whom? So I mused as I cleaned my old service revolver and waited with Holmes for the arrival of a claimant to the woman's wedding ring which had been found near the body. Well, the old pistol seems none the worse for lying idle.
The plot thickens, Watson. I've just had an answer to the telegram I sent to America after we left Lauriston Gardens. My view of the case is the correct one.
And that is?
Oh, my fiddle would be the better for new strings. Put your pistol in your pocket.
Very good.
When the fellow comes, speak to him in an ordinary way. Leave the rest to me. Don't frighten him by looking at him too hard. He'll probably be here in a few minutes. Now, open the door slightly.
Very well.
That will do. Now, put the key on the inside. Here comes our man, I think. Quickly with the key.
All right, very good.
Now, listen.
Come in. Yes, my good woman.
It's, this has brought me, good gentleman, here in the paper, a gold wedding ring in the Brixton Road. It belongs to my girl, Sally, as was married only this time 12 months, of which her husband is steward aboard a union boat. And what he'd say if he come home and found her without her ring is more than I can think, he being short enough at the best of times, but more especially when he has the drink. If it please you, she went to the circus last night along with...
Is that her ring?
Ah, the Lord be thanked. Sally will be a glad woman this night.
And what may your address be?
13 Duncan Street, Houndsditch. There's a weary way from here.
The Brixton Road doesn't lie between any circus and Houndsditch.
The gentleman asked me for my address. Sally lives in lodgings at 3 Mayfield Place, Peckham.
And your name is...
My name is Sawyer. Hers is Dennis, which Tom Dennis married her, and a smart, clean lad, too, as long as he's at sea, and no steward in the company more thought of. But when on shore, what with the women and the liquor shops...
Holmes,
give it to her.
Here's your ring, Mrs. Sawyer. It clearly belongs to your daughter, and I'm glad to be able to restore it to the rightful owner.
If he could have come home and found her without it, I don't know what he might have done. Thank you, good gentleman. Oh, my poor Sally, what will she say?
Good night to you, Mrs. Sawyer.
Good night to you, sir.
I'll follow her. She must be an accomplice. She'll lead me to it. Wait up for me, Watson. I wouldn't have the Scotland Yarders know it for the world, Watson.
Well,
they'd never let me hear the end of it.
What is it, Holmes? Where have you been? It's just gone midnight.
Oh, I don't mind telling a story against myself. That creature had gone a little way when she hailed a four-wheeler which was passing.
Yeah.
I managed to be close to her so as to hear the address. But I needn't have been so anxious, for she sang it out loud enough for it to be heard at the other side of the street.
Drive to 13 Duncan Street, Houndsditch,
she cried. This begins to look genuine, I thought. And having seen her safely inside, I perched myself behind.
You perched yourself?
Huh? Oh, that's an art which every detective should be an expert at. Well, away we rattled and never drew rein until we reached the street in question. I hopped off before we came to the door and strolled down the street in an easy, lounging way. I saw the cab pull up. The driver jumped down, and I saw him open the door and stand expectantly. Nothing came out, though. What? When I reached him, he was groping about frantically in the empty cabin, giving vent to the finest assorted collection of oaths that I ever listened to. There was no sign or trace of his passenger, and I fear it'll be some time before he gets his fare. On inquiring at number 13, we found that no one of the name either of Sawyer or Dennis had ever been heard of there.
But you don't mean to say that tottering, feeble old woman was able to get out of the cab while it was in motion without either you or the driver seeing her?
Old woman be damned. We were the old women to be so taken in. He must have been a young man, and an active one, too, besides being an incomparable actor. The get-up was inimitable.
Yes.
He saw that he was followed, no doubt, and used this means of giving me the slip. It shows that the man we're after is not as lonely as I imagined he was, but has friends who are ready to risk something for him. Now, Doctor, you're looking done up. As you say, it's gone midnight. Take my advice and turn in.
Yes, I think I will. You turning in, too?
Oh, not yet a while, I fear. This smouldering fire and my violin will keep me company long into the watches of the night, I fancy.
Good night.
There's a strange problem still to unravel. A very strange problem indeed.
Well, Holmes, the papers are suddenly full of it today. The Brixton Mystery, they're calling it.
Oh, but have they anything useful to tell us?
Well, as far as I can see, most of them are concentrating on the victim's German name.
That won't get us far.
Wait a minute. This must be a later edition. They've identified the man.
Have they, indeed? Well, in that case, my dear Watson, pray post me up while I demolish this fourth egg.
Oh, very well, Holmes. The deceased was an American gentleman who'd been residing for some weeks in the metropolis. He'd stayed at the boarding house of Madame Charpentier in Torquay Terrace, Camberwell. He was accompanied in his travels by his private secretary, Mr. Joseph Stangerson. The two bade adieu to their landlady upon Tuesday the 4th inst. And departed to Euston Station with the avowed intention of catching the Liverpool Express. They were afterwards seen together upon the platform. Nothing more is known of them until Mr. Drebber's body was, as recorded, discovered in an empty house in the Brixton Road, many miles from Euston. How he came there, or how... Oh, continued on page 4, column 3. There you are. He met his fate are questions which are still involved in mystery. Nothing is known of the whereabouts of Stangerson. We're glad to learn that Mr. Lestrade and Mr. Gregson of Scotland Yard are both engaged upon the case, and it is confidently anticipated that these well-known officers will speedily throw light upon the matter.
I told you that whatever happened to Lestrade and Gregson will be sure to score.
That depends on how it turns out.
Oh, bless you, it doesn't matter in the least. If the man is caught, it'll be on account of their exertions. If he escapes, it'll be in spite of their exertions. It's heads I win and tails you lose.
What on earth is that?
Huh? It's the Baker Street Division of the Detective Police Force.
The what?
Attention! Come along now, get into line quickly. In future, you will send up Wiggins alone to report, and the rest of you must wait in the street. Now, have you found it, Wiggins?
No, sir, we ain't.
I hardly expected you would. You must keep on until you do, though. Well, here are your wages. Now, off you go, and come back with a better report next time.
Yes, sir. Come on, all of you. Double march.
Now, Holmes, what on earth?
There's more work to be got out of one of those little beggars than out of a dozen of the force. The mere sight of an official-looking person seals men's lips. These youngsters, however, go everywhere and see everything. They're as sharp as needles, too. All they want is organization.
Are you employing them on this Brixton case, then?
Yes. There's a point which I wish to ascertain. It's merely a matter of time. Mm-hmm. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Come in.
Mr. Holmes, congratulate me. I mean, the whole thing is clear as day.
You mean that you were on the right track?
The right track? Why, we have the man under lock and key.
And his name is?
Arthur Charpentier, sub-lieutenant in Her Majesty's Navy.
Well, take a seat and try one of these cigars. We're anxious to know how you managed it.
The fun of it is that fool Lestrade, who thinks himself so smart, has gone off upon the wrong track altogether. He's after the secretary, Stangerson, who had no more to do with the crime than the babe unborn.
And how did you get your clue, Gregson?
Well, the first difficulty which we had to contend with was finding this American's antecedents. Some people would have waited until their advertisements were answered, or until parties came forward and volunteered information. But that's not Tobias Gregson's way of going to work. You remember the hat beside the dead man?
Yes, by John Underwood and Sons, 129 Camberwell Road.
Oh, I'd no idea you'd noticed that. Well, anyway, my belief is you should never neglect a chance, however small it may seem.
To a great mind, nothing is little.
Quite. Quite, yes. Well, I went to Underwood and asked him if he'd sold a hat of that size and description. He looked over his books and came on it at once. He had sent a hat to Mr. Drebber, residing at Charpentier's boarding establishment, Torquay Terrace. Thus I got at his address.
Smart. Very smart.
I next called upon Madame Charpentier. I found her very pale and distressed. Her daughter was in the room, too, an uncommonly fine girl she is, I may add. She was looking red about the eyes, and her lips trembled as I spoke to her. That didn't escape my notice. You know the feeling, Mr. Holmes, when you come upon the right scent, a kind of thrill in your nerves. Before I even started to question them, I felt that these people knew something about the matter. Now, ladies, have you heard of the mysterious death of your late boarder, Mr. Enoch J. Drebber of Cleveland?
Oh, there, now, dear. Yes, sir, we have heard about it.
At what o'clock did Mr. Drebber leave your house for the train?
At 8 o'clock. His secretary, Mr. Sanderson, said there were 2 trains, one at 9:15 and one at 11. He was to catch the first.
And that was the last you saw of him? Madam, I asked whether it was the last you saw of him.
Yes, it was.
Oh, Mother, no good can ever come of falsehood. We did see Mr. Drebber again, sir.
God forgive you. You've murdered your brother.
But Arthur would rather we spoke the truth.
You'd best tell me all about it. Half confidences are worse than none. Besides, you don't know how much we know already.
Oh, on your head be it, Alice. Perhaps you'd better leave us together.
Yes, Mother.
Now, sir, I had no intention of telling you all this, but since my poor daughter disclosed it, I've no alternative. Having once decided to speak, I will tell you all without omitting any particular.
It's your wisest course, madam.
Mr. Drebber had been with us nearly 3 weeks. He and his secretary, Mr. Stangerson, had been traveling on the continent.
Yes.
Mr. Stangerson was a quiet, reserved man. Oh, but his employer, I'm sorry to say, was far otherwise. He was coarse in his habits and brutish in his ways.
How so?
But the very night of his arrival, he became very much the worse for drink, and indeed, after 12 o'clock in the daytime, he could hardly ever be said to be sober. But his manner towards the maidservant was disgustingly free and familiar. And worst of all, he assumed the same attitude towards my daughter and spoke to her more than once in a way which, fortunately, she's too innocent to understand. But on one occasion, he actually seized her in his arms and embraced her. Oh, his own secretary reproached him for it.
But why did you stand all this? I suppose you can get rid of your boarders when you wish.
Would to God I'd given him notice on the very day he came. But it was a sore temptation. They were paying £1 a day each, and this is the slack season, and I am a widow, and my boy in the Navy has cost me much. I acted for the best. This last was too much, however, and I gave him notice to leave on account of it.
I see.
Oh, my heart grew light as I saw him drive away. My son is on leave just now, but I did not tell him anything of all this. His temper is violent, and he's passionately fond of his sister. Well, when I closed the door behind them, a load seemed to be lifted from my mind.
Yeah.
Alas, in less than an hour, there was a ring at the bell, and I learned that Mr. Drebber had returned. He was the worse for drink. He forced his way into the room where I was sitting with my daughter and made some incoherent remark about having missed his train. He then turned to Alice and before my very face proposed to her that she should fly with him. You are of age, he said, and there's no law to stop you. I have money and enough to spare. Never mind the old girl here, but come along with me now straight away. You shall live like a princess.
Go on.
Well, poor Alice was so frightened that she shrank away from him. But he caught her by the wrist. Well, I screamed, and at that moment my son Arthur came into the room. What happened then? I do not know. I heard oaths and confused sounds of a scuffle. I was too terrified to raise my head. And when I did look up, I saw Arthur standing in the doorway laughing with a stick in his hand. I don't think that fine fellow will trouble us again, he said. I will just go after him and see what he does with himself. And with those words, he took his hat and started off down the street. The next morning, we heard of Mr. Drebber's mysterious death.
Madame Charpentier, at what hour did your son return?
I do not know. He has a latchkey and he let himself in.
After you went to bed?
Yes.
When did you go to bed?
About 11.
So your son was gone at least 2 hours?
Yes.
Possibly 4 or 5?
Yes.
What was he doing during that time?
I do not know, sir. I do not know.
After that, there was nothing more to be done. I found out where Lieutenant Charpentier was and arrested him. When I touched him on the shoulder and warned him to come quietly with us, he answered us as bold as brass, "I suppose you are arresting me for being concerned in the death of that scoundrel Drebber." We said nothing to him about it, so that his alluding to it had a most suspicious aspect.
Very.
He still carried the heavy stick which the mother described as having with him when he followed Drebber.
What's your theory then, Inspector Gregson?
Well, Mr. Holmes, my theory is that he followed Drebber as far as the Brixton Road. When there, some occasion arose between them, and in the course of which Drebber received a blow from the stick in the pit of the stomach, perhaps, which killed him without leaving any mark. The night was so wet that no one was about, so Charpentier dragged the body of his victim into the empty house. As to the candle and the blood and the writing on the wall and the ring, they may all have been so many tricks to throw the police onto the wrong scent.
Well done. Really, Gregson, you're getting along. We shall make something of you yet.
Well, I flatter myself that I've managed it rather neatly. The young man volunteered a statement in which he said that after following Drebber for some time, the latter perceived him and took a cab in order to get away from him. On his way home, Charpentier met an old shipmate and took a long walk with him. On being asked where this old shipmate lived, he was unable to give any satisfactory reply. Yes, I think the whole case fits together uncommonly well. What amuses me is to think of Lestrade, who had started off upon the wrong scent. I'm afraid he won't make much of it.
Why, by Jove, here's the very man himself. Come in, Inspector Lestrade.
Oh, so you're here, Gregson. I suppose, Lestrade, you've come to consult Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Ask him what move to make next, eh?
Well, I don't mind admitting this is a most extraordinary case, most incomprehensible affair.
Ah, you find it so? I thought you'd come to that conclusion. Have you managed to land the secretary, Mr. Joseph Stangerson?
I've just come from Stangerson's room.
We've been hearing Gregson's view of the matter. Would you mind letting us know what you have done, Lestrade?
No, Mr. Holmes, no objections at all. I freely confess that I was of the opinion that Stangerson was concerned in the death of Drebber.
Was?
A fresh development has shown me that I was completely mistaken.
Well, well.
I fancy we'd better take the events in their sequence.
Very well. Full of the one idea, I set myself to discover what had become of the secretary. He and Drebber had been seen together at Euston Station about 8:30 on the evening of the 3rd. At 2 in the morning of the 4th, Drebber had been found murdered in the house off Brixton Road. The question which confronted me was to find out how Stangerson had been employed between 8:30 and the time of the crime, and what had become of him afterwards. I telegraphed to Liverpool, giving a description of the man and warning them to keep a watch upon the American boats. I then set to work calling upon all the hotels and lodging houses in the vicinity of Euston. You see, I argued that if Drebber and his companion had become separated that evening, the natural course for Stangerson would be to put up somewhere in the vicinity for the night, then to hang about the station again next morning to look out for his employer.
They'd be likely to agree on some meeting place beforehand.
So it proved. I spent the whole of yesterday evening making inquiries entirely without avail. This morning I began very early, and at 8 o'clock I reached Halliday's private hotel in Little George Street.
Good morning, sir. Can I help you?
Yes, I'd like to know whether Mr. Stangerson is living here.
Oh, certainly, sir. No doubt you're the gentleman he was expecting. He's been waiting here for a gentleman for 2 days.
Yes. Where is he now?
He's upstairs in bed. He wished to be called at 9.
Well, I'll go up and see him at once, then.
Yes, sir. The Boots will take you. Boots?
Yes? Morning, sir.
Take this gentleman up to Mr. Stangerson's room.
Yes. Would you follow me, sir? There's his room, sir, just along here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Oh. Cool. What's that? It looks like blood. Coming from under his door.
Oh, you're right.
It's locked, sir.
Well, stand out of the way while I put the shoulders wet.
Yeah, but, sir,
Get back.
I can't stay in here. Let me pass, Count. Let me pass.
Stangerson has been stabbed to the heart. Dead for some time. He bled profusely. But now comes the strangest part of the affair, Mr. Holmes. What do you suppose was on the wall?
The word Rache, written in letters of blood.
Well, that was it.
Great heavens. Get on with the details, Lestrade.
Well, the murderer was seen. A milk boy happened to walk down the lane at the back of the hotel. He noticed that a ladder, which usually lay there, was raised against one of the windows on the second floor, which was wide open. He looked back and saw a man descend the ladder. He came down so openly that the lad imagined him to be some carpenter or joiner at work. Took no notice beyond thinking it was early for anyone like that to be at work. And he has an impression that the man was tall, had a reddish face, and was dressed in a long brownish coat.
Did you find anything in the room which could furnish a clue to the murderer?
Nothing. Stangerson had 80-odd pounds in his pocket. Whatever the motive for these two crimes, it certainly wasn't robbery. There were no papers in the pockets, except a telegram, dated from Cleveland about a month ago, containing the words, J.H. is in Europe. There was no sender's name.
And there was nothing else?
Nothing of any importance. His pipe was on the chair beside the bed. There was a glass of water on the table. And on the windowsill, a small chip ointment box containing a couple of pills.
What? At last!
What's that, Mr. Holmes?
The last link. My case is complete.
Oh, just what do you mean, Mr. Holmes?
I have now in my hands all the threads which have formed such a tangle. There are, of course, details to be filled in, but I'm as certain of all the main facts from the time that Drebber parted from Stangerson at the station after the discovery of Stangerson's body as if I'd seen them with my own eyes. I'll give you proof of my knowledge. Could you lay your hand upon it?
Yes, I have them here. Don't attach any importance to them, though.
Let me see them. Doctor, are those ordinary pills?
No, they're certainly not. Pearly grey colour, small, round, and, let's see. Yes, almost transparent against the light. From their lightness and transparency, I should imagine they're soluble in water.
Precisely, sir. Now, would you mind going down and fetching that poor little devil of a terrier, which has been bad so long, and which the landlady wanted you to put out of its pain yesterday?
Oh, yes, very well, Holmes. What are you going to do, Mr. Holmes?
I will now cut one of these pills in two. One half we return into the box for future purposes. The other half I will place in this wine glass. If you'd be kind enough to pass me the carafe, Lestrade.
Yes, here you are.
Thank you. Now then, I pour into the glass a teaspoonful of water. Ah. You perceive that our friend the doctor is right. The pill readily dissolves. I shall now add a little milk to make the mixture palatable.
Here he is, poor old chap. Long past his allotted span, I'm afraid.
Put him down on a cushion while I transfer this mixture to a saucer.
Right.
Now, poor old boy, here's a little drink for you.
Well?
It can't be a coincidence. The very pills which I suspected in the case of Drebber are actually found after the death of Stangerson, and yet they're inert. What can it mean? Oh, surely my whole chain of reasoning cannot have been false. No, it's impossible. And yet this wretched dog is none the worse.
Well, if you ask me...
Wait. I have it. Where's that other pill?
Yeah, well...
Cut it in two for me while I get more milk and water ready.
Done.
Now, in it goes.
You mean you're going to try again?
Precisely. Now, boy, try another saucer. Poor old chap.
It worked.
I should have had more faith. I ought to know by this time that when a fact appears to be opposed to a long train of deductions, it invariably proves to be capable of bearing some other interpretation. Of the two pills in that box, one was of the most deadly poison and the other was entirely harmless. I ought to have known that before ever I saw the box at all.
Well, I don't like saying it in front of you, Gregson, but I'm right out of my depth. I really am.
You're not alone, Lestrade. Now, look here, Mr. Holmes. We want something more than mere theory and preaching now. It's a case of taking the man. I made my case out, and it seems that I was wrong. Young Charpentier is locked up and couldn't have been engaged in this second affair. Lestrade went after his man, Stangerson, and it appears that he's wrong, too. Now, can you name the man who did it?
Can't help feeling that Gregson's right, sir.
Holmes, if I may say so, any delay in arresting the murderer might give him time to perpetrate some fresh atrocity.
There'll be no more murders. You've asked me if I know the name of the murderer. I do.
What?
The mere knowing of his name is a small thing, however, compared with the power of laying our hands upon him. This I expect very shortly to do.
But how?
I have good hopes of managing it through my own arrangements, but it's a thing which needs delicate handling. We have a shrewd and desperate man to deal with. As long as this man has no idea that anyone can have a clue, there's some chance of securing him. But if he has the slightest suspicion, he'd change his name and vanish in an instant among the 4 million inhabitants of this great city. Without meaning to hurt either of your feelings, I'm bound to say that I consider him to be more than a match for the official force. And that is why I have not asked your assistance.
Now, look here.
If I fail, I shall, of course, incur all the blame due to this omission. But that I'm prepared for. At present, I'm ready to promise that the instant I can communicate with you without endangering my own arrangements, I shall do so.
Well, I don't know about that.
Would you?
Sir, please, sir.
What? Yes, Wiggins?
I've got the cab downstairs, sir.
Good boy. Lestrade, Gregson.
Yes?
Why don't you introduce this pattern of handcuffs at Scotland Yard? You see how beautifully the spring works? They fasten in an instant.
The old pattern's good enough if we can only find a man to put them on.
Yeah.
Very good, very good. The cabman may as well help me with my boxes. Just ask him to step up, Wiggins.
Yes, sir.
Holmes, you never said anything about setting out on a journey.
Nor I did, Watson. However, I must just get this small portmanteau ready.
What is this, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, Holmes, I really think you ought to...
Oh, it's not been used for so long. These buckles are dreadfully difficult.
Here, let me help you.
No, the cabman can do it. Ah, there you are, my good man.
Yes, Governor.
Just give me a hand with this buckle, if you please.
All right.
What's
Gentlemen, let me introduce you to Mr. Jefferson Hope, the murderer of Enoch Drebber and Joseph Stangerson. We have his cab. It will serve to take him to Scotland Yard.
Jefferson Hope, I think, Mr. Lestrade, in view of my seniority of service.
Oh, very well.
Jefferson Hope, I arrest you in the Queen's name for the murders of Enoch Drebber and Joseph Stangerson. And I must caution you that anything you say will be taken down and may be put in evidence.
I've got a good deal to say. I want to tell you gentlemen all about it. If there's a vacant place for a chief of the police, I reckon you're the man for it, sir.
Never mind about that.
Oh, no, I mean it. The way you kept on my trail was a caution.
Well, hadn't you better reserve that for your trial?
I may never be tried.
Well, look here.
You needn't look so startled. It isn't suicide I'm thinking of. You're a doctor, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Then put your hand here, on my chest.
Well, as you wish.
Well?
Why, this man has an aortic aneurysm.
Yes, that's what they call it. I went to a doctor last week about it, and he told me it is bound to burst before many days have passed. has been getting worse for years. I got it from overexposure and underfeeding among the Salt Lake Mountains. I've done my work now, and I don't care how soon I go. But I should like to leave some account of the business behind me. I don't want to be remembered as a common murderer.
Dr. Watson. Yes, Inspector? Do you consider there is immediate danger? Most certainly there is. In that case, it's clearly our duty in the interest of justice to take his statement. Will you write it down, please, Mr. Lestrade? All right. I have cautioned you, and you are at liberty to give your account, which this officer will take down.
I understand. I'll sit down with your leave.
By all means.
Thank you. This aneurysm of mine makes me easily tired, and that tussle we had just now hasn't mended matters. I am on the brink of the grave, and I'm not likely to lie to you, gentlemen.
Right. I'm ready. Proceed, then.
It doesn't much matter to you why I hated those two men. It's enough that they were guilty of the death of two human beings, a father and a daughter, and that they had, therefore, forfeited their own lives. That girl was to have married me in America 20 years ago. She was forced into marrying that same Drebber and broke her heart over it. I took the marriage ring from her dead finger, and I vowed that his dying eyes should rest upon that very ring, and that his last thought should be of the crime for which he was punished. I have carried it about with me and followed him and his accomplice over 2 continents until I caught them. If I die tomorrow, as is likely enough, I die knowing that my work in this world is done, and well done.
Yes, get on.
When I got to London, my pocket was about empty, and I found that I must turn my hand to something for my living. Driving and riding are as natural to me as walking. So I applied at a cab owner's office and soon got employment. It was some time before I found out where my 2 gentlemen were living. They were at a boarding house at Camberwell, over on the other side of the river. I had grown my beard, and there was no chance of their recognizing me. Go where they would about London, I was always at their heels. At last, one evening, I was driving up and down Torquay Terrace when I saw a cab draw up at their door. Presently, some luggage was brought out. Time, Drebber and Stangerson followed it and drove off. I whipped up my horse and kept within sight of them, feeling very ill at ease, for I feared that they were going to shift their quarters. At Euston Station, they got out, and I left a boy to hold my horse and followed them onto the platform. I got near enough to hear what they were saying.
But I tell you, there isn't another Liverpool train for hours.
So who cares?
I care. The sooner we're on a train to Liverpool and getting out of here, the happier I'll be.
Well, Stangerson, we'll just have to wait, won't we? Now, come to think of it, I have a little business of my own to do. Now, if you'll just hang around here someplace, I'll go off and I'll join you later.
Like hell. You swore we'd always stick together. If you go, I'm going with you.
Well, you see, this little matter's kind of delicate. You'd be in the way.
Is that so? Well, either I go with you or we both stay here. You can take it or leave it, Rebel.
Look here, Stangerson. It's about time you remembered you're nothing more than a paid servant around here. Who the hell do you think you are trying to dictate to me?
I didn't mean it that way.
Well, that's how it sounded to me. Now, cut it out once and for all.
Okay, then. But look, supposing you're not back in time for the train. It's the last one tonight.
Oh, I'll be back here before 11. Tell you what, if I'm not, we'll meet up again at Halliday's Hotel. That suit you?
I guess it'll have to.
The moment for which I had waited so long had come at last. My plans were already formed. It chanced that some days before, a gentleman who had been looking over some empty houses off the Brixton Road had dropped a key of one of them in my carriage. How to get Drebber to that house was the problem. There was a hansom in front of mine, and he hailed it. I followed it for miles, until, to my astonishment, we found ourselves back in the terrace where he had boarded. I went on and pulled up my cab 100 yards or so from the house. He entered it, and his hansom drove away. Well, I waited for a quarter of an hour or more, when suddenly there came a noise like people struggling inside the house. Next moment, the door was flung open and two men appeared. One of them was Drebber, and the other was a young chap whom I had never seen before.
You filthy hound! I'll teach you to insult an honest girl.
Get your hands off me.
If you're not out of this road inside 10 seconds, I'll lay this cudgel across you so you won't be able to walk. Now, get on with you.
Okay, I'm going. Hey, you, Gabby.
Yes, Gardner?
Drive me to Halliday's private hotel.
When I had him fairly inside my cab, my heart jumped so much with joy that I feared lest at this last moment my aneurysm might go wrong. I was once janitor and sweeper out of a laboratory in the States. One day, a professor was lecturing on some alkaloid which was so powerful that the least grain meant instant death. When they were all gone, I helped myself to a little of it. I was a fairly good dispenser, so I worked this alkaloid into small soluble pills, and each pill I put in a box with a similar pill made without the poison. I determined that when I had my chance, my gentlemen should each have a draw out of one of those boxes while I ate the pill that remained. From that day, I had always my pill boxes about with me, and the time had now come when I was to use them. It was nearer 1 than 12, and a wild, bleak night blowing hard. My hands were trembling and my temples throbbing with excitement. There was not a soul to be seen. When I looked in at the cab window, I found Drebber huddled in a drunken sleep. Come on, there. Come on, wake up. Wake up, I say.
What's the matter?
It's time to get out.
All right, cabby.
Now, you'd better follow me, sir.
Is this the hotel? Halliday's?
Oh, come along now, sir. I'll help you.
It's infernally dark. Say, what kind of a hotel is this?
We'll soon have a light. Just like this candle. There. Now, Enoch Drebber, who am I?
Who? What do you mean? I don't... No.
Yes, you dog. I have hunted you from Salt Lake City to St. Petersburg, and you've always escaped me. But now your wanderings have come to an end.
No. Keep away from me.
What do you think of poor Lucy Ferrier now? Punishment has been slow in coming, but it has overtaken you at last.
Would you murder me?
Who talks of murdering a mad dog? What mercy had you upon my poor darling when you dragged her from his slaughtered father and bore her away?
Wasn't I killed her father?
But it was you who broke her innocent heart. Let the high God judge between us. You see this box?
What is it? What are they?
They're just a couple of pills. Choose and eat. There is death in one and life in the other. I shall take what you leave. Let us see if there is justice upon the earth, or if we are ruled by chance.
Poison. You're mad. I won't do it.
Oh, yes, you will with my knife at your throat. Choose and eat. This way, you have a 50-50 chance. If you don't take it, it'll be my knife and no chance for you at all.
Very well. I'll eat.
Now, I'll take the other, and we shall see.
It doesn't taste. You've got it. You must... You...
I turned him over with my foot and placed my hand upon his heart. There was no movement. He was dead. The pulses in my temples were beating like sledgehammers, and I believe I would have had a fit of some sort if the blood had not gushed from my nose and relieved me. I remembered a German being found in New York with rash written up above him, and it was argued that the secret societies must have done it. I guessed that what puzzled the New Yorkers would puzzle Londoners, so I dipped my finger in my own blood and printed it on the wall. And then I walked down to my cab. I had driven some distance when I put my hand into the pocket in which I usually kept Lucy's ring and found it was not there. It was the only memento I had of her. Thinking that I might have dropped it when I stooped over Drebber's body, I drove back, and leaving my cab on a side street, I went boldly up to the house. I walked right into the arms of a police officer who was coming out. I managed to fool him by pretending to be hopelessly drunk, but I had to go away without that ring.
So much for Drebber, then. How about Stangerson?
Oh, I knew that he was staying at Halliday's hotel. Early next morning, I took advantage of some ladders which were lying in the lane behind the hotel, and so made my way into his room in the gray of the dawn. I woke him up and told him he was to answer for the life he had taken so long before. I gave him the same choice of poisoned pills. But he sprang from his bed and flew at my throat. In self-defense, I stabbed him to the heart.
I see. You got all that, Mr. Lestrade?
Every word.
Well, is there anything you'd like to ask Mr. Holmes?
There's only one point on which I should like a little more information. Who was your accomplice who came for the ring which I advertised?
Oh, I can tell you my own secrets, but I don't get other people into trouble. He had no hand in the deaths of those two men and knows nothing of them.
I think we can accept the truth of that, Gregson.
Very well, Mr. Holmes. But now, gentlemen, the forms of the law must be complied with. On Thursday, the prisoner will be brought before the magistrates, and your attendance will be required.
That's understood, Inspector.
Until then, I will be responsible for him. Come along, if you please, Mr. Lestrade. We may as well use his own cab, but I'm afraid we can hardly let him drive it. You'll have to oblige.
Well, never mind. At least I can drive a cab. Come along, Hope. Let's be moving.
My dear Watson, Gregson and Lestrade will be furious about his death.
Well, it was better for the poor devil to die in his cell than on the scaffold. His life was hanging by a thread.
I fancy they won't see it that way. Where will their grand advertisement be now?
How they must have been looking forward to the trial. I must admit it would have been pretty interesting.
Never mind. I wouldn't have missed the investigation for anything. There's been no better case within my recollection. Simple as it was. Simple? Now, let me see if I can make it clearer. Now, this was a case in which you were given the result and had to find everything else for yourself. I approached the house with my mind entirely free from all impressions. I began by examining the roadway, and there, as I've already explained to you, I saw clearly the marks of a cab, which, as I ascertained by inquiry, must have been there during the night.
Yes, but just a moment. How could you know it was a cab and not a private carriage?
By the narrow gauge of the wheels. The ordinary London growler is considerably less wide than a gentleman's brougham. I then walked slowly down the garden path, which happened to be composed of a clay soil, peculiarly suitable for taking impressions. There's no branch of detective science which is so important and so much neglected as the art of tracing footsteps. I saw the heavy footmarks of the constables, but I saw also the track of the two men who had first passed through the garden. It was easy to tell that they had been before the others, because in places their marks had been entirely obliterated by the others coming up on the top of them. In this way, my second link was formed, which told me that the nocturnal visitors were two in number. One remarkable for his height, as I calculated from the length of his stride, and the other fashionably dressed, to judge from the small and elegant impression left by his boots.
What next?
On entering the house, this last inference was confirmed. My well-booted man lay dead before me. The taller one, then, had done the murder, if murder there was. Having sniffed the dead man's lips, I detected a slightly sour smell, and I came to the conclusion that he'd been poisoned. I argued from the hatred and fear expressed upon his face that the poison had been forced upon him. And now came the great question as to the reason why. Robbery had not been the object of the murder, for nothing was taken. Political assassins, on the other hand, are only too glad to do their work and to fly. This murder had been done most deliberately, and the perpetrator had left his tracks all over the room.
And the inscription on the wall?
Was too obviously a blind. No, it must have been a private wrong, and not a political one, which called for such a methodical revenge. I was inclined from the first to suspect that a woman was in some way connected with it.
Ah, and finding the wedding ring...
That settled the question. However, I proceeded to make a careful examination of the room, which confirmed me in my opinion as to the murderer's height and furnished me with the additional details as to the Trichinopoly cigar. I had already come to the conclusion, since there were no signs of a struggle, that the blood which covered the floor had burst from the murderer's nose in his excitement. I could see that the track of blood coincided with the track of his feet. Now, as a medical man, Watson, you will agree that it is seldom that any man breaks out in such a way through emotion unless he's very full-blooded.
Yes, quite true.
So I hazarded the opinion that the criminal was a robust and ruddy-faced man.
Yes, indeed he was.
Quite so. Now, you will remember that I ascertained that when he had not inquired as to any particular point which might appear to be critical.
Yes.
Well, having left the house, I telegraphed to the head of the police of Cleveland, limiting my inquiry of the circumstances connected with the marriage of Enoch J. Drebber.
Yes.
The answer was conclusive. It told me that Drebber had already applied for the protection of the law against an old rival in love named Jefferson Hope, and that this same Hope was at present in Europe. I knew now that I held the clue to the mystery in my hand, and all that remained was to secure the murderer.
All that remained?
Oh, it wasn't so difficult. I had already determined in my own mind that the man who had walked into the house with Drebber was none other than the man who had driven the cab. The marks in the road showed me that the horse had wandered on in a way which would have been impossible had there been anyone in charge of it. Where, then, could the driver be unless he were inside the house? And, my dear Watson, supposing one man wished to dog another through London, what better means could he adopt than to turn cab driver?
So you came to the conclusion that Jefferson Hope was to be found among the Jarvis of the metropolis. Oh, it's brilliant. It's quite brilliant.
Thank you, Watson.
But what made you assume that having achieved his object, Jefferson Hope would go on being a cabby?
Why, he would have been foolish not to. Any sudden change on his part might have drawn attention to himself. I therefore organized my street Arab detective corps and sent them systematically to every cab proprietor in London until they ferreted out the man I wanted.
Well, they certainly succeeded. But, Holmes, how about the murder of the other man, Stangerson?
Ah, that incident was entirely unexpected. Through it, I came into possession of the pills, the existence of which I had already surmised. You see, the whole thing is a chain of logical sequences without a break or flaw.
It's wonderful. It's remarkable. You should be publicly recognized for this, Holmes.
Oh.
You should publish an account of the case.
Oh, no.
Well, if you won't, I'll do it for you. I have all the facts in my journal. The public shall know them.
You may do what you like, Doctor.
Hello?
Yes, Mrs. Hudson.
The echo's just come, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, just throw it down there, Mrs. Hudson. I'll look at it later.
No, I'll have it, please.
Oh, very good, sir.
Thank you.
Shall you be in to lunch, gentlemen?
I fancy we shall.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. I say, listen to this, Holmes. The public have lost a sensational treat through the sudden death of the man Hope, who was suspected of the murders of Mr. Enoch Drebber and Mr. Joseph Stangerson. The details of the case will probably never now be known, though we are informed upon good authority that the crimes were the result of an old-standing and romantic feud. If the case has no other effect, it at least brings out in the most striking manner the efficiency of our detective police force. It is an open secret that the credit for this smart capture belongs entirely to the well-known Scotland Yard officials, Messrs. Gregson and Lestrade. It is expected that a testimonial of some sort will be presented to these two officers as a fitting recognition of their services. Well, Holmes, what about that?
Didn't I tell you so when we started, Watson? That's the result of all our study in Scarlet. To get them a testimonial.
A Study in Scarlet by Michael Hardwick, from the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes was played by Carlton Hobbs. Dr. Watson by Norman Shelley, Inspector Gregson by Humphrey Morton, Inspector Lestrade by Godfrey Kenton, and Jefferson Hope by Stuart Nichol. Production for the BBC was by Norman Wright.
Every week at this time, the makers of G. Washington's Coffee bring you a story from the Sherlock Holmes series of mystery dramas. This week's adventure is an adaptation of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story entitled The Final Problem. Remember as you listen to it that G. Washington solves your daily coffee problem just as surely as Holmes solves his famous mysteries. At the end of the program, we have a brief announcement about Dr. Watson and his friend Sherlock Holmes. Please listen for it. And that opening paragraph, as always, leads us to Dr. Watson's comfortable, hospitable study.
Well, there's a blazing fire and a steaming cup of G. Washington coffee to welcome you. Here it is, Mr. Bell, made it. You came up the steps.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. You know, a good cup of coffee always seems to me to be the very essence of hospitality.
You name me a better coffee than G. Washington's, Mr. Bell. Go ahead, name me one.
But seriously, G. Washington's isn't just another brand of coffee. It's really entirely different. It not only has a perfect flavor, but it's the easiest coffee to fix. Just a teaspoonful in a cup, add hot water. Incidentally, you never make more than you're going to use, so that makes it economical, too.
Right, Mr. Bell. Now, suppose I begin my story.
Fine. What's it to be this time?
How about another tussle between Holmes and Professor Moriarty?
Excellent. Always gives me plenty of first-class shudders to meet that individual.
Well, tonight's story deals with Holmes' efforts to break up one of his most unpleasant schemes. A racket, we call it today.
And did he succeed?
Oh, no, Mr. Bell, that's putting the cart before the horse. The affair began with a series of curious disappearances from St. Anthony's Hospital.
Well, what disappeared, Dr. Watson? People or things?
They were corpses, or perhaps I should say cadavers. No, before I go any farther, perhaps I should explain that St. Anthony's is a medical school and hospital combined. I myself took my course in anatomy and dissection inside its venerable walls. Sir Lionel Greatlake, the head of the staff, was an old friend of mine. We cursed our internship in the same hospital. To make a long story short, I received a frantic communication from Sir Lionel begging me to persuade Holmes to come straight to the hospital. I remember that night perfectly. A particularly nasty pea super had settled down over London. Literally feeling our way, we crept along the embankment till we sensed, rather than saw, the grey walls of St. Anthony's looming up ahead. Always have to sound so new.
Well, Watson, you would insist on coming tonight.
No, the staff entrance should be somewhere along here. I stumbled over the doorstep. Where is that infernal bell? Oh, here we are. I hope the night watchman hasn't gone off in his round.
No, someone's opening the door.
Thank you, Watson. The fog, I can't see very clearly. No, it's me right enough, Leo. I brought Sherlock Holmes along with me.
Oh, thank heavens. Come in.
Oh, this is my old friend, Lionel Greatlake.
Oh, delighted. Honored, and I may say grateful and relieved. This is the sixth theft inside of a month, Mr. Holmes. It's got the place in an uproar. Nurses having hysterics, patients insist on going home. I take it you are alluding to the cadavers which have been stolen recently. Yes, Mr. Holmes. You know how jealous the hospital is of its reputation. Least little breath of scandal.
Oh, cheer up, Leo. Maybe it's just a prank of one of the lads. Students are...
No, that's what I thought when we found the first body missing 4 weeks ago. Now that 5 have been stolen, oh no, that's carrying a joke too far. They tried to get away with another this evening. I just happened to drop into the second room in time to stop it. The minute I opened the door, I knew someone was in there, but he slipped out the side way before I could light the gas. But come see for yourself. Follow me. The laboratories are in this wing.
Oh, Moses Liam. Looks familiar, Leo. Remember when we used to sneak a forbidden smoke behind that broom closet?
I wish to heaven life were as simple nowadays. Juicy's face is like a beehive, buzzing with suspicion. Wonder we've been able to keep it out of the papers. Here we are. 1 second till I unlock the door. What? Now, just let me turn up the gas. There. Well, there we are.
Quite impressive. I see you have all the latest improvements. Well, that gentleman in the corner. I take it he was the object of tonight's attempted abduction.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, that's the corpse. Splendid specimen, too.
Face a bit the worse for wear. Otherwise, a splendid body.
Yes, we were most anxious not to lose it.
He must be fairly recent. I see there have been no injections of the preserving fluid.
That's right, Mr. Holmes. He died only this afternoon.
And the other stolen bodies? They have been duly preserved, I suppose.
Well, no, now to mention it, they were all stolen before being treated.
Curious, eh, Watson?
Well, I don't know. I suppose if you're going to be a body snatcher, you might as well take fresh ones.
You'll pardon me if I rummage around a bit, Sir Lionel?
Of course, of course.
Yes, I can carry on my interrogations and my investigations at the same time. My legs need parking. Now then, a male or female?
What?
The stolen bodies with a male or female?
Oh, male, all of them.
You mean you think the thief's a woman, Haker?
I wouldn't go as far as that. What age are the missing corpses?
I don't know. Middling, I should say. Remarkably good lot of bodies, though. No marked effect on him.
Here's the lad who's been careless about keeping his instrument.
And that'll be Potter. Had some girl on his mind. Can't wait to get washed up and away.
I see. And you found this specimen out here after the thief was scared off. I take it the cadavers aren't usually left lying about.
Certainly not. They're kept in that long steel cabinet over there. Can't be too careful, you know. Has to be rats in a building as old as this.
And how many people have keys to that cabinet, Sir Lionel?
Only Dr. Lacey. You may know him by reputation, Mr. Holmes. Hugo Lacey. He's our head surgeon and has charge of the classes in the safety.
Of course. Brilliant fellow. I say, Leo, how's he coming along with his experiments in transplanting tissue?
Can't say. Carries on most of his experiments in a little laboratory he's fixed up in his own lodging. He never lets anything out till it's perfect. One of the cleverest surgeons in this country, Mr. Holmes. Magnificent touch. I would wish, however, that he was a better professor.
No good at teaching, eh?
Well, it isn't that. It's his temper. He can be devilish nasty. And let him catch one of the lads with an instrument bent out of place. It's a phobia with him, Mr. Holmes. A place for everything and everything in its place. Just young Potter says he's going to right before Lacey sees them.
Oh, this is the door through which the thief escaped, I take it.
Yes, and I bolted on the inside, you can see.
That's that. I think I've seen all there is to see.
Found anything, Holmes?
Yes. There's what you might call an overabundance of clues. Too many to permit of any intelligent deduction.
What do you mean?
14 sets of fingerprints, for instance. And in the dust, under that operating table alone, I found shreds of 5 different types of tobacco.
I'm afraid Mrs. Tutt is getting careless again. Oh, she's the cleaning woman, Mr. Holmes. And Dr. Lacey is always complaining that she's inefficient. Well, Mr. Holmes, if you've finished your investigation, perhaps you can advise us how we should act in this matter.
Now, before I do that, suppose we come to an understanding. Would you be satisfied merely to stop the theft, or do you want to know who is responsible for the missing corpses?
We must find out everything, Mr. Holmes. Who and what and how and why. A mystery of any kind is most demoralizing for a hospital.
Well, in that case, we should do nothing further. We should do nothing further tonight.
But aren't you going to set a watch on this?
If we did, the criminal wouldn't show up. You may take my word for it, Sir Lionel. The man who has been stealing your cadavers is thoroughly acquainted with the workings of this hospital.
Look here, Mr. Holmes. If we don't set a guard on this room, he may steal this body, too.
I sincerely hope so.
Well, no use making things too easy for him. If we can put the body back in the cabinet...
Unfortunately, that won't be possible. We can't open it. The cabinet has a spring lock. The thief slammed it after him.
Oh, dear. What will Lacey say when he finds this corpse out here in the morning?
I don't think there's much danger of that, Sir Lionel.
Really, Mr. Holmes, I'm disappointed. I must say I hoped you would be more helpful.
Well, there's one thing we can do for you before we leave, eh, Watson?
No, what?
Well, we can make up for Mrs. Tutt's deficiencies. If you'll get us a couple of old rags, Sir Lionel, I think Watson and I can go over this room in no time.
Oh, you've gone out there, man.
Not at all, my dear Watson, not at all. It's most important that everything should be neat and tidy. It's a nice brisk day, eh? Wind seems to have dissipated all the fog.
What's the idea of rousing a chap out of his nice warm bed and the streets filled with dirty? Very depressing, if you ask me.
The important thing, my dear Watson, is in setting a trap is to collect your catch before anyone else does. No. Yes, St. Anthony's. Hello. Sir Lionel seems to be having a bit of an argument with someone on the steps.
And I'll be put off the schedule by any 2 minutes extra, you see. I'm going home now to fix Dr. Lacey's breakfast, but I'll be back. And when I do, I'm going to clean that room.
But Mrs. Tuff, I assure you
I'll
that...
find one you ought to be put in charge. Everyone knows routine is what keeps an hospital running.
What, Mr. Holmes, I didn't see you. Come in.
What's the matter? You come as you are, I'd like to know. How can we wait you?
What? Here, I beg your pardon.
I'm not to be put off the schedule. I'll tell you that.
Yes, that was Mrs. Clapp.
So I gathered.
Bit of a termagant, eh, Leo? Red hair, fairly blazing.
Well, but come in. Sorry to give you such a stormy welcome, but I just caught Mrs. Clapp about to clean up the laboratory. I suppose you want to take another look at the place.
If it's convenient.
Yes, of course. Follow me.
I wonder why the sudden burst of energy on Mrs. Tutt's part.
Dr. Lacey may have been putting the screws on. They get along like cat and dog, those two.
But didn't I just hear her say that she was going home to fix him his breakfast?
Yes. You see, Dr. Lacey is Mrs. Tutt's car lodger.
But surely if they get on each other's nerves, as they seem to...
Yes, it's a bit difficult to understand, I admit, but I suppose Lacey hesitates to move. He's really very comfortable. He's built in a lot of improvements, cupboards and things of that sort. I've told you how he is. A place for everything and everything in its place. Moreover, Mrs. Tutt is a first-class cook, and Lacey, he's a good feeder.
Father Lacey, I wouldn't push the old girl too far. I'd be afraid of finding poison in my coffee some bright morning.
Well, here's your laboratory, Mr. Holmes. After you, gentlemen. Looks about the same as it did last night.
I should be able to judge better after I've gone over the place with my microscope.
But you said yourself there were too many fingerprints and things.
Well, why do you suppose I insisted on those rags last night, eh?
No, of course. I see. Oh, he was rubbing out those prints.
Oh, marvelous, my dear Watson, marvelous. The old brain is actually functioning this early in the morning. Well, now let's see what the bags. Oh, here's the sweeping stroke of a mop. The very mop that has been standing in the corner. Yes. Here are the imprints of a heavy hand on the edge of this table. Note the unusual whorls on the left-hand little finger, like a question mark.
Those must be Mrs. Tutt's fingerprints. She was just about to start dusting the table when I caught her.
Yes, the prints on the mouth and on the table are identical. Well, that seems to be all the evidence against Mrs. Tutt.
I got her out as quickly as I could.
Holmes, corpse, gone.
I wondered how soon you'd notice that. The corpse has been stolen. But what did you expect?
Sorry to contradict you, Mr. Holmes, but the corpse has been put back in the cabinet.
Oh, indeed?
Yes. As a matter of fact, it slipped my mind. I should have mentioned it sooner. Seems Dr. Lacey dropped in late last night and insisted on putting the cadaver back in the cabinet. Nothing the night watchman could say would dissuade him. I told you about his mania for order last night, Mr. Holmes.
These are doubtless his fingerprints, then, here on the lock and around this panel of the cabinet. Yes, typical surgeon's hands. Long, sensitive fingers, but strong. Tipped slightly, specialist.
Yes, that's Lacey right enough.
But Holmes, aren't you going to look inside the cabinet?
Well, I suppose we might as well if Sir Lionel can provide us with the key.
Certainly. Lacey left his with the night watchman. Here we are.
By Jove, the corpse is missing.
Yes, I gathered it might be. Now let's see if we can find anything further in the room itself. Here we are. Prints of a third set of fingers. Yes. He came in here earlier than Lacey. And notice the fingerprints of the doorknob. First this individual, then Lacey, and finally Mrs. Tutt. All nicely superimposed one over the other.
Say, Holmes, this is fascinating, almost as exciting as a scientific experiment.
Yes. This third individual had not any too steady. Here he stumbled and had to put his hand out to break himself. There's a nice print here on the wall. He moves over to this jar of alcohol. He removes the cover. Then he puts it back again. And here he staggers out.
You mean he was intoxicated?
Beautifully.
Yes, but I don't understand. Why in thunder did he come poking around here in the middle of the night?
Watson, have you no recollection of your own green salad days? Did you ever sneak a bit of laboratory's alcohol to help out a celebration that has suddenly gone dry?
One of the students, eh? Any idea which one, Mr. Holmes?
I think I can make a guess, but I don't intend to. The boy isn't mixed up in this body snatching. The corpse was here when he left. His prints are under Lacey's on the doorknob.
I just thought I'd slip in and polish up my instruments before the picture gets... I did it before Dr. Lacey gets to look at them. I'll come back later.
Well, that's all. Come right in. We're just leaving.
Mr. Holmes, we haven't discovered anything.
Oh, but we have. We know for sure that either Lacey or Mrs. Tutt is involved in this business. Possibly both. Yes. I suggest we go to pay the Tutt's ménage a visit.
Well, I'd be glad to take you over myself. What are you? You look a bit fagged this morning. Oh, that's all. Just a bit of this, that's all. Well, don't let it get you down. Come along, Watson.
So, Miss Potter.
Yes, sir?
They tell me tomato juice is an excellent antidote for raw alcohol.
That's Mrs. Cutler's place over there, the house with the white shutters.
Look at that crowd of people standing gawking out in front. I say, looks like something's happened.
Yes, yes. There's my favorite watchdog of the law, Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard, standing in the doorway looking important. Hello, Lestrade. What's up, eh?
Plenty. A woman by the name of Clutch has just murdered her lodger, Dr. Lacey.
Yeah, I told you she'd do it someday.
Any unusual details?
No, open and shut case. First, she stabs him with a kitchen knife, then she throws the body, clothes and all, into a vat of nitric acid this bloke was keeping in his dressing room.
Indeed. Any objections if I come in and take a look around?
All right. But I tell you, this case is open and shut. But come in. Body's in first room, head of the stairs. It's not nice, but if you want to look, go ahead. I got to stay here.
Oh, thanks.
Vile odor. Chemical smell. It's like something else.
No, that'll be the acid. Look out. Stairs are dark.
You hear that noise? Like something bubbling and frying?
Yes, that's the acid working on the body.
Of course. That smell is acid and fat dissolving.
Right. Yes, that must be the room. Well, good morning, Jenkins. Good morning. Lestrade set you here to guard the body, eh?
Yes, sir. This air...
Oh, Jenkins, I think you might open another window. Get a draft through here.
Yes, sir.
And now, Watson, if you'll bring me that jug labeled olive oil, you may as well stop the action of this acid.
Right.
Yes, sir. Pour it right into the tub. Mrs. Lestrade said the remains are not exactly attractive. I wonder, Sir Lionel, if you could bring yourself to identify Dr. Lacey.
Certainly, Mr. Holmes. I'm a medical man. I'm quite used to... She's rather horrible. Face almost entirely eaten away. With the dark hair, what was left of it, and the clothes and that ring, he never could get it off his little finger. Yes, I think we may safely say that it's Lacey, poor devil.
Oh, Jenkins, how was he killed?
Kitchen knife on the table there. Mrs. Clutch's fingerprints plain as day.
So Lestrade's been persuaded the value of fingerprints, eh? There. The world does progress. Yes. These are Mrs. Clutch's prints, all right.
Hey there, Joe. I'm here. Bring Mr. Clutch along.
Why didn't you go and take it in the air for me? I didn't kill him. He was dead when I come in. He was dead, I tell you.
Down to your lip and get going.
Lestrade, just a moment. I'd like to ask this lady a few questions.
He was dead when I found him. Is it likely I'd have called in the police if I'd have done it?
Oh, you'll call in the police.
Well, that she did. Leaning out the window, screaming bloody murder.
Any idea who could have killed Dr. Lacey, Mrs. Clutch?
No, sir. I ain't been home all night. On account of my sister's having a baby. I went straight from her place to the hospital.
Oh, you had any chance to check up on that, Lestrade?
Oh, that's straight enough, but she'd been home at least 20 minutes before she called the police. Time to murder half a dozen doctors.
I didn't do it, offender.
Now, you know, Lestrade, it's just possible that Mrs. Clutch may be right.
Huh?
You see, it would take several hours for acid to dissolve the corpse as far as this.
What of it? Her fingerprints are on the knife. That's enough for me. Hers and no one else.
And why shouldn't me fingerprints be on that knife? It's my own kitchen knife, ain't it?
Well, that knife, suppose you look at it again.
Now, what in blazes good?
Notice the order of the fingerprints, for instance. Thumb and forefinger near the blade end of the handle. Now, suppose you take this pocket knife of mine and pretend to stab me with it.
Ah, this is just a lot of... all right.
There, now, you see? Notice the way you hold it? Thumb against the outer end, little finger next to the blade. In other words, the grip for using a knife for kitchen work and for stabbing are exactly reversed. Dr. Lacey was not stabbed with this knife at all. It was put here by someone to incriminate Mrs. Clutch.
Yes, but if she didn't do it, who did?
Someone who wanted to get rid of her. You any idea who that could have been, Mrs. Clutch?
No, sir. That I haven't. The only person mean enough to do a thing like this is that son of a gun, Lacey. And he's dead now, Lord rest his soul. Oh, dearie me, it's not bad enough having a murder in my own house and then losing my best lodger. But the police have to go accusing me on top of it all. Like as not, I'll never get another tenant of these rooms. Dearie me.
All that is so much froth, my dear Mrs. Clutch, compared to the real danger you're in.
What's that?
The murderer. He's still at large. And he isn't exactly fond of you. I think I'll just drop in from time to time to make sure you haven't been murdered in your bed.
Mrs. Clutch is in danger, Holmes?
Obviously, Watson, obviously. Confounded, why didn't she answer the bell? Anything's happened and... Oh, yes, here she comes.
Oh, good afternoon, gentlemen. Please to step inside. I'd have come to the door sooner, but I was upstairs cleaning out Dr. Lacey's suite. Would you believe it? I've got a tenant.
You don't say. Well, does he know its history?
Yes, sir, that he does, but he says he's not superstitious.
Oh, how fortunate. What's he like?
Well, he's a German. Professor or something. Come here to carry on some experimenting with Dr. Lacey. Dr. Lacey told me he was expecting him only last week. And so when he come asking for Lacey this morning, and I told him what had happened, right away he asked if Dr. Lacey's notes and instruments were still here. And when I said yes, he said he'd move right in and carry on where Lacey left off. Would you mind coming upstairs while I finish my work?
Well, lead the way, Mrs. Clutch, lead the way.
He's a nice-looking man, too. Blonde with a beard. He limps a little. Oh, it'll be a relief, I tell you, after that, Lacey. He was getting queerer and queerer going out at all hours of the night. I declare I was on the verge of telling the police to keep an eye on him more than once. Well, here we are. Just you sit on the sofa. Now, what in the name of...
Well, from what I can see out of the window, I should say that your new lodger has arrived.
Saints preserve us. Excuse me, gentlemen, when I let him in.
Holmes, I mean, we'd better be going.
In a moment, Watson, in a moment. Plenty of time.
This way, please. Come up to the turn of the stairs. Oh, why ain't it hot? Oh, Mr.
Holmes.
This is Herr Gluck.
Professor Gluckfader. Sympathy.
How do you do?
Delighted. Sorry I had to come all this way and find a friend dead.
He is no friend. He is what you call a colleague. Mrs. Clutch, the portmanteau on the bed, please.
Well, I know Mrs. Clutch to make her comfortable, and trust you had better luck than Dr.
Come, Watson, come. You must be going. You see, Professor Gluckfader, we were the detectives on this case.
Don't you have found?
Nothing, I'm afraid, nothing. These are my notes on the case. I'm really rather ashamed of them. Would you mind if I burn them here in your fireplace?
No, not at all.
Thank you. Oh, dear me. I don't seem to have a match.
1 moment, I'll get you some here. Here in the drawer of this table. Now, here you are, a nice little box.
Thank you, Dr. Lacey. Huh? I thought you would know where to find them. A place for everything and everything in its place. Yes, I was sure you would be drawn back to these rooms.
You think I am Dr. Lacey? He is dead, murdered.
No, that wasn't Dr. Lacey in that tub of acid. It was one of the bodies he had stolen from St. Anthony's. Now, a rather curious conformation of the bones of the right foot. I've seen it the night before, so of course I recognized it. Your misfortune, Dr. Lacey.
But his foot, sir. What is all this rubbish?
And you see, it came to my attention not long ago that Professor Moriarty was getting in touch with quite a number of heavily insured businessmen. One after another, these men died. But by and by, the insurance companies became suspicious. I was told to investigate. I discovered that on several occasions, Professor Moriarty had called on Dr. Lacey. Dr. Lacey, who was experimenting with facial surgery. Dr. Lacey, who had access to any number of corpses from St. Anthony's. And in time, I began to suspect that Dr. Lacey was working on these dead bodies and transforming them so they would look like the gentlemen who wished to collect their insurance. Professor Moriarty made a handsome profit, I believe. Unfortunately, though, I couldn't prove my theory.
It is crazy. No one would believe it.
Oh, so I found.
Then what good does it do you?
Just this. When you're in prison, the whole scheme will fall to the ground.
I am not Dr. Lacey. You have no proof.
There you are wrong, sir. This little matchbox which you just handed me contains all the proof that I need. On it is a set of fingerprints, which is identical with some on the cabinet door in the laboratory of St. Anthony's. And those fingerprints are known to be Dr. Lacey's.
Oh, it's magnificent.
Phenomenal. Elemental, my dear Watson, elemental.
That's the end of the story, Mr. Bell.
But Dr. Watson, didn't the man ever confess?
He did better than that. He offered to show up Moriarty. But when they came to take down his testimony, he was found dead on his prison cot. Obviously, more of Moriarty's work.
There's one thing I don't understand. Why didn't he take the same way out as the businessman? Surely he could have doctored some corpse up so it looked like himself.
He could have, Mr. Bell, but that's where human nature comes in. He hated Mrs. Clutch, so he wanted to implicate her. It was his big mistake.
Well, that certainly is a fascinating story, Dr. Watson. Now to get back to something where there are never any mistakes.
I know what you're hinting at now. Another cup of G. Washington coffee.
Yes, indeed. Dr. Watson, have you ever stopped to consider how much the word economy has come to mean to Americans during the last couple of years?
It's come to mean more to me, too. I have to save on a lot of things I never thought about before.
How do you do it, Dr. Watson? Does it mean giving up all the good things in life and using cheaper quality?
Not at all, Mr. Bell. I still keep to the good things, but I'm a little more careful how I use them. More satisfaction in being a little careful with good things, you know, than in putting up with poor quality. Oh, by the way...
What is it, Dr. Watson? You're chuckling over something now, and it's only fair to tell what it is.
Well, a lot of people have been taking a lesson from Sherlock Holmes, Mr. Bell. They've been drawing deductions.
About what?
About my book of Sherlock Holmes stories, Mr. Bell. They've been observant enough to notice the little number 1 on the back of the volume, and they want to know if there are going to be other books with more stories in them later on.
I'm afraid I'm not very observant, Dr. Watson. I never noticed that little 1. And are there going to be more stories?
I can't tell for sure, Mr. Bell. I've been talking it over with Mr. Washington. But just in case there are, I want everybody to get volume 1 right away, so they won't be left when the first edition runs out and be unable to make up their complete set.
That's right, too. We'll have to warn them about that. Especially with that economy we were talking about. It's worthwhile getting a really good book for nothing. And what about G. Washington? Is that economy?
Of course it is. You know a Sherlock Holmes story about the rich old mustard manufacturer, don't you?
I know, Dr. Watson. I can't say that I do.
Oh, it's a good story. It applies to saving money on coffee, too. It seems a smart young man, who thought he was smart anyway, asked the Mustard King if he really made all his money out of the little bit of mustard people use on their food.
And what did he say?
He said no. He made most of it out of the mustard people leave on their plates. And that's just the way it is with coffee, or ordinary coffee, anyway.
You mean the real expense is not what you drink, but what you waste?
Exactly, and that's where G. Washington saves. There's no waste. You only make what you want, and yet you can have all you want.
Well, that sounds like economy, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Watson and I want you to test G. Washington economy. Get a 4-ounce can right away. Don't be afraid of the size of the can or the price. G. Washington is economical because it ends waste. And as a special inducement, why, Dr. Watson will give you one of his books of 7 Sherlock Holmes stories. Just print your name and address on the back of a label from your 4-ounce can and send it to Morristown, New Jersey. You will receive without cost a handsome deluxe book with a gold profile of Holmes on the cover and a picture of Dr. Watson as a frontispiece. In that way, you'll have the satisfaction of proving to yourself that G. Washingtons won't wreck your family budget, and of getting a handsome book of Sherlock Holmes stories for nothing. Please note down the address, Morristown, New Jersey. And send in that 4-ounce can label right away so you won't be left without Volume 1 if the good doctor persuades Mr. Washington to wish him Volume 2. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week's story?
Next week, I'm going to tell you the story of a man 20 years older than his bride and how death came to Rose Hill.
And now, in answer to numerous requests, we want to announce that the Sherlock Holmes program has been on the air for 3 years. The part of Sherlock Holmes is played by Richard Gordon, that of Dr. Watson by Lee Lovell. Neither Mr. Gordon nor Mr. Lovell play the part of the detective and his doctor friend in any other program.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. An old Scottish prayer reads, "From ghoulies and ghosties and long-leggedy beasties and things that go bump in the night, good Lord, deliver us." 20th century man, of course, knows there are no such things as ghosts. There is one problem. He's never been able to prove it to everyone's satisfaction.
It wasn't a polar bear, Doctor. It wasn't. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't a polar bear.
Here, Mr. Manson, drink this. It will warm you.
I'm not cold, Doctor.
You were out on the ice. You're shivering.
Not from the cold, Doctor. Not from the cold.
Drink it, man. Then we can talk.
There's nothing to talk about, Doctor. I just want to get off this cursed ship.
Our mystery drama, The Captain of the Pole Star, was adapted especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. I say Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, what leaps to your mind? Quickly. Of course, Sherlock Holmes. Everyone's aware that Doyle wrote stories in which Holmes did not appear, but unfortunately, they were engulfed by the tidal wave of Holmes' popularity. It's a pity, because Doyle was a great storyteller and a master in creating suspense and terror. Today, we'll let you judge for yourself with this strange and tragic tale as reported in the diary of young Dr. John McAllister Ray, whom we now hear applying for a position as ship's doctor in the office of Ronald Bruce, who operates a fleet of whaling ships.
Sit down, Dr. Ray. I can't abide young fellows who stand at attention.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, that's better. Now, you've applied for the position of ship's doctor. You think a whaling voyage is something like a holiday you young medics get on the P&O ships to the Far East. All fancy dress and beautiful, lonely young women.
Now, excuse me, sir, but I don't think that's quite fair. If you've read my application, you'll see that I'm interested in research on...
the effect of extreme cold on human conditions.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't realize you'd read it.
Don't apologize. I like young men with spunk. Can't be a good doctor unless you've got some courage. And you'll need a lot up where these whalers go. Yes, you're not married, but are you attached?
Well, as a matter of fact, I am engaged.
And what does she think of your being away for a matter of some long months?
Well, I didn't see any point in telling her, sir, until the job became an actuality.
It's cautious, too. I like that. I suppose I'd better get right down to it. We do have an opening for a doctor on the Pole Star.
Oh, you do?
Yes. The fact of the matter is, we don't know yet who is going to skipper the Pole Star.
Well, it would appear to be more a matter of concern to you than to me.
As well, yes, on the surface. For the last 4 years, the captain of the Pole Star has been David Craigie. And we've been very satisfied with him. He's a fine sailor and always brings home a full ship.
Well, I don't understand the problems.
Craigie hasn't appeared.
Well, you could surely get in touch with him and ask...
You don't understand. Craigie on the ship is one thing. Ashore is something else. He has peculiarities. One of them being that as soon as he's finished a voyage, he gets his pay and takes off for parts unknown. We don't know where he is.
I see.
Well, I'm giving Craigie until tomorrow. I still am of the opinion Captain Craigie will be here. And I must warn you about Craigie's peculiarities if you should sail with him.
Peculiarities?
Yes. It would be on my conscience if I neglected to explain that although Craigie is our best captain and a fine man, is subject to moods.
Fits of depression?
Well, I don't know the medical terms, but I must tell you he has them. He's also a very private man. In fact, his cabin is off limits to all members of the crew. He keeps it locked throughout the voyage. Not even the steward is allowed in to clean up. The captain does for himself.
I see.
Now, if this sort of behavior might give you problems, I wouldn't want you to sign on.
Well, I've always respected privacy, sir.
Fine. On your way out, my secretary will give you some papers to sign, and we'll expect you aboard the Pole Star on the 19th at 8 a.m. sharp.
Flora, you haven't eaten a thing.
Why did I have to fall in love with such an insensitive man?
Now, that's an unreasonable statement.
Is it? Here we have our first dinner. I mean, the first dinner I cook for you, and I'm all happy and excited, and so are you. But not about the dinner, no. You're happy because you're going away and leave me for 4 months.
Well, I'm sorry, but I thought you understood. I don't have the money to open my own practice. With the money I'll be able to save from my pay on the Pole Star and with the bonus that's practically assured if Captain Craigie shows up.
John, we've been engaged for only 5 weeks, and you're actually happy about the idea of being separated for 4 months.
I'm not happy about the separation, but well, I am looking to the future for us.
I just don't want you to leave me.
Darling, this isn't like you. We've discussed the problem that comes with being a doctor's wife, and All the separations it might entail, and now all of a sudden...
I know. But call it woman's silliness or whatever you like. There's something about this voyage that frightens me. Something I feel, something bad.
Laura, darling, believe me, if you could tell me one thing, one solid fact that has brought this feeling on you, I won't go. I love you, Flora, but you do see the logic in what I'm saying.
That's why I'm so unhappy, because I have no logic, only intuition. And, John, I'm afraid, terribly afraid.
As I open my diary for yet another entry, I cannot help but remember Flora's forebodings. As I write the date, September the 11th, I realize we've been out some 3 months now. Latitude 81 degrees 40 minutes north, 2 degrees east. There is solid, unbroken ice to the north to which we're anchored, and the same conditions prevail to the east and the west. Come in.
I'm sorry to bother you, Doctor.
That's all right, Mr. Walker.
We're running into real problems with the crew.
Oh, medical problems?
No, sir. The men are all healthy. It's the captain in the ship. You see, if that pack ice in the south hardens and we're going to run out of food and fuel, the men want the captain to turn around and head for home.
Well, you're the first mate. I should think that you'd be the man to pass that information along.
Well, ordinarily I would, sir, but, you know the captain. He seems to have taken a liking to you, so the men decided I should ask you to convey their wishes to him. Will you do it, sir?
Well, if it's their wish, but I feel that such a request coming from me, the man who's on his first voyage to the Arctic, may not exactly...
Oh, you don't have to be an old hand up here, sir, to know that from now on the weather can only get worse. And that the ice to the south will freeze solid. We must get away while we can.
Oh, very well, Mr. Walker. I'll speak with the captain today. After noting in my diary that the northwest corner of Spitzbergen was visible on the starboard quarter, I went up on deck and found the captain leaning against the rail, staring over the ice to the north.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Captain.
Finished with your diary for today?
Not quite, sir. I'll have to record the results of this conversation with you.
Do you write down all our conversations?
No, sir, but... this is different than our usual small talk.
Could it have anything to do with the visit of Mr. Walker to your cabin earlier?
You don't miss much, do you, Captain?
A good skipper runs a tight ship.
Well, as a matter of fact, I may be out of line here, sir, but I promised Mr. Walker I'd speak to you, so here goes. The men are unhappy about staying here. They want to go home.
Oh, do they now?
Yes, sir. They feel that to stay here longer is endangering their lives because it's only a short time before the ice to the south seals us in.
I'm aware of that possibility, Doctor.
Then you...
There are whales to the north, Doctor. A whole school of them. I've seen them blowing. Do you realize there's only one small strip of ice to the north between us and a fortune?
Well, money won't be much good to us if we're dead, Captain.
I like you, lad. But nothing's going to stop me from getting them whales.
From your answer, I take it that there's considerable danger in our staying, and there's justification for the men's feelings.
Danger? There's danger on every trip to the Arctic. Your research should have taught you that. As for the men, they're paid to risk their lives and well paid, too, so...
And your life, Captain? What about that?
My life's my own, Doctor. But I'll tell you one thing. There's more to bind me to the other world than to this.
Other world? Your meaning escapes me, Captain.
You stick to your medicine, Doctor. I'm going below. Tell Mr. Walker to call me if there's any change in the ice to the north. Now get out of my way.
Informed the first mate of the captain's decision, wrote it up in my diary, and turned in early. But I slept badly that night. Between fits of wakefulness, I dreamed. And they were strange dreams, or rather the same dream. I dreamed I heard voices from the captain's cabin 2 doors away from mine. I could only make out snatches of what I thought I heard.
Nay, lass, nay. Why do you keep me?
Selfish. Your love. Different.
Selfish. You dare call me selfish. You know what I would try. Always try.
You cannot. You must not. I want you.
Don't say it, lass. For love's sake, don't say it.
When I woke, the dream, or rather nightmare, was so vivid, I could still hear the sobs of the woman and the voice of the captain. I began to wonder, was it a nightmare? No. I dismissed the thought until breakfast.
Captain, may I have permission to take a foraging party out on the ice at noon?
No, Mr. Walker, you may not.
But we might be able to pick up some polar bear meat or other animals, and that would...
And you might also lose a man or two in the ice holes. I feel the wind's going to shift, and we'll be able to break through to the north and get to the whales.
Sir, the men are restless, and any kind of activity...
Then put them to work on the brass, Mr. Walker.
Well, it isn't only that, Captain.
Well, mister?
It's nothing, sir. I guess it's just superstitious sailors who claim to hear strange cries and mewlings at night.
You have your orders, Mr. Walker. I'm going topside and look for that wind shift.
Doctor.
Yes, Mr. Walker.
Does the captain... Well, I mean, in your opinion, is he... is the captain in full possession of his senses?
Now, that's a sobering thought. In a world today where dictatorship is fashionable, no one has ever questioned the absolute authority of a captain when his ship's at sea. However, suppose this man who controls the destiny of his ship and crew is mad. That problem is one that will be faced in our second act. Madness takes many forms, in literature as well as life. People may argue that in Moby Dick, Captain Ahab's frenzied pursuit of the legendary white whale was a form of insanity. But there, at least, the crew and everyone concerned knew exactly what drove Captain Ahab. The question facing ship's Dr. John Ray on his first whaling voyage was not only is Captain Craigie sane, but what form did the dark demons that were driving him take? Because there was no question that the captain of the Pole Star was a driven man.
What is your opinion of the captain's state of mind, Doctor?
Well, I'm not prepared to make any professional diagnosis, Mr. Walker, but it's obvious that there's something on his mind.
Well, I'm just wondering whether it's the same thing that's on a lot of the men's minds.
You mean about getting trapped on the ice here?
No. About the sobbing and the crying and wailing that goes on in the night. Have you not heard it, Doctor?
No.
Well, I have. And so have most of the men. I heard it ever since we left Dundee. Almost like it was following us. And screeching. And begging to be taken aboard.
You think these noises have something to do with the captain's state of mind?
Well, it is likely. I mean, he's human just like the rest of us. Have you spoken with him about this matter?
No, Mr. Walker, because I think there's a perfectly natural explanation for the sounds you describe. The creaking of a ship, the sloshing of water in the scuppers, the rubbing of the hull against the ice, any one of those would explain...
Doctor, now, I've followed the sea all my life. This is your first voyage. I'm a hard-headed man. And I tell you, no ship ever made the noises I heard.
Then what do you think they are?
I don't care to say.
All right, then I'll say it for you. You evidently feel that these noises are ghosts or something from the spirit world or caused by some other supernatural force. After the first mate had left and gone about his business, I recalled my nightmare. For the first time, I wondered whether I had dreamed what I had heard, or whether I indeed had heard the same sounds that Walker and other crew members were talking about. I decided there wasn't much to be gained by speculation, so I went up on deck.
Doctor, come here a moment.
Ah, Captain.
Look, yonder. Northward, over the ice. You see it, don't you?
What?
Over there. Just now coming out between the hammocks. You must see it.
I'm very sorry, Captain. There's nothing there.
Blast you for a blind idiot. Use your eyes. There. Moving off now to the west. There.
Now, easy now, Captain. My goodness, you're shaking. You're not yourself. Look at the perspiration streaming down your face. Let me take you below.
Look, man. You see her now, don't you? There, right there. Flying from me, by God. Flying from me. Gone.
Easy, Captain. Let me help you below. Here, Captain. Take another swallow.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, you had quite a shock. Now, I think you should go to your cabin and lie down for a while.
You saw her, didn't you, Doctor?
I'm sorry, Captain. I saw nothing.
Nothing? You don't think I'm mad, do you, Doctor? Tell me now, man to man.
Well, I think, Captain, you're disturbed about something.
Right. But, Doctor, what do your medical texts say about madness?
In what context?
Or what do they say about symptoms? Bad dreams. Are they a sign of madness?
Well, not always. They can be.
Any other symptoms? Let me hear some of them.
Well, hearing voices is significant.
And other symptoms?
Severe headaches.
Nary a headache since we left Dundee.
And before that?
No head pains, Doctor. Any other symptoms you know of?
Delusions.
What's a delusion?
Seeing things that aren't there.
Now we come to it, Doctor, don't we? Who the blazes is that?
Mr. Walker, Captain.
Well, come in, then. What's the commotion, mister?
It's the cook, sir. He needs the doctor.
Well, what happened?
Well, he burned himself pretty badly.
Well, let me get my bag. We'll get right down there. I treated the cook's hand, which was scalded, but not as badly as I'd feared. The captain, with a fine mixture of persuasion and authority, got the cook back into the galley, and we returned to my cabin to let me rid myself of my bag. Captain, if something is worrying you, and you've admitted as much, I can't help you unless you tell me just what it is that's bothering you.
Easily said for you. But if I were to tell you what I've never told a living soul, it would do neither of us any good.
Well, it certainly can't if you won't tell me.
Nay, what's bothering me is between me and... well, it will pass. But seeing me all these weeks, and just now with Cookie, would you say a court of law would find me mad?
Well, I'm not a lawyer, but in my opinion, no.
Well, that's that, then.
But as a physician, and from my observations, I would advise that it would be best for you to get home and settle down for a bit of a rest.
Home? One word for me and two for you. You'll settle down with your pretty wee Flora, whereas
The wind! She shifted. There's a crack in the ice to the north, and we might just be able to get through if you'll come topside and take a look.
Shortly after the captain went up on deck, I felt the ship shudder and start to move slowly through the ice. I had some work to do on some specimens, so I stayed in my cabin. The movement of the ship northwards was unfortunately short-lived. After no more than 10 minutes, the Pole Star came to a grinding halt. I went up on deck to find both captain and crew vastly disgruntled. But that was nothing compared to what occurred during the night.
Doctor, open up. It's Mr. Walker.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning. What is it, man?
Come up on deck and you tell me, Doctor.
Well, wait till I get some clothes on. I'll be right up.
Oh, for the love of heaven, make it quick.
Right.
I'm afraid to stand watch alone.
Well, Mr. Walker, what's this all about?
What? Quiet, man. Listen, and you'll hear it.
I don't hear anything.
It came from the bow, a keening and a sobbing of a little child. And then it changed as I went forward to look. I swear it came aboard and went down below. I was afraid, but I followed it. Oh, Doctor, I tell you, it went right into the captain's cabin. And then it stopped. And that's when I woke you.
And since then?
I've been listening.
Have you ever heard of self-hypnosis?
I know what I heard. And whatever it was, it's down with the captain now. He's quieted it. That's it. Now, you want to come with me to the captain's cabin and ask him about it?
Certainly not. The captain has enough on his mind without me barging in at this hour.
Well, then I agree with you, Doctor. There's something on his mind, all right. And I tell you, it has to do with his ship. There's a curse on it.
Yes, well, I'm going to get Mr. Manson. Are you coming with me?
As close as I can.
Looking back now, I realize I should have insisted that Walker be put in sick bay, but I simply didn't foresee what was going to happen. I hadn't been back in my cabin a half hour before Manson got me up to help with Walker. When we reached the deck, I could see the figure of Walker lying crumpled on the ice just off the starboard bow. I asked Manson what had happened.
We were standing at the rail. He was listening. I, too, and suddenly he shouted,
There! Manson, the lights! Right there off the bow. Do you see them?
I see something. I don't think they're lights.
Of course they are. And watch. You see the way they dance? Like they're beckoning. Come on, man. Let's find out what this is and put a stop to it once and for all.
Hey, wait. Mr. Walker, easy. Wait up. Those aren't lights at all. Just a reflection off the ice of the northern lights. I can see it plainly now.
Don't be a fool, man. You can't see them clear like I can. Here, I'll reach over and...
Careful, Walker! Doctor, the next thing I knew, he was over the side and falling to the ice. I didn't think I should move him, so I ran up and got you.
Good thinking. Now give me a hand. We'll get him back on board. My diary entry for that date reads, First Mate Walker confined to sick bay. Weather seems to be getting bad. Ice behind us closing in fast. Crew worried, sullen, almost to the breaking point. Must speak with Captain Craigie about Manson's report on our supplies. Found the captain pacing the deck.
Good morning, Doctor. How's Mr. Walker?
Oh, condition satisfactory, sir. He had a bad blow on the head when he struck the ice, but fortunately no concussion.
Then he should be up and about and back on duty tomorrow.
Well, I don't know about tomorrow, sir, but perhaps the next day.
Then see what you can do to speed his recovery, Doctor. We need him. He's a good man.
Yes, sir. Did you see Mr. Manson's report on our supplies?
Half a tank full of biscuits, 3 barrels of salt meat, a limited supply of coffee beans and sugar.
Ah, then you have read it.
I told you, Doctor, that I'm in complete control of my faculties.
Yes, sir. But then you must surely be aware that those supplies won't last for more than 2 weeks. And the crew is up in arms.
Don't worry about the crew, Doctor. I've called for a meeting with all of them. And I expect you to be there, on the main deck at 2 p.m. sharp. words. All right. Now listen well to what I have to say. Now, I got you into this fix, and I'm not denying it looks like there may be some hard days ahead. But you shouldn't be bitter. Just remember how much oil we've brought back from other voyages, and the money you've put in your pockets.
Oh, yes, that's right, Captain. Yes.
We've tried a risk or two before, and we succeeded. But if we fail now, there's still no cause for panic. Yonder's the coast of Spitzbergen. And if the worst comes to the worst, and the ice closes in behind us, we can make land across it and stay alive until spring. But it won't come to that. Take my word for it. It'll be half rations for everyone for the time being. But keep your heads and hearts, and I promise that you'll pull through and come out rich.
The quality of leadership is the most intangible of all character traits. In all history, every leader was able to persuade his followers, whether they were crewmen or people of a whole nation, that they could trust him. All too often, that trust was misplaced. But was it to be so with the captain of the Pole Star? We'll find out in Act 3 shortly. Webster's dictionary defines euphoria as a feeling of well-being or elation, especially one that is groundless or inappropriate to the situation. Some people live in this state all their lives. Others spend their lives in despair. It's really a difficult matter to attain a happy medium. But as for the crew of the Pole Star, they were definitely euphoric.
Captain Craigie's speech had an amazing effect upon everyone aboard the Pole Star. Forgotten was the shortage of rations, the ominous increase in the wind, the dropping temperatures, and the ice all around us. Even more startling was the fact that everyone seemed to have put aside their fears about the strange noises and eerie occurrences which had the crew believing the ship to be cursed. And then shortly before noon the following day, Captain Craigie succeeded in amazing me. He was standing at the rail with his sextant, preparing to shoot the sun, when he called out to me, Doctor, would you mind joining me? Ah, good morning. How are you today, Captain?
In control, Doctor, in control. I wonder if you'd do me a favor.
Certainly, sir, certainly.
I'll be shooting the sun shortly, and I must be sure when it's exactly noon. Here's the key to my cabin. Would you be so kind as to run down and check your watch with my chronometer and come back and let me know exactly when it'll be high noon? Well, Doctor?
Yes, of course. I'll be right back, Captain. I was dumbfounded. No one had ever seen the inside of his cabin, and here I was with the key. I went down, and I must admit, as I opened the door, my heart beat faster. The cabin was a model of neatness. But there was one thing that dominated the entire area. A startlingly lifelike portrait of a wondrously beautiful woman. I checked the chronometer, watched always by the brilliant eyes of the woman in the portrait, returned to the deck, and waited till the captain had completed his calculations.
Well, Doctor?
Your key, sir.
Thank you. Did you see her?
You mean the portrait?
What else, man?
I saw it.
What did you think of it?
She's a wondrously beautiful woman.
Doctor, do you believe that long before something happens to us, we prepare for it, even unconsciously?
I'm not sure I understand, Captain.
No matter. You'll find what I said to be true someday. Well, we still have the whales, Doctor. They're still there waiting for us, whatever else may be in store.
With all due respect to your superior knowledge of the Arctic Ocean, Captain, I submit we're never going to get through to the whales.
And you don't like the prospect of wintering on the coast of Spitsbergen and living off the land?
Do you?
Oh, it doesn't matter to me, Doctor. But I shall ask another favor from you.
Yes, sir?
I'd like you to witness my will. In fact, I'd like you to be there when I draw it up. Let's say, tomorrow afternoon.
In all honesty, I must say here that my diary shows I was deeply disturbed by the captain's attitude. Certainly my latest conversation with him raised serious doubts as to his sanity. If he were truly mad, then it would be my duty as ship's doctor to have him relieved of his command. While I was wrestling with this dilemma, night fell, bringing with it a numbing terror that drove all else from my mind. I was pacing the deck. The night was at its darkest, when I suddenly heard Manson call...
Doctor! What? It's back. Can you not hear it? Don't tell me that's from the ship.
No, Mr. Manson, I shan't. But let's find out together just what it is.
It came from the bow again, I think.
Yes, I think so, too. Come on. Hello? Hello? Whoever you are. Can we help you? Can you hear me? What's the trouble?
Doctor, look. There on the ice. Moving away from us. See?
Yes.
That white shape.
Yes, I see it, but I think it's a polar bear.
A polar bear? No polar bear ever made sounds like that.
How do you know? It could be wounded or ill. Look, doesn't that walk like a bear?
I don't know, but maybe you're right.
Where are you going?
To get a rifle. If it's a bear, I can kill it. It'll certainly help our meat supply.
Well, I don't see anything now that we're out here on this ice. Do you, Manson?
The moon went behind a cloud.
Yes.
Maybe when it comes out again. But I can tell you now I'm worried about the weather. It looks to be making up for a blow.
Well, we won't go too far from the ship. There, I think I see it.
Where?
Over to your right, about 200 yards ahead.
Oh, I got it. You better stay back, Doctor. If it's a bear, it can be dangerous. I have the rifle on. I can see it almost clear now. It's moving slowly. I'll have it in my sight soon.
Manson, is it a...
No! Lord in heaven! No!
Manson, come on. Come on, you're all right now.
How did I get back to the ship?
I got help. We carried you back. Now, you've had a severe shock. Just let me inject you, and the sedative will give you...
It wasn't a bear, Doctor. It wasn't a bear. I saw it clear for just a minute. It wasn't from this world. I swear it was shaped like a woman. But it was smoke or a cloud.
It's all right. You'll be getting sleepy now. Just a minute. And we'll talk about it in the morning.
It wasn't a bear. I saw it.
I kept my appointment with Captain Craigie at 2:30. We met in the main cabin and sat at the table on which we ate. The captain had pen and paper, but I wanted to talk with him about things other than his will. Captain, I don't know how else to say this, so I'm going to come right out with it. I think you must get rid of that portrait.
We're here to have you witness my last will and testament, Doctor.
As I somehow think the subjects are connected.
You'll oblige me, Doctor, by keeping your thoughts to yourself.
Captain, I was with Manson last night out on the ice.
And you're not suffering from shock?
I didn't get as close to, well, whatever it was that almost drove Manson mad.
Are you telling me that there was a presence out on the ice?
Well, there was something. I saw it.
You too, Doctor. Are you sure you're not suffering from delusions?
I'm sure.
Well, then it must follow that when you suspected me of having delusions, I wasn't.
How did you come by that portrait, Captain? Did you have it commissioned? Was it given to you?
I stole it.
Oh, you don't mean that.
I do. She was mine. Mine. She was married to a dissolute drunk. She loathed him. But she wouldn't leave him.
Oh, perhaps she didn't love you.
Don't ever say that. She loved me and I loved her to distraction. Why do you think she died? It was my fault. I tore her apart, or rather our love did. The last days all we did was quarrel. But she wouldn't leave her husband. She could not break her marriage vows.
And the portrait?
I arranged to have it stolen from him. He didn't care one way or the other, but I couldn't sleep thinking of her beautiful face in his house. Since the day it came to me, it's never left me.
Nor has she.
She's always in my mind, if that's what you mean.
That's exactly what I mean, Captain. It's an unhealthy situation. Your thoughts about her have... Well, they've brought some strange happenings on this ship, and the portrait must go.
Ridiculous.
Not at all. It's the portrait that nourishes your thoughts night and day, Captain.
There'll be no more talk about it. Now, let's get to my will.
Very well. But then I ask a favor in return.
Which is?
That you witness my will.
You? You're all right, lad. You have a long life in front of you.
But why do you say that? We're shipmates. Your fate and mine.
Don't talk nonsense, Doctor. I'm making my will because of you. I'm leaving everything I own to you.
But why? We are hardly...
Because you've seen her. At last, you've seen her.
The captain made his will. And at the last moment, since he had made me his heir, decided to have Walker witness it. That night, sleep would not come. I tossed and turned, but finally gave up and went on deck. At first, I thought I was alone. But then I heard a soft sobbing coming from the other side of the deck. I walked over slowly. Captain? Captain, are you all right?
Go away, lad. There's no place for you here.
Captain, you need my help. Now let me...
I tell you, go away. Unless you dare to look.
Well, if you tell me where to look.
Out on the ice, lad. Anywhere on the ice. Just keep looking and trying and trying.
Captain, please, I beg you to come below.
I see her. There she is. Goodbye, lad, and God bless you.
And with that, before I could even move, he was over the side and running off on the ice. I followed him as fast as I could. And as he ran, I could hear him, but always getting fainter and fainter.
Coming, my love. Coming, lass. I've waited too long for you. My love. My wonderful girl.
Captain.
At last.
Captain.
Together.
Captain Craigie, come back. Captain, come back. I'd lost him. Further search on the dark ice was useless. The next morning, Mr. Walker and I set out to trace him.
Here. He fell here. Look. The snow hasn't wiped out all traces.
That's right, and he got up, but which way did he go?
Now, let's keep straight. There's no reason for him to veer. Or was there, Doctor?
Well, don't ask me. I didn't see anything in the dark.
Yes, but he did, eh, Doctor?
Yes, I thought he did. Well, come on, let's go on. There, look, straight ahead.
Well, come on, man.
Oh, no. There's no hurry, Doctor. If that shape is the captain, he's long dead. A man doesn't last long out here lying down. It's the captain right enough. From the looks of him, he's been dead for some hours. You see that blanket of ice crystals and snow that's covering him?
Yes, I see.
He's gone. The wind blew it away. Doctor, did you... I mean, didn't it look like when the wind hit it, it was blown up in the shape of a woman and sort of floated off? Did you notice that, Doctor?
Nonsense, Mr. Walker. It was simply a snowdrift. Now, let's get the body back aboard ship. Perhaps it was a trick of the eye or mind, but it did appear to have the form of a woman drifting away on the wind. We brought the captain aboard, buried him, and steamed back home with no more disturbances aboard the ship. The portrait? I insisted it be buried with the captain, as it was a provision in his will. May he, or they, rest in peace.
Certainly today, the great nations of the world are exploring the possibilities of telekinesis and ESP for their own uses. I, for one, don't think it beyond the realm of possibility that the mind can conjure up images that seem to take on some shadowy form of reality. But then, they're not really ghosts, are they? I'll be back shortly. If coming events are said to cast their shadows before, then the story you've just heard, The Captain of the Pole Star, which was written by Doyle at a very early age, certainly foreshadows Doyle's interest in ghosts and the spirit world. It does even more than that. It shows a deep belief which Sir Arthur held to the end of his life. And I can only believe, if he can hear this, how pleased he must be. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Court Benson, Earl Hammond, and Jane Ives. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Many tales have been told of strange happenings which take place in castles. What more appropriate setting than an enormous edifice with hidden chambers, unexplored turrets, and dangerous balconies? Usually the setting is England or Scotland, where castles abound. But the setting for our drama is much closer to home. The castle we're about to visit is in New England on the Connecticut River. It contains all the mystery and more than many of its antecedents.
Now, should you need them, there are candles over there.
But it's such a brightly lit room.
One never knows. And if you feel uneasy in a strange house, you'd better take this.
Oh, A revolver?
An old-fashioned pistol.
No, please, Mr. Gillette. I'm terrified of guns.
Yeah, take it. You may need it.
Our mystery drama, Nightmare in Gillette Castle, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elizabeth Pennell and stars Kevin McCarthy and Jada Rowland. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Where is that clerk?
Can I help you? We have to see the hotel manager.
Right away.
I'll get him.
And hurry. Oh, John.
It's okay.
Our vacation's ruined.
Don't worry, Arnie. Please, maybe we can find someone who...
Hi, I'm the hotel manager.
Oh, listen, we've lost our traveler's check.
All of them. What should we do?
Well, what kind were they?
American Express.
Right.
American Express. Come on, I've got their number right here.
You can call for help anytime from anywhere in the country with American Express traveler's checks. Ask for them by name.
It's your way of looking good. Having fun in summer like you should. Add some beautiful color to your summer with Avon's exciting new color cream makeup. Moisturizing makeup with color that lasts and lasts through long summer days. You've got lots of things to do, so we bring Avon right to you.
New York, London, Amsterdam. Bob Armstrong's of Armstrong's Diamond Center spent a good deal of time in these and other diamond capitals of the world, inspecting, selecting, and purchasing the finest raw gems to become Armstrong's Diamonds. Bob Armstrong has recently returned from making a major acquisition. He has used his experience and expertise to secure these precious stones from the dealers at a very special price. This means two things. One, there may never be a larger selection of Armstrong's diamonds from which to choose. And two, the prices will never be lower, making now, right now, the best time to buy an Armstrong's diamond. If you're considering a diamond purchase in the near future, for whatever reason, consider making that purchase now. Armstrong's will work with you, using the Armstrong's 12-month no-interest purchase policy. Armstrong, where we deal in diamonds. In the Brickyard Mall, Chicago, Woodmar Center, Southlake, Marquette Malls, Northwest Indiana, and Glenbrook Center, Fort Wayne. Many New Yorkers, Jim and Pamela Watson, enjoy getting out on weekends to explore the countryside. It's amazing how quickly you can get from the big city to rural communities, rolling hills, wooded forests, or discover unexpected places of historic interest. Jim is a Sherlock Holmes buff, and he has heard that a certain state park in Connecticut houses treasures which attract devotees of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle from all over the world. We begin with an ordinary Saturday excursion. Jim and Pamela Watson are totally unprepared for the bizarre events which are about to take place.
Jim, slow down. You're driving too fast.
Honey, we've already wasted too much time.
Well, what's the hurry?
Park, Pam. I'd planned on spending several hours there.
I'd rather go antiquing.
Yeah, but you... Oh, here's the town. You see the sign? Gillette Castle State Park.
Beautiful grounds. And... Oh, look. Look!
Yeah, I see it.
There is a castle. I thought it was just a model, but it's a real one.
Hey, what a pile of stone.
We can go inside.
Well, that's what we're here for. Now, why don't you go see if we need tickets to get in? I'll park the car.
I'm here, Jim. Please hurry. This place is spooky.
Did you get the tickets?
No. I came through that big gate and up this passageway. The door's open, see? It goes into a huge, dark room, but nobody's here.
That's strange. Hello! Hello in there!
Jim, is there a Mr. Gillette who lives in this castle?
There was. He died back in 1937.
Is someone down there?
Yes, we want to see the castle.
Well, I'm afraid you're too late. I was just coming to close the door. We're short-handed today, and I'm conducting the last tour. You'd better come back some other time.
Oh, please, can't we join the tour, even if it's already started?
Well, I suppose so. I left the group up in the library, but come along, follow me.
Jim, who was Mr. Gillette?
Honey, don't let the guide know how dumb you are. He was just the greatest American actor who ever played the role of Sherlock Holmes.
Well, Mr. Gillette was much more than an actor. He was also a playwright and an inventor. He designed everything in this castle himself, inside and out.
It's so gloomy.
Now, we dim the lights after demonstrations in the Great Hall, but to save energy. Too bad you missed the stained glass. But come along, and we'll join the others. This way, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have time to see everything. There are 24 rooms of varying shapes and sizes.
Look, Jim, the hallway's a street name.
Mr. Gillette's bedroom opens off this gallery. He could observe whoever was down below by looking toward those mirrors I showed you over the French doors.
His bedroom's not exactly what you'd call cozy.
It would give me claustrophobia.
Hey, that could be a sliding panel over there.
Oh, you're very observant. Behind it are switches whereby Mr. Gillette could control all the electric lights. He was also able to cut off the telephones when he wanted to. And over here is a panel you could never find unless you knew exactly where to look. Now watch what happens.
Oh, yes. This maker's staircase. Where does it go?
Well, this one leads to the tower, where Mr. Gillette enjoyed his magnificent view of the river and surrounding hills. But we must hurry along. Now, follow me, and I will show you the best room of all.
Oh, hold on, Sam. I want to see that museum room and library where they've already been. It's back this way.
Photographs everywhere. Oh, there's one of John Valmore.
These playbills. Oh, and a glass case filled with letters. Oh, here's one from Conan Doyle.
And a book. Take a look at the title.
I could spend days in here.
We better catch up with the tour.
I don't care if we don't see anything else.
I do. I'm going...
Uh-oh.
Oh, the lights. They're going out.
Yeah, it must be a warning to leave. Quick, we better catch up with the others.
Jim, I'm scared.
Steady, Pam. There's still some daylight left. Now, we'll find our way to the front door. Come on.
Oh, thank goodness I hear them.
Yeah, we're going in the right direction.
Where is everybody? Wait for us.
Let's run for it, Pam.
They can't have gone far. If we bang on the door and yell as loud as we can.
This door is made of steel. These stone walls must be 2 or 3 feet thick.
What are we going to do? I can't imagine anything worse than spending the night in this scary place. Besides, I'm hungry.
There has to be a guard on duty.
Well, he's being awfully quiet.
No, I mean outside, patrolling the grounds. If I could just find a light switch and attract his attention.
I saw candles on a table in that place the guide called the Great Hall. I'd be afraid to go in there.
Well, here, take my hand and show me.
There. Do you have a match?
Yeah, right here.
No need to light a candle when I can flood the room with colorful illumination.
Oh, it's like a stage set. Oh, where did that voice come from?
Over there by the stairs. He must be a guard.
Oh, thank goodness you're here. We were afraid we'd been locked in.
I am not in the habit of entertaining uninvited guests.
Who are you? This is my wife, Pamela, and I'm James Watson.
Your last name appeals to me. Need I introduce myself?
Well, we thought you were a guard. But you're not dressed like one.
I should think not. I'm rather fond of this dressing gown.
Then you must be the son of Mr. William Gillette.
No, I have no son. My name is Gillette, and I alone am master of this castle.
Well, then please, Mr. Gillette, will you unbar the door and let us go home?
Certainly not. Certainly not. First of all, I want to know how you got in here.
Well, it was the last tour of the day, and we were late.
And then we became so interested in all those marvelous things in your library.
Well, it's preposterous. I do not allow tours through my castle ever.
But there was.
Never mind. You're talking nonsense. But this is one of those evenings when companionship would be quite pleasant.
Oh, we must be on our way. We didn't have much lunch, and I'm...
If you have the proper qualifications, you are welcome to partake of my dinner and spend the night.
Oh, no, we couldn't do that.
Well, I like the idea of dinner.
Well, we wouldn't want to impose.
The young lady seems to admire my light fixtures.
Oh, yes, such pretty bits of stained glass.
All supplied by my visitors. What you might call a ticket of admission to my hospitality.
I don't understand.
These lampshades are my own handiwork, but the bits and pieces were all contributed by my guests.
Oh, if we'd known when we were back in that antique store...
I'll wager that you have something with you which will suffice.
I'm afraid not.
No, it's up to you. Either you stay as my guest, or I will have you apprehended for housebreaking.
You wouldn't dare.
Watch your language, young man. I'll leave you alone for 3 minutes to think it over. Ah, Miss Stapleton.
Oh, that cat startled me.
Come along, Miss Stapleton.
He meant it, Pam. Now, look through your purse. See if there's something.
That man is mad. You heard what he called his cat.
Sure. Miss Stapleton, straight from the Hound of the Baskervilles. I'm beginning to enjoy myself. Oh, and say.
What is it now?
In my pocket, look. My sunglasses. Colored glass. You think this will do for our tickets of admission?
I see you are making progress. May I hold those spectacles up to the light?
Oh, sure.
Rather pleasant blue color. Yes, these will be quite usable. Now, what does your wife have to offer?
Well, couldn't a pair of glasses be from both of us?
No. It doesn't work that way.
Look in your purse, Sam. You gotta have something.
Compact, lipstick. Oh, here's my key ring with its pendant.
A ruby.
It's only glass.
Exactly. So now you are welcome. Before our repast, we'll climb to the tower and enjoy the last glimmer of fading light.
Breathtaking. Oh, I wish we could have seen it in the daytime.
Why, you will. Tomorrow morning.
Oh, really? We must leave after dinner.
No one ever leaves here after nightfall.
Tim, we have to get home. Tell him that.
Relax, Sam. Tomorrow's Sunday. We don't have anywhere to go. And there's so many things I'd like to ask Mr. Gillette.
That's more like it. Mrs. Hudson is a very efficient housekeeper, and I'm sure she has everything ready now.
Is her name really Mrs. Hudson?
I'm pleased that you're acquainted with Mr. Sherlock Holmes, landlady. When I advertised for a housekeeper, I specified that her name be Hudson. I suppose if this admirable woman's name had been anything else, I should have called her that anyway. Well, this should rouse her.
Such a long hallway.
Yeah. I think you'll find this room satisfactory. Please note that every door except the steel entrance to the castle opens without a sound. And the light switch works this way.
Look at all those books. No sleep for me tonight.
Dear me, they're even taking over here. That makes 11. No, 13 cats on the premises. I suppose you'd object to his staying under your bed.
He's so big.
No. Simmer down. That's it. Climb up on Daddy. I'll take you along. Now, should you need them, there are candles over there.
But it's such a brightly lighted room.
One never knows. And if you feel uneasy in a strange house, you'd better take this. A revolver? An old-fashioned pistol.
No, please, Mr. Gillette. I'm terrified of guns.
Here. You take it, Mr. Watson.
I'd rather not.
This pistol's carved of wood. Made it myself. Couldn't fire even a blank cartridge. When it was used in a stage play, the sound effects had to come from off stage.
Certainly looks like the genuine article.
It's yours. To keep. And now, I'll bid you good night and be off to Europe.
To Europe?
That's what I call my special hideaway. A room where no one can follow and the rest of the world disappears. Pleasant dreams.
Tim, won't you please turn off those blinding lights and come to bed?
Much sleepier than I thought. Oh, that food and drink. Can't focus on the books. Bed's more comfortable than it looks.
It's shivering in the dark. Hold my hand.
Sleep well.
Tim, did you hear something?
Go to sleep.
Listen. Don't come in here. Stop, I say.
Sounds like the housekeeper, Mrs. Hudson.
Something terrible is happening.
If this is one of Mr. Gillette's games, he's really gone too far this time.
Games can be very real, and the effect may be much like that of a psychosomatic illness. Not only does the patient have all the symptoms, but he truly feels the pain and the fear. From the time Gillette Castle was under construction in 1914 until today, strange things have happened there. In a few minutes, I'll be back with Act 2, and we'll continue with what has started off as a very eventful night. The ritual. Those children were far from innocent. The ritual, pulsating with the unexpected horror of those who play deadly games. The ritual. If Jonathan knew what was going to happen, he never would have left Diana alone with them.
A horrifying tale of murder, ancient cults of evil, and shattered innocence. Read The Ritual. Then go to sleep with the lights on. The Ritual, a Charter paperback.
A message from CBS News. As the Republicans build their convention platform, many Americans have questions about the vital issues the party will debate. In Louisville, Kentucky.
I'm worried about the United States of America, about the United States I grew up in and the things that are meant to me. I'm worried about the effects of things like busing and too much government control.
Do the Republicans have an answer? Complete convention coverage continues tonight on the CBS television network.
You bet I'll be watching.
You can run into a lot of problems these days trying to borrow money. And saving it is getting tougher every day. First Federal of Gary knows your needs. 13 savings centers, all linked electronically by the Big One Honeywell computer to form the Big One Network. Process knowledge to provide the know-how to help when you need it. And, brother, do we need it. First Federal of Gary, where the current interest rate on 6-month T-bills is 8.614%. Short-term 90-day jumbo certificates pay 9%. Borrow or save, or both. It's easy. At the one with the Big One Network. First Federal of Gary. Member FSLIC.
Shakespeare said about all the world being a stage. Well, William Gillette began play acting and writing when he was a small boy in Hartford. First, it was comedies, but later, his favorite character was Sherlock Holmes, a cool and resourceful man of action. When he decided to retire, his home became a stage, and his famous castle is haunted by the memories he stored up there. At the moment, Jim and Pam Watson are caught in the web of his spell. And they've just heard some chilling sounds in the night.
Help me! Help me! And what are we going to do?
We are going to try to get some sleep.
Well, how can we? You heard it. That woman is in trouble. Help me! Help me! We've got to do something.
Look, let Mr. Gillette handle this.
He's gone to...
Yeah, I know. His secret hideaway.
What time is it?
Well, how should I know?
Well, turn on the light and find out.
Pam, the light switch doesn't work. I'll try to reach that floor lamp. It's like it's pitch in here.
Well, get the candles. Over there on the dresser.
Oh, yeah, I found them. Oh, but it's so dark, I'll never find a match.
On the bedside table?
No, they're in my pants pocket. Now, where...
Oh, in my purse.
Oh, no, you never have any match.
Oh, no, I'll get it. In here somewhere. Look at flashlight.
Oh, good girl. Give it to me. Not much of a beam, but it's better than nothing.
Oh, you made a mess of that lamp. Watch out for broken glass.
I'm putting my shoes on. In fact, I'm getting dressed.
Well, then I will, too.
No, you stay in bed. Oh, that does it. I am going to find out what's going on.
You're not going anywhere without me.
Hang on to me.
Oh, this cold, dark hole. And all those doors.
Now, which direction were the sounds coming from?
This way.
No, this way. Come this way. Over here.
Oh, Jim, I don't want to go. I'm afraid.
We can't stop now.
Oh, will you come to my room?
But what is it?
Mrs. Hudson? Mrs. Hudson?
I don't want to know what's happening in there.
We have to find out. Mrs. Hudson?
What's the meaning of this?
We've come to help you.
Help me. I was sound asleep, and it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
But you were crying out for help.
I was what?
Yeah, well, we thought you were in trouble.
You were screaming and pounding on the wall and calling for someone to come.
I assure you I was fast asleep, and I don't take it kindly to be aroused.
Well, how could we have been mistaken? You led us right to your door.
No one disturbs me in the middle of the night, not even Mr. Gillette.
Well, we would have tried to find him, except he said he was going to...
Oh, to Europe, huh? That's where he goes when there are people he wants to get away from. By now he'll be safely in his own bed. And if you know what's good for you, you won't do any more snooping around.
Now, you're sure you're all right?
Then I'll be much better if I can get some sleep. And I'll thank you to go back to your room and to stay there.
Tim, where is our room?
Some of the hallways were labeled with street names. Now, what's the name of ours?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Let's try this. Another of those noiseless doors.
Close it quickly. I can't stand those cats.
Oh, how about this door?
Piles of furniture all shrouded.
No one's been in here for a long time. Look at the cobwebs.
Come away. Those lumpy sheets are like ghosts.
Now, we've made a wrong turn. I'm going to try this door.
There's something flashing.
Some kind of lamp. Smells like coal oil.
Red lantern. Look what it spells out on the wall. Danger.
Stay back, Pam. The floor drops away. There's nothing left but a big black hole. Let's get out of here.
Please, oh, please, Tim, don't open any more doors.
Look, Pam, there's one over there. It's halfway open.
And a bright light inside.
Oh, no, we couldn't be back at Mrs. Hudson's, could we?
Not possibly.
Anything's possible around here.
I wouldn't dare knock.
I'm not going to. I'm just going to pull the door wide.
Oh, Jim, that ceiling floodlight has come back on. This is our room.
Who'd ever think that a room in this place would look like a home?
Be careful, Jim.
Yeah, I know. The broken glass.
No, I mean, someone may be hiding. Someone who came in while we were gone.
Well, you can see for yourself. There's no one here.
What about the closet?
Yeah, I'll soon find out. Hand me that cane.
Oh, skull engraved on the handle.
I barely touched the wall and the door glides open.
There is someone in there. Hold tight to the cane.
Nothing but a dusty old cape on a hanger.
Are you sure? It looks just like
for yourself.
These clothes and hats. They're all black, as if...
As if they'd been worn at a funeral.
Well, we're going to be worn at one.
Come on, Pam, we're getting morbid. I'll bet they're just costumes for a play.
I wouldn't count on it.
I'm not counting on anything. First off, I'm going to lock our door.
But there isn't any key.
No, but there's an ingenious wooden arm that comes down like this. There. Now, I defy anyone to break through a barrier as solid as that.
Well, I do feel better. But believe me, I am not going back to bed.
Neither am I.
So now's your chance to tackle those books.
Not a bad idea.
Maybe if you'd read to me, it would settle my nerves.
While I gazed, a feeling of intense cold seized me. I had an impression of an immense and overwhelming power, and sensed my utter inadequacy.
Stop reading, please. I've had more than enough.
Honey, this is a classic.
Those murders in the Rue Morgue, and it scares me every time.
There's a copy of that on the table.
I know. Please, Tim, find something more cheerful.
Okay. Crimes of Passion?
No. This one sounds better. The Minister and the Choir Singer.
That's the bloodiest of all. True story. Took place in New Jersey.
What's on the next shelf?
How the Medicis Did It.
Heavens, it's a recipe book.
A whole row of volumes on poisons, including the Poisoner's Handbook, the Poisoner's Dictionary.
And this shelf is all witchcraft.
Maybe that would be more soothing.
No, thank you. I think I'll just lie down after all and try to think my own thoughts. Did you hear it, Tim?
Hear what?
Starting all over, that awful screaming.
Oh, not again.
Sounds as though she means it this time.
So wooden brace off the door?
No, don't go out there.
You stay here.
Not on your life. But I'm not going to give that mad woman the satisfaction of...
All right, but this time the hall lights are on.
Well, then let Mrs. Hudson take care of herself.
I'm not going to her room. I'm going to find Mr. Gillette.
And I'm going with you.
That guide showed us, remember? His room is right here in the middle of the balcony.
Yes, there's something about mirrors.
I hate to do this, but here goes. Come in.
His light's on.
Mr. Gillette, we're sorry to disturb you, but...
We hope you weren't asleep.
Not at all. I was reading. Come in and sit down. Why, you're still wearing your city clothes.
Yeah, we put them on in rather a hurry.
I thought you'd like the pajamas and dressing gowns I provide for my guests.
We didn't see any.
Did you look in the closets?
Well, not those terrible black capes and...
Oh, good heavens, my error. I thought those things were in another room. Is that why you came to see me?
No, it wasn't that.
It was the screams.
What are you talking about?
Well, we heard cries for help.
And the lights went out.
Our electrical system is not always dependable.
But the urgent cries for help, didn't you hear them?
Didn't hear a thing.
Well, we were sure it was Mrs. Hudson, and she sounded in agony.
I'm beginning to understand.
She was begging for someone to come to her rescue.
And you went to her door and frightened the poor lady out of her wits.
No, on the contrary. We were the ones who were scared.
Well, she sounded so desperate only when we got there.
Occasionally, the dear lady suffers from nightmares. They should be over by now.
You mean she was asleep all the time?
Exactly.
It happens often.
I fear that, dark shadows lurk somewhere in Mrs. Hudson's past. But she suits me so admirably, I've never probed into her psyche. I just leave her alone.
And you're making us feel quite foolish. I guess we should apologize for behaving like this, but...
We're not used to spending the night in the castle.
Well, all the more reason I should make you feel at home. Well, I have a hot plate here, and all the fixings over here. How about a cup of nice warm chocolate?
Oh, no, thank you.
You, Mr. Watson?
Thank you just the same. I think we'd better go back to our room and make up for some lost sleep.
I'll try to get some sleep, but I'm going to keep my clothes on, including my shoes.
It's all right now, Pam. We've just had a bad case of jitters.
More than that. I feel so strange. Nothing's going to be right until it's daylight and we can get out of here. Could anyone have made you drink that cup of chocolate?
No way.
You heard it, didn't you?
Of course I heard it, a gunshot. But we're both going to pretend that we didn't.
Put that bar back on the door.
Watson, come to my room and come quickly.
No, Jim. Pay no attention.
When Mr. Gillette gives a command like that, I've got to go.
You mean we do?
No, not this time, Pam.
You'd have to knock me out to make me stay behind.
All right, well, hand me the pistol.
It's only a fake.
It wouldn't do any good against a real one, but I'd feel a lot better with a gun in my hand.
His bedroom door's open.
Now, stay behind me. Mr. Gillette?
Isn't that? All covered up.
Mr. Gillette? Mr. Gillette, you called me. What is it?
Can't be asleep. But he's so still.
Mr. Gillette, wake up. Mr. Gillette?
Oh, Jim. He's so pale.
No signs of violence. But no pulse. No heartbeat.
Is he?
Yes, Pam. No faking it this time. Mr. William Gillette is dead.
How's that for a turn of events? Even the best of actors can go too far in attempting to create an illusion of reality. But what is reality, really? We're not even sure what we mean when we talk about real people. Back in 1800, Schiller, the poet, said that in stagecraft, appearance should never attain reality. And he felt that art would be ruined if nature took over. Well, drama thrives upon surprise, and I assure you that more surprises are coming up shortly in Act 3.
Excuse me, I own that shoe store across the street. Want to buy it?
Well,
I'll be honest. I have great shoes, but no customers, so I'm ready to sell the whole thing at any price you name it.
$12.
Sold.
Ooh.
Well, now that you own a shoe store, what'll you do with it?
Well, advertise.
I tried. A lot of newspaper ads, then TV and magazines.
I'll probably go radio.
Radio?
Yeah, according to the latest studies, everyday radio reaches more people than newspaper, TV, or magazine.
How did you know?
What's more, radio targets customers. I'll match up the right stations for my dressier lines and different stations for young casual. Since radio costs a lot less than newspapers or TV, I'll get good efficiency.
Listen, I'd like to buy my store back from you.
Well,
at a fair profit.
Okay.
How much do you...
$156,000.
That's a pretty fair profit.
Take it or leave it.
I'll take it.
What you don't know about radio could cost you a lot. What you can learn is free for the asking. Call this radio station or the Radio Advertising Bureau. They brought you this message. Radio. It's red hot.
I'm
trying to save money on my food bill, so I shop at a discount grocery store. It's inconvenient because I have to go somewhere else to do the rest of my food shopping, but I save on a few items. I save money, too, by shopping the discount grocery store that's inside every Jewel. Plus, at Jewel, I can get everything I need, like meat and fresh fruits and vegetables, so I don't waste time driving around. At my discount grocery store, I got 5 pounds of sugar for $1.99 and canned peaches for 59 cents. At Jewel, I got 5 pounds of generic sugar for $1.99 and canned peaches for 59 cents just by following the signs down Jewel's grocery aisles. With Jewel's convenience and low grocery prices, why shop anywhere else?
Discount grocery prices, plus all of Jewel's other fine shops and services. It's like having a store within a store. And don't miss Jewel's dollar sale, with savings all over the store, like Golden Farm Stand bananas. Through Wednesday, 4 pounds are only $1. Come to Jewel for the quality.
You'll come back for the price.
This is your White Sox station, Sports Radio 78, WBBM, Chicago.
It is nearly dawn, with a glimmer of light catching the small paned windows of Gillette Castle. Not only are James and Pamela Watson literally prisoners inside the walls, but their host is lying quite dead in his bed. They tried frantically to find Mrs. Hudson. Their hopes were raised when they found a telephone, but you guessed it.
No, of course it's not working. That does it. Now all we can do is wait.
Oh, what if no one comes?
Well, they have to sooner or later. Maybe hours yet.
Let's get as far away from that room as possible.
I wish I could think of something. Nothing but doors. Wouldn't you think one of them would lead to the outside?
Look, Jim. The sign on this hallway says Baker Street.
Huh. It would. I bet there's even a number 221B.
There is.
No harm in trying that door. Unbelievable.
Straight out of the books. The fireplace, his slippers, and pipe.
The violin? Huh. And all those papers and bottles that look like chemicals. What a stage set.
Good morning.
Oh, thank God. Mr. Gillette, you've done it again.
I beg your pardon.
You're alive.
Well, of course I'm alive. Although I'm not in the habit of rising this early in the morning.
You are truly remarkable. And this is worth everything that's happened. What a performance.
Young man, could it be possible that you don't know who I am?
Of course we know. You're Sherlock Holmes. That is, you're Mr. Gillette pretending to be Sherlock Holmes.
No one pretends to be Sherlock Holmes. Your name could be Watson, that's common enough. But I am the sole individual who has the combined first and last names of Sherlock and Holmes.
Come on now, Mr. Gillette. You've had your fun with it. It's been a long night. Now, let's just have a good laugh over the way you fooled us.
Well, this becomes more interesting by the moment. Sit down. Sit down, both of you, and tell me more about this Mr. Gillette.
Well, he is you, sir, Mr. William Gillette, and there can be no question in anyone's mind that you are a great actor.
My profession is not acting, although there are times when I am called upon to use the actor's skills.
Your makeup is simply terrific. Every single detail.
Young lady, you've never seen me in disguise.
But you look so different when you're Mr. Gillette.
I am losing my patience. If there is an actor masquerading as Sherlock Holmes, he is an imposter and must be brought to justice. Where did you meet this man?
And then, sir, as we came down the long hallway, we saw the sign Baker Street and the number on the door.
Mr. Watson, you are presently inside my landlady's house. Draw the curtains over there, and you will look out on one of the most famous streets in London.
Jim, look. Just like a London street. Only it can't be.
I'd open the window, but that's dangerous for a man in my position.
You don't believe what we've just told you, do you?
Well, indeed, it may have elements of truth. But I don't accept this fantasy about a castle and screams in the night.
We explained that Mrs. Hudson was having a nightmare.
That's another thing which makes your case more serious. Mrs. Hudson never has nightmares.
How do you know?
Elementary, my dear sir. There appear, however, to be 2 impostors involved. I suppose you will claim that this Mrs. Hudson is an actress who shares a castle with your Mr. Gillette?
Oh, no. Well, she's the housekeeper.
Never fear. I'll get to the bottom of this. And if I'm not mistaken, here comes the answer to our puzzle.
It's an old-fashioned carriage. Stopping right in front of the house.
Kindly step back from the window. Enemies of mine waste hours across the street peering in this direction. Come in, Mrs. Hudson.
Sorry to break in on you so early, Mr. Holmes. You know I never bother you until you're ready for breakfast.
Yes, but this is an emergency.
Oh, indeed it is. Oh, excuse me. I didn't know there'd be people here at this time of day.
They appear to have an emergency, too. I'm told that they spent the night in a castle, but you spent the night at your sister's.
You knew.
Call it a logical conclusion.
Mr. Holmes, I must go down to the kitchen and get the fire started. But then, if you could spare me a few moments...
Come right back. I'm sure what you have to say concerns everyone in this room.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, the most terrible thing has happened at my sister's house.
But your sister is unharmed?
Oh, no, it's not her. But you know she takes in boarders, same as I do. And this man hasn't been here very long.
What sort of man?
Oh, a proper gentleman. Very thin, dark hair. But he was almost as tall as you.
You speak in the past tense. I assume there has been an accident.
Well, that's it. We don't rightly know what happened.
Come now, Mrs. Hudson. You were there.
Well, in the middle of the night, he called out for my sister and told her he was not feeling well. He said he'd sent for the doctor, and he asked her to let him in when he came.
Go on.
Well, I heard the doorbell ring. It woke me up.
And then your sister took the doctor into the boarder's room?
But there were two of them.
Two doctors?
The doctor had a woman with him. Said she was his nurse.
Very interesting.
My sister left him in the sick man's room. And then she and I were talking in the back hall when we...
Heard a gunshot?
Well, I don't think it was a gunshot. More like a shutter banging. But right afterward, the doctor and nurse came running down the stairs and rushed out the front door into the street.
Well, of course you didn't follow them. It was still dark and you were in your nightclothes.
Oh, we went straight to Mr... Oh, dear, you see, I'm so rattled I've forgotten the poor man's name. Well, we went right to his room, and he was in bed, all covered up. We called. We tried to wake him, but it was all so horrible, Mr. Holmes, because he was dead.
Here, Mrs. Hudson. Now drink this. It'll make you feel much better.
Poor lady nearly passed out.
Do you blame her?
Now tell me, Mrs. Hudson, what was this boarder's occupation?
Well, he seemed to be a gentleman of leisure. Stayed home every day, he did. Oh, that is every day but Saturdays.
But he went out every evening. Is that right?
Well, it seemed so odd. Every night of the week.
Around theater time, I imagine. And his name was Mr. Gillette?
Of course. Oh, I remember now. But how did you know?
Call it deduction.
Not Mr. William Gillette.
Oh, well, I wouldn't know his first name. But my sister could tell you. It couldn't be.
Oh, yes, it could. Now, Mrs. Hudson, did you or your sister send for the police?
Oh, no, not yet. It only just happened. My sister runs a very respectable house. She don't want any crowds coming around or any scandal.
Were there any signs of violence?
But Mr. Gillette's room was neat as a pin.
No blood? No weapons? No injury to the body?
Oh, I couldn't bear to look. But my sister said he didn't have a mark on him.
Well, then isn't it possible that he died in his sleep?
Oh, he was wide awake when my sister saw him. And then that doctor and nurse, they were in such a hurry.
What did this man and woman look like?
Well, I didn't see them. But my sister said they were both quite young. Well, I would guess about the age of this lady and gentleman here.
Just as I thought.
Oh, and they wouldn't have gone running off like that unless something was wrong. Well, would they? I mean, that's why I came right away to you, Mr. Holmes. Oh, if you could just find them.
Perhaps I already have.
Oh, you must be joking, Mr. Holmes. Well, I know you're a great detective, but how could you possibly...
Run along now, run along. Go back to your sister's house. Tell her to keep the door to that room closed tight and to go about her business as if nothing had happened.
But you will help us?
Yes. I'll be along just as soon as I finish my business here. Well, it seems that we have more than one actor in this play.
Well, just what do you mean?
Your whereabouts this past night has shifted to a different stage.
Well, you aren't connecting us with this murder at Mrs. Hudson's sister.
You do assume, then, that Mr. Gillette was murdered.
Which Mr. Gillette are you talking about?
My dear Mrs. Watson, you can't believe that all of this is sheer coincidence.
Well, what else could it be?
Item 1, a sound like a shot was heard.
She said it was a banging shutter.
Very similar to the clap made by certain pistols.
We were nowhere near a house in London.
Item 2. A talented actor is found dead in his bed, and his name is William Gillette.
Pardon me, sir, but I believe it was you who put that idea in Mrs. Hudson's head.
Watson, would you dare impugn my methods of deduction?
Of course not, Mr. Holmes. But in this case...
Item 3. 2 young people, male and female, discover the body and leave the victim's room in great haste.
But Jim is not a doctor, and I'm not a nurse.
More likely you than another couple. After all, the Watsons come from a distinguished medical family.
Sir, I assure you, I am not...
Never mind. Item by item, there is but one case, not 2. No signs of struggle. No visible injury. Oh, it's all very clear. I must now keep my promise to Mrs. Hudson.
It may seem clear to you,
Mr. Holmes, we came to you first. You must help us. The body we found was right here in Mr. Gillette's castle.
My dear young lady, in the castles of the mind, many things can happen.
You don't believe us, do you?
I believe that when you wanted your Mr. Gillette to be there, he was, and you placed him in a romantic setting.
But we were in the castle.
Call it what you will. You were prisoners and obviously wanted your jailer out of the way.
We went to Mr. Gillette for help.
Fiendishly clever, that man. He was trying to trick you.
I don't doubt that.
Well, then let me have the incriminating evidence.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The pistol. You have it in your pocket?
Well, this is nothing but a harmless piece of wood. I want to keep it as a souvenir.
The last thing in the world to be found on your person. Give it to me.
Never mind the doorbell. There's no one inside, and I have the key.
It seems to be a commotion at the front door, and I must be on my way.
Will you take us with you?
Not where I'm going, but don't worry about being apprehended.
All we want to do is go home.
Scotland Yard would like to know your whereabouts, but I'll put them off the scent. Any imposter who masquerades as Sherlock Holmes deserves to be put out of the way.
But what will become of us?
You two go out that door, and I'll just slip down the passageway behind the fireplace. Believe me, this has been a most refreshing encounter.
You're a new man, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am. First day on the job.
We've been short-handed, and we closed up early last evening. There's lots to be done before the first visitors arrive. Now, come this way.
Big, isn't it?
First, we check the Great Hall. Wouldn't you know, these tourists always leave something behind. Oh, here's a pair of dark glasses and a key ring. Some sort of jewel on it. I don't think it's valuable. However, I'll show you where we keep these things with the rest of the lost and found.
Mr. Holmes said we should leave by this door.
I'm not sure I want to.
We can't stay here. If you won't open the door, I will. Oh, Jim, it's all right. It opens into the hallway of the castle.
I'll show you the library.
And listen.
Holmes' room.
We're all right, Jim. That's the guide. We're safe. I'm going to yell.
No, Pam, no, keep quiet.
I'm going to let them know we're here.
Come back into the Sherlock Holmes room. Now, don't make a sound.
Have you lost your mind?
I think I'm just finding it. Quick, come over here.
I don't want to spend another minute in this room.
But I found another way out. Mr. Gillette must have used it often. Here. Behind the fireplace.
Jim, all we have to do is call the guide.
It can't be found in here.
I'm going...
Just wait. There. You see? It's a secret staircase. And no cobwebs on this one.
I don't ever want to see another secret staircase.
You're going down this one.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Pam, we've got to. Now, come on, take my hand.
But the guide is coming.
Hurry. It's our only way out. No one in the world would believe us if we told them what happened here last night.
I, for one, am a believer, with reservations, of course. I do believe that a sense of wonder helps keep healthy minds in balance. Playwright Christopher Fry wrote an article on that subject in which he said, the first of our senses, which we should take care never to let rust through disuse, is that sixth sense, the imagination. That's what we're up to in presenting these dramas, our way of keeping the wheels of your imagination from rusting. I'll be back with a further comment.
A message from CBS News. As the Republicans build their convention platform, many Americans have questions about the vital issues the party will debate. In Phoenix, Arizona.
What I'm really afraid of is that by the time my grandchild grows up, inflation and everything else is going to be so high, there's not going to be even Social Security left for her.
Do the Republicans have an answer? Complete convention coverage continues tonight on the CBS television network.
I will be watching.
It's a good feeling to sleep the night away on a perfect sleeper by Chesterton.
I'm Susan Anton. The Perfect Sleeper gives you the top comfort you love and the deep support you need. Top comfort, deep support. You get both from every Serta Perfect Sleeper. That's firmness that feels good. So,
Be a perfect sleeper by a perfect sleeper, perfect sleeper by Serta.
The Ritual. Those children were far from innocent. The Ritual, pulsating with the unexpected horror of those who play deadly games. The Ritual. If Jonathan knew what was going to happen, he never would have left Diana alone with them. A horrifying tale of murder, ancient cults of evil, and shattered innocence. Read The Ritual, then go to sleep with the lights on. The Ritual, a Charter paperback.
This match is one of the world's most lethal weapons. It kills thousands of people each year, countless thousands of animals. It lays waste to millions of acres and destroys thousands of homes. It strikes at high noon and in the dead of night. Man created the match. Man uses it to his benefit and misuses it to his sorrow. Only you can prevent forest fires.
A public service of this station, the Smokey Bear Program, and the Ad Council. There is a Gillette Castle towering above the Connecticut River near the town of East Haddam. The secret stairways are there, the intricate wood paneling and colored glass, fascinating memorabilia everywhere, and, of course, the Sherlock Holmes room, a replica of the Baker Street lodgings as described by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Tours of the castle are conducted daily throughout the summer. I assure you, it's a haunting experience. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Jada Rowland, Russell Horton, and Carol Teitel. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and 924 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Here we are once again on the threshold of a well-remembered room. Lamplight streams across the handsome bindings of a cherished and well-read library. The fragrance of a bowl of ruddy apples fills the air. In a comfortable, worn leather armchair sits our old friend and favorite raconteur, the genial Dr. Watson.
Come in, Mr. Harris. Come in and welcome. Welcome to you and all our host of radio friends.
You look as if your summer vacation had been a huge success, Doctor.
Oh, it was indeed. I've taken off a bit of weight, don't you think?
Absolutely. How did you do it?
Oh, helping Holmes look after his blasted bees. Mary and I were down in Sussex for a month this summer, you know.
I had no idea beekeeping was so strenuous, Doctor.
Well, it wasn't that so much as the fact that I was jolly well stung on the lip by a rampant queen. In consequence, I was obliged to partake of a liquid diet for one entire week. But that's enough about me. Suppose we get on to the person I'm sure our listeners are most anxious to hear about, the world's greatest consulting detective by his own admission, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
And which of his adventures are we to have this evening, Doctor?
Well, suppose I relate the case of the dog who changed his mind. It concerns a fabulous bottle of ancestral brandy and an old woman whose murder benefited no one but a famous society of wine tasters.
Sounds promising.
But before we become further involved, don't you think this is a good time to mention the gentleman whose courtesy, not to say checkbooks, have made this winter series of broadcasts possible?
A very sound idea, Dr. Watson. For our listeners should know all there is to know about Clippercraft clothes. As millions of men have discovered, they're just about the most amazing clothes values you've ever seen. And as you well know, there's a why and a wherefore for everything. In this case, it's the famous Clippercraft plan. By concentrating the buying power of 924 leading stores from coast to coast, you get all the advantages of steady year-round operation, all the savings in manufacturing and distribution costs. It gives you the benefits of group buying, plus the friendly personal attention you expect at the leading store in your community, at the store you can trust. And it doesn't take a Sherlock Holmes to discover that Clippercraft values are second to none. You can buy expensive-looking Clippercraft suits at only $35 and $40, with a few deluxe models at $43.75. You can buy Clippercraft topcoats and overcoats at only $30 to $40, and sport jackets at only $24. Believe me, this is your clue to clothes satisfaction this fall. Simply compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. Now, Dr. Watson, what about the case of the dog who changed his mind?
Right, Holmes. Yes, now, let me see. It was in the good old Baker Street days. A rather gloomy day in late October, to be exact. We had breakfasted late in front of a sea-coal fire. With my body in one easy chair and my legs upon another, I sat listening with growing irritation to Holmes as he practiced interminable scales, roulades, glissandos, and what have you on his violin. At last, a particularly screeching dissonance was more than my frazzled nerves could bear. Holmes, must you do that?
Calm yourself, my dear Watson. I was not responsible for that last bit of cacophony. It was caused by the scraping of a carriage wheel against our curbstone. I rather think we're about to receive a client, a lady, rather slight and agitated.
Well, how can you possibly tell? You haven't even bothered to look out of the window.
My ears, Watson, are nearly as well trained as my eyes. The infinitesimal creak of the carriage springs as its passenger descended to the pavement indicate a slender person. The tap of French heels indicate a lady. The quickness of her step indicates that she's agitated. Yes, decidedly agitated.
Well, I must say, Holmes, you have ears like a hawk.
Your metaphor is a trifle mixed, my dear Watson, but I accept your tribute. Come in.
Mr. Holmes? Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
Naturally. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
Oh, how do you do?
Oh, thank heavens you're at home. You must come at once, Mr. Holmes. She's been murdered, I know she has, and they'll blame Reggie. Dr. Tillinghurst has sent for Scotland Yard. Oh, Mr. Holmes, can't you do something?
My dear young lady, I can do a great many things, but not until you could give us a coherent account of your difficulty.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I have made a fool of myself. But the whole thing is so impossible. You see, she'd never commit suicide. Even at 89, she enjoyed life tremendously. And no one could have killed her because she was alone with the door bolted from the inside.
Who is this remarkable old lady, and why should anyone want to kill her?
She was Lady Blenkinsop. But who in the world would want to harm her? Oh, I'll admit she was eccentric and difficult at times. You know the French, Mr. Holmes. But it didn't frighten anyone. Not even Bobo.
Bobo?
Oh, Bobo is her pug dog. Terribly spoiled, but devoted and funny, too.
Oh.
It was always with her, sitting on her lap or sleeping at the foot of her bed. Poor little thing. That's where we found him this morning when we broke in the door. Just stood there barking at the noise we made and wagging his tail at Dr. Tillinghurst.
Why did you break in the door?
Because it was still locked when Potters, he's the butler, brought up Lady Blenkinsop's early tea. She always locked herself in at night. Didn't want anyone to catch sight of her without her curls, I suspect.
But this morning was different, I gather.
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. I made her tea and a bit of toast at 9:30. You see, I'm her companion, but I do cook her breakfast and fix her a bit of lunch.
There's a charwoman who comes in to do the heavy cleaning and cooks dinners. And Potters attends to the rest of the house.
Rather a meagre domestic staff for a person of Lady Blenkinsop's standing, eh, what?
Is she hard up for funds?
Oh, no, I believe she's quite well off. Her own money, too. Of course, the Blenkinsop estates went to Reggie when Lady Blenkinsop's husband died. He inherited the title, too.
Creating a certain amount of friction between the old lady and her nephew, no doubt.
Oh, no, Dr. Watson. They were devoted to each other. Not that they didn't squabble now and then. Like last night, when Reggie stamped out of the house when she took her birthday brandy up to bed with her unopened, without offering him a drink.
Well, surely he could drop round to his club if he wanted a nightcap.
Oh, you don't understand. Lady Blenkinsop's birthday brandy is very special. We've always looked forward to it. But this being the last bottle, I imagine she wanted to save it. Yesterday was her birthday, you see, and I baked her a birthday cake.
What happened last night is not what brought you here.
Oh, no. Last night was fun. Just Reggie and myself and Lady Blenkinsop. And Potters, of course. She always gave him a piece of the cake, too. It was all so gay. This morning was horrible.
Right from the time you woke up?
No. As a matter of fact, Potters was whistling when I gave him her tray to take up. Here's Lady Blenkinsop's tray, Potters.
Oh, morning, Miss Kitty. A bit late this morning, aren't we?
A bit. I overslept, but it's all right, I hope. I imagine Lady Blenkinsop overslept, too, after last night's excitement.
I wouldn't count on it. She's a great one, her ladyship is. Next year she'll be 90. And here she is, as bright and sassy as the day his lordship brought her here, a bride from France. I'll never forget her driving up in the carriage surrounded with all those cases of brandy. Brought them over from France, she had. Said her father had sent them along so she'd have something fit to drink on her birthdays, at least. There were so many bottles I thought she'd never live to drink the last. But there's no more left, Miss Kitty. That one she took upstairs is the end. She always felt when that brandy was gone, she'd be gone, too.
Oh, nonsense, Potters. That's just superstition. Here, you'd better take her tea up before it gets cold, or she'll snatch you bald-headed.
And how could she do that when it's bald I've been 30 years now? Oh, Miss Kitty, there's the front door.
It's all right, Potters. I'll answer it. Oh, Dr. Tillinghurst, good morning.
Good morning, Miss Kitty. Started to rain. I'll just leave my umbrella here in the stand. How's Lady Blenkinsop this morning?
I don't really know. I've just sent her tray up. I think she may have slept later than usual. Yesterday was her birthday, you know.
That's exactly why I dropped by. Thought you might have overdone it a bit. Can't be too careful at her age. Thought I'd like to listen to her heart.
I'll go up and announce you.
Good girl. I don't know what she pays you, but whatever it is, it's not enough.
Oh, I do all right. Besides, I enjoy my work here. She's really lots of fun.
And doesn't give you much time to yourself, I imagine. Hello. What's wrong with Potters? He's still standing outside the door.
What's the matter, Potters?
I've knocked and I've knocked, but she doesn't say come in.
Well, go in anyway.
I can't. The door's still bolted.
Let me try. Lady Blenkinsop? Lady Blenkinsop, are you awake?
That's Bobo. He's heard us.
But why doesn't Lady Blenkinsop answer? Open the door. Please open the door.
I think we'd better force the door. Come on, Potters, help me.
Yes, sir.
We'll use this heavy chair. Steady now. 1 and 2 and... Easy, Bobo, easy. It's all right, old fellow.
Oh, she's still asleep. But she's so white. Oh, Dr. Tillinghurst, I'm frightened.
I'll have a look at her. Where's my stethoscope? No pulse. Pupils contracted.
Miss Kitty, look there on the bed table. She did open the brandy bottle after all.
Don't touch anything. Everything must be left exactly as it is.
But Dr. Tillinghurst...
Lady Blenkinsop is dead. Poisoned.
Oh, no.
Potters, go for the police.
Yes, sir.
Tell them Lady Blenkinsop has committed suicide. Tell them to inform Scotland Yard.
But she wouldn't do that. I know she
Miss
wouldn't.
Kitty, I want you to go to the nearest apothecary's. I shall want some things. We shall have to make some tests. Meantime, I'll try to fasten this door. No one is to be allowed in here. No one. Come on, Bobo. Come on. It's a good boy.
But She didn't kill herself, Mr. Holmes. I know she didn't. She was terrified of death.
Then someone else must have poisoned her. You did say she was poisoned.
Well, Dr. Tillinghurst seemed to think so. But who could have done it? No one could have got into the room. The door was barred on the inside. So were all the shutters, I noticed particularly.
Could anyone have been hidden somewhere in the room before she went upstairs?
Oh, no. I looked under the bed and the dressing table. She always made me do that when I brought her up to bed. She was terrified of the dark, you see. No, she was quite alone when she met her death.
Maybe she took an overdose of something by accident. Maybe the brandy was poisoned. Maybe she had a secret sorrow.
Watson, I abhor guessing games. I prefer facts. Get your overcoat while I summon a four-wheeler. It's vital we reach Lady Blenkinsop's house before Scotland Yard has had a chance to muck up the clues. You say that Lady Blenkinsop was French. You don't happen to know her family name?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. It was de Fezinac. Her father was a count.
De Fezinac. No wonder her bridal brandy was rather special, eh, Watson?
De Fezinac. Sounds vaguely familiar. Can't say I place it, however.
The de Fezinacs are a branch, I might say, the main trunk of the great house of Armagnac.
From which the name of the brandy is derived. By Jove, of course.
Oh, I do remember Lady Blenkinsop going on about her family's vineyards. It seems it was customary for every daughter of the house to take with her, as part of her dowry, half a dozen cases of the brandy that was bottled the year of her birth. Lady Blenkinsop always boasted that hers was a particularly fine year. She opened a bottle every birthday.
Half a dozen cases. Let's see, that's 72 bottles. Lady Blenkinsop was 87. By Jove, that means she was 17 when she was married.
All of which has no bearing on the case whatsoever. Never clutter up the mind with non-essentials, Watson. That's your weakness.
Well, who's to decide what's essential in a case like this?
I am. Tell me, Miss Kitty, who benefits by Lady Blenkinsop's death?
Benefits? Why, no one. Goodness, no one ever wanted her to die, I'm sure. We were all much too fond of her.
Let me put it this way, then. Who inherits Lady Blenkinsop's money? Her nephew, I suppose, and you and Potters have been left a small legacy, no doubt.
Gracious, no, Mr. Holmes. Lady Blenkinsop's last will leaves everything to a French society of wine tasters. The Chevalier des Vendages Anciens.
The Knights of the Ancient Vintages.
Go to the head of the class, Watson.
It's for the improvement of the French wine industry, you see.
You said her last will. How long ago did she make it?
Oh, about 8 months ago, Mr. Holmes.
Who was her heir before that?
Why, Reggie, of course. But you mustn't draw any wrong conclusions about that, Mr. Holmes. Reggie didn't need the money. Why, he's plenty of his own. Really, they were very devoted to each other. They just didn't always see eye to eye about certain subjects.
For instance?
Oh, I don't know. Reggie didn't approve of Bobo being fed sweetmeats. They had terrific squabbles about things like that.
What exactly was the squabble that caused Lady Blenkinsop to change her will?
It was all so silly, really. A tempest in a teapot. It didn't mean a thing.
What didn't mean a thing?
His holding my hand. Reggie, I mean. He just happened to have handed me the morning mail, and he just forgot to let go.
Lady Blenkinsop didn't approve, I take it.
She was always afraid he would make what she called an unsuitable alliance.
The French point of view, of course, eh, Holmes?
Not entirely. How did Reggie react?
He was furious. He said when he married, it would be when and how and to whom he dashed well pleased.
Bully for him.
But it's all so ridiculous. You see, Reggie never showed any interest in me before or since.
Pity, eh, Holmes?
Oh, here we are. This is Lady Blenkinsop's house.
Gloomy old mausoleum, eh, Holmes?
Hop out, Watson, and ring the doorbell. That's a good chap.
Oh, that won't be necessary, Mr. Holmes. I have a key.
I gather Scotland Yard is here before us.
How can you tell, Mr. Holmes?
Unless I'm very much mistaken, that's Inspector Lestrade's official umbrella still dripping on the vestibule floor. Perhaps we're not too late after all.
Oh, Miss Kitty, I'm so glad you've come back. I just brought the gentleman from Scotland Yard. He's in the reception room.
Well, if it isn't Inspector Lestrade, the watchdog of Scotland Yard.
Holmes, what in blazes are you doing here?
My usual occupation, investigating a crime.
There's no crime this time, Holmes. Lady dies, poisoned, they tell me. Absolutely alone she is. Doors and windows locked tight on the inside. Clear case of suicide.
The Scotland Yard method. Reductio ad absurdum.
And what's wrong with that? Whatever it is.
Personally, I prefer to review the facts.
Dr. Tillinghast says, will you be kind enough to come upstairs, gentlemen? He's waiting outside her ladyship's door.
We'll be right up. Thank you, Potters.
Great Scott. What's that unearthly racket?
It's Bobo, her ladyship's dog. Dr. Tillinghast says he's been carrying on like that on her threshold ever since he took him out of the room and closed the door.
Bobo, don't! Oh, stop him, somebody.
He knows she's lying there dead, poor little creature.
Can't you make him stop, Dr. Tillinghast? He's always been so fond of you.
Make him stop. He won't even let me near the door. Nice, Bobo. Be a good dog. There, you see.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Tillinghast. This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, how do you do, sir?
How do you do? Suppose we allow Scotland Yard to handle the situation.
Think I want to have my hand taken over by a vicious brute? No, thanks.
But he's not vicious. At least he never was before.
Very well, I'll take over. Mr. Sherlock Holmes to the rescue. That's enough, Bobo. We know how you feel. That's right. Quiet down.
Well, now look at that. He's crawling over to him. He's letting himself be picked up. He's licking his ear.
Wanted to tell me something, is that it? Yes, I understand. I understand very well, old fellow. Now, Dr. Tillinghast, the inspector and I will see if we can get to the bottom of this mystery.
It's no mystery to me, Holmes.
That's what you think, my dear Lestrade. That's what you think. Now, if you'll follow me, gentlemen. This will be rather unpleasant, Miss Kitty. You'd better remain outside.
You see, Inspector Lestrade, the pupils are definitely contracted. Face pale, extremities cyanotic.
Right you are, Dr. Tillinghast. It's poison, all right. But which one?
We won't know until we've made tests, of course. I sent Miss Kitty out for a solution of ferric chloride. If it's opium or one of its derivatives, as I suspect, that should do the trick.
Dr. Tillinghast, were you in the habit of prescribing opium or any of the other somniferous poisons for Lady Blenkinsop?
Certainly not.
I say, Holmes, look here. The brandy bottle has been tipped over. All the brandy's run out on the carpet.
Oh, poor Lady Blenkinsop. She always said she'd die when the brandy was gone, and now it is, and so is she.
Oh, that'll do, Potters. We've no time for idle superstition.
Yes, sir. If you ask me, it's a plot. Whoever spilled the brandy knew it had been poisoned. Didn't want to leave any about to be tested.
The brandy was not poisoned, Watson. Here, notice the wax that sealed the cork. That wax was melted over that cork when Lady Blenkinsop was a girl. She herself removed it last night after she'd locked her door when she was by herself.
Well, at least she did have a drink of it on her birthday, poor old soul. And here it is now seeped into the carpet. What a dreadful waste.
You say she never took a sedative, Dr. Tillinghast, or a painkiller of any sort?
That she did, sir. A bit of laudanum when she got a toothache.
Oh, yeah, of course. I did prescribe laudanum a year or so ago. Christmas it was, I think. Yes, when she developed an ache in her lower bicuspid.
Did Lady Blenkinsop suffer from frequent toothaches, Potters?
Only when she was excited, sir. Like holidays, birthdays, and now and then when she bet on a horse.
Then yesterday being her birthday, she probably developed a toothache and took a dose of laudanum before retiring.
Of course, that explains it all. Laudanum is an opium derivative. She took an overdose. You know, I never could persuade her to be accurate. Her confounded Gallic temperament. Potters, do you know where she kept her medicines?
Oh, yes, sir. Top drawer of her dressing table.
Oh, yes, of course, I remember. Let's see. Yes. Yes, here we are. Baffles, liquor, opii sedativus. That's double-strength laudanum. She must have bought this at the apothecary's herself and didn't realize it was at least 4 times as strong as the prescription I gave her. Doesn't take much of an overdose to turn the trick when you're 89.
Well, Holmes, there you are. Now are you satisfied? A plain case of accidental suicide by poison.
I've never doubted that Lady Blenkinsop was doped, Lestrade, and quite probably by her own hand. But that's not what caused her death. No, Lestrade. Lady Blenkinsop was asphyxiated, strangled. The evidence is obvious.
Really, Mr. Holmes? I'm astonished that a man of your reputation should be ignorant of the fact that the symptom of asphyxia and death by one of the somniferous poisons are almost identical.
Yes, he's right, Holmes. Every doctor knows that. Besides, there's no sign of a struggle. If she'd been strangled, she'd have put up a fight.
Not necessarily if she'd been doped first. Tell me, Potters, was Lady Blenkinsop in the habit of wearing her pearls to bed?
I see what you're driving at, Holmes. The pearls did it. Got caught around her neck. And with all that laudanum in her, she never realized they were strangling her.
Wrong again, Lestrade. She was strangled not accidentally by her pearls, but intentionally by someone who saw her helpless condition and held a pillow or perhaps the bedclothes over her mouth until she stopped breathing. In fact, I strongly suspect she came too long enough to put out a hand and upset that bottle of brandy.
Oh, imagination, Mr. Holmes. Pure imagination.
Really? Then how do you account for this lint up her nostrils?
Well, I never noticed.
You didn't notice, Lestrade, because you didn't look. If you perform an autopsy, I've no doubt you'll find more bits of lint in her lungs. Lint from the very finest French linen.
Lady Blenkinsop always bought her linens in France.
Exactly.
Oh, but this is preposterous. How did the chap get in to strangle her? Remember, the doors and windows were still bolted tight when Dr. Tillinghast and the others broke in this morning and found her dead.
When the doctor said he found her dead.
What's the difference?
Why do you suppose he sent the rest of the household out of the house in such a hurry?
Why?
First, because he didn't want them to get a good look at her and realize she wasn't dead, only drugged. And second, and here comes the really diabolical part of the whole affair. Second, so he could come back quietly when the house was empty and finish her off.
Ridiculous. Lot of lies. You can't prove a thing.
No? Then why wasn't Bobo upset when you broke in this morning? Because he knew his mistress was still alive.
Nonsense.
Why did he later turn on you and offer to bite you? Because he'd seen you go back and kill his mistress.
Of course, if you're going to put a dumb beast in the witness box.
And why is the brandy splashed on your shoe?
That's not brandy, it's mud. I've been walking in the rain.
Analysis will show what it is, Dr. Tillinghast.
Well, suppose it is brandy. I sometimes stop into a pub on a bad day for a brandy and soda. I may have spilled some on my boots.
That's right, Holmes. What can we prove?
Now, let's be sensible. What reason, what possible motive could I have for killing off one of my best patients?
That's a fact, Holmes. No motive. No possible motive whatsoever.
Would you consider a fabulous rope of pearls worth, say, 8,000 or 10,000 pounds? Would you consider that sufficient motive, my dear Lestrade?
But Lady Blenkinsop's pearls are still obviously on the body.
Those are not the Blenkinsop pearls, Lestrade.
Eh? What?
Oh, I'll admit they're very clever imitations. Yes, if you'll investigate that bulge in the doctor's upper left-hand pocket, I think you may discover the genuine pearls. Watson, quick, don't let him get away.
No, you don't. Stop or I'll fill you full of lead.
By Jove, I'm sorry, Holmes. I had no idea the blighter would make a bolt for it.
Don't worry, Watson. I fancy Lestrade is still capable of handling the more rough-and-tumble side of apprehending criminals.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, what happened? I just saw Inspector Lestrade escorting Dr. Tillinghast out of the front door in handcuffs. What does it mean?
My dear Miss Kitty, it means that the criminal has yet to be born who can put anything over on Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
A very entertaining story, Dr. Watson.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Mr. Harris.
Now, of course, there are one or two small matters that puzzle me. Why did Holmes say the dog had told him something when he picked him up?
A very interesting question with a very interesting answer. I'll give it to you after you've said a few words about the excellent product that foots the bill for us.
Right, Dr. Watson. When you can go to your favorite store and get the nation's most exciting clothes value, that's just good common sense. For the Clipper Craft plan is just another matter of simple logic. So that you receive all the benefits of group purchasing, it concentrates the buying power of 924 leading stores across the country. It makes possible the nation's highest standard of clothes value, brought to you at the leading independent store you really enjoy visiting and that enjoys serving you. Where you're a person, not just another number on a sales check. Now, bear in mind that Clipper Craft clothes are faultlessly tailored from luxurious, long-wearing fabrics, that Clipper Craft smart styles fit to custom perfection. Despite the fact that costs of materials and manufacturing are rising, there are new fall Clipper Craft suits at only $35 and $40. There are a few special models at $43.75. Clipper Craft top coats and overcoats are only $30 to $40, and sport jackets only $24. Selling expensive clothes at inexpensive prices at the nation's finest stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
The leading stores in the metropolitan area that bring you Clippercraft clothes are Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th Street, Manhattan, Abraham and Straus, Brooklyn, the Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark, New Jersey, and the B&B Clothes Shop, 164-08 Jamaica Avenue, Jamaica. These great, courteous, and friendly stores are proud to add their names to that of Clippercraft in the label of your suit, topcoat, sports jacket, and overcoat.
And now for your question about Bobo, Mr. Harris. When Holmes picked up the dog, he was struck by the fact that his paws were wet with something that smelled suspiciously like brandy. Later, when he entered the death chamber and saw the overturned bottle, he knew exactly what must have happened.
I wonder if I'd have been that smart. One more thing, Dr. Watson.
Yes, Mr. Harris?
What story are you going to give us next week?
Next week, I think it'll be the case of the missing heiress, or how a very charming and very hot-headed Canadian girl disappeared from her carriage in full regalia on her way to be presented at court.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and 924 leading retail stores from coast to coast have brought you the first in a new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Our stories are written by Edith Miser, with special music by Albert Berman. Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen again next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Case of the Missing Heiress. If you wish to attend the Sherlock Holmes broadcasts in New York, see your local Clippercraft dealer, and he'll tell you how to obtain tickets. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Stay with us for Melvin Elliott's report on the news, which follows station identification. Fly Eastern Airlines' new type Constellation service to Houston in only 5 hours and 50 minutes. For immediate reservations, call Eastern Airlines or your travel agent. WOR, the World Series station in New York.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell about another exciting adventure he shared with that master detective, his old friend Sherlock Holmes. And say, I want to tell you about a little present I've got for you. A present, and it's free. It's a swell recipe calendar printed in full color, and it's good for 2 years, 1945 and 46. But best of all, this calendar not only gives you the dates, it gives you loads of swell recipes and ideas for cooking with Petri wine. Want to know how to make spare ribs that are out of this world? You want to learn a new way to fix liver and onions, a swell way to make soup more delicious than ever. It's a cinch with this calendar handy in your kitchen to tell you how. In fact, this calendar tells you all you ought to know about wine. And remember, it's free. Just write to Petri Wine, Petri, Petri Wine, San Francisco 26, California. Petri Wine, San Francisco 26, California. We'll send you your swell recipe calendar immediately. And now for our weekly visit with the genial Dr. Watson. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Foreman. Come in and settle yourself down.
Thank you. You're looking particularly comfortable tonight, Doctor. Feet up on the sofa and the puppies asleep on your lap.
Yes, my boy. The three of us went for a long walk on the beach this afternoon. And Monty and Winnie had a running battle with the seagulls. In consequence, they've been fast asleep ever since we got home.
Well, I hope you're not too tired, Doctor. I'm counting on a new Sherlock Holmes story, you know.
No. I'm all ready for you, Mr. Foreman. In fact, I was going through my notes on the case just before you arrived.
Well, last week you told us it concerned a strange society who held their meetings in an underground vault of a furniture warehouse.
Yeah, that's right, my boy. Now, down, Winnie. Get down, Monty. No. Down. The story really began one stormy November night in 1887. I was married at the time and living away from Baker Street. On this night in question, my wife had already gone to bed, and I was nodding in front of the fire over one of Clark Russell's fine sea stories. I'd had a very tiring day, I remember. It was about the hour that a man gives his first yawn and glances at the clock, when suddenly my front doorbell jangled discordantly. Our servant Edna had gone up to bed, so I crossed to the window and opened it. It was very dark, but I could just see the outline of a figure standing on my doorstep. It looked like a woman. Suddenly, a cultivated voice called up to me.
Is the doctor in?
Yes, madam. I'm the doctor.
Then please come at once. It's a matter of life and death. I have a carriage waiting.
Gracious me. All right. I'll be down immediately. I closed the window, scribbled a note to my wife, grabbed my coat and hat and my bag, and a few minutes later I stepped out of the front door and closed it behind me. The carriage was standing at the curb, but I couldn't see any trace of the lady who'd called me. The only person in sight was an old and repulsive-looking beggar woman, dressed in rags and tatters. After a moment of bewilderment, I spoke. My good woman, did you see a lady leave here a moment ago?
No, Doctor, she didn't leave. She's still waiting for you.
Forgive me, madam, but clothes of yours, I thought you were a beggar woman.
There isn't any time to discuss that now. Please get in this carriage.
But where's the driver?
I'm going to drive. Please get in.
Very well. It's only business. Are you sure that you can handle those horses, madam?
Of course I can.
Well, I wish you'd tell me the way you're driving, ma'am.
Please don't ask me any more questions, Doctor. You'll find out soon enough.
Thank heavens we've finally reached our destination. Must have driven halfway across London. Oh, hello. Must be somewhere down near the river. No dwelling places here. Nothing but enormous warehouses. Why have we stopped here, madam?
Well, this is where we're going. Please follow me down these steps.
I wish you'd tell me where you're taking me.
We have a club here in the basement. You'll see for yourself in a moment.
It's a very solid-looking door. How do you propose to get past it?
I'll show you.
Lord, it must be a very secret club of yours, madam.
It is, Doctor.
Who knocks?
Number 7.
Give the password.
To the lanterns.
You may enter.
Follow me, Doctor.
Madam, I do wish you'd tell me where you're taking me. This looks like the entrance to an opium den or a thieves' kitchen.
Don't worry, Doctor. You're in no danger. There. Does that look like a thieves' kitchen?
Great Scott, I don't believe my eyes. A luxuriously furnished room. What a strange collection of people. Some look like beggars, others in full evening dress. Amazing.
Number 7.
Who is this man?
He's a doctor. I went to fetch him.
I thought I said there were to be no strangers inside.
Now, look here, my
here.
good man. I've been extremely patient, but my temper's beginning to wear a little thin. Either let me see your patient at once or show me out. My time's valuable, and I don't propose to waste it.
I'm sorry, Doctor. Where is Julian?
He's in the back room. And if you know what's good for you, Doctor, whatever you call yourself, you'll forget everything you see in here.
Stop threatening me, sir. I'm not in the least interested in your blasted club. Just take me to the patient.
This is the man we want you to examine, Doctor.
Huh? What happened?
He fell down the stairs leading into the clubroom.
Well, why'd you move him?
We wanted him to be comfortable.
That's the worst thing in the world you could have done. Never move a person with an injured skull.
Is he going to be all right, Doctor?
No, madam, I'm afraid he isn't. His neck's broken. He's dead.
Huh?
Julian, dead.
You sure of that, Doctor?
Of course I'm sure of it, my good man. I'm afraid you need an undertaker, not a doctor.
Well, we must tell the others. All right, quiet, everybody. Quiet. Quiet. Julian is dead.
Julian dead? Oh, this is terrible. Who is this man?
He's a doctor.
I'd better get him out of here at once. We don't want any strangers nosing about.
That's right. Shouldn't have brought him here anyway.
Now, just a minute. I assure you, ladies and gentlemen, I haven't the slightest desire to stay here one moment longer. If you'll direct me to the door again, madam, I'll try to find a cab myself in this godforsaken district and go home.
Show him out and give him his money.
Follow me, please.
I'm delighted to.
Do you mind if I don't drive you home, Doctor?
Well, no, I should prefer it. My nerves aren't in the best of shape.
You mustn't be angry with me, Doctor, please.
Leaving again, number 7.
No, but this gentleman is. Will you see if you can find a cab for him?
Right.
To whom shall I send in my bill, madam?
Oh, here's a £5 note. That should cover your time and trouble, shouldn't it?
No. It's far too much, madam.
No, Doctor, it's late at night and it hasn't been a very pleasant case for you. Please take it.
Oh, it's very kind of you, very generous indeed. But by the way, how did you happen to come to me in the first place?
I was driving about looking for a doctor and a policeman directed me to your house.
Oh, I see.
I have found a cab for you.
Thank you, my man, thank you.
Oh, Doctor, may I come round in the morning for a death certificate?
Of course. You remember my address?
Yes, but I don't know your name.
Watson. Dr. Watson.
Dr. Watson? Not the Dr. Watson who's associated with Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, right, madam, I'm flattered that you know of me.
Good night, Doctor. And please forget about everything you've seen here tonight.
My soul, what an amazing business. Holmes will be interested to hear about this. And that's the way it was, Holmes. One of the most curious adventures I ever had without you.
Very interesting, Watson. You say this underground cellar was luxuriously furnished.
Yes, and the people there were an amazing mixture. Some were in rags and some in evening dress.
Huh, like the nursery rhyme, eh? Some in rags and some in tags and some in velvet gowns.
Oh, exactly. Gave me the feeling that I was taking part in a story out of the Arabian Nights. I must say, though, I was pretty angry at the time. However, after a good night's rest, I feel quite differently this morning. I thought I'd just drop round and tell you all about it.
I'm glad you did, my dear fellow. It would be interesting to see if any repercussions of your strange adventure reach us.
Oh, I doubt it. The woman seemed frightened to death when I mentioned your name.
We shall see. Meanwhile, I'm expecting a client. You're not too busy. Perhaps you can stay.
No, I'd like to very much. Who is it, do you know?
This telegram will tell you much more than I can. Arrived an hour ago.
Let's have a look. Be at your lodgings this morning to discuss our problem. Signed AMS. Pretty high-handed message. Be at your lodgings. Oh, please. What do you suppose AMS stands for?
I was just toying with that problem when you arrived.
Could it be the American Medical School?
No, there's no such body. It's the American Medical Association.
Oh, yes.
The imperious tone of the message inclines me to believe that the A stands for amateur.
Very possibly. Amateur Masker Society.
Or The amateur murderers? That would be a nice thought, wouldn't it? That is their representative now, no doubt, to save us further guesswork.
Holmes, it looks like the same carriage that I drove in last night. The girl standing on your doorstep, dressed in the height of fashion. Mrs. Hudson's letting her in.
Splendid. It seems that we have not heard the end of your adventure. Go and meet the lady at the top of the stairs, will you, old chap, and save Mrs. Hudson's legs.
Right, you are, Holmes. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson, thank you. All right, come in, madam. Want to come in?
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
At your service, madam. Won't you sit down?
I'm Lady Dorothy Brownlee.
It's your voice. You're the lady who fetched me last night, dressed up as a beggar woman.
Yes, I am, Dr. Watson. Forgive me for being so mysterious at the time.
Doubtless you have come to consult me regarding last night's unfortunate accident at the Amateur Mendicants Society.
How did you know what the initials stood for, Mr. Holmes?
Well, after hearing Dr. Watson's story of last night's happenings, the connotation seemed obvious. Am I right?
Perfectly. Last night, when Dr. Watson told us Julian was dead, we thought it was an accident.
And now you think it is murder, eh? Lady Brownlee, if you expect my help, there must be no more mystery. Just what is this Amateur Mendicant Society?
Well, I'm afraid it'll be a little hard for you to understand our motives. We're a group of people, rather wealthy people, I suppose, who find pleasure in deliberately leading a seamy life disguised as beggars. We use the basement that you were in last night, Doctor, as our headquarters. We keep our beggars' clothes there and change out of them before we go home.
Oh, what a fantastic idea.
What a futile, worthless way of spending your leisure time, Lady Brownlee.
I suppose it must seem so, Mr. Holmes. But we're curious to learn how the other half lives. And of course, there's a certain thrill in rubbing shoulders with the police. At least we do some good.
Indeed. I should be interested to learn how.
All the money we make as beggars we give to charity.
Oh, do you really? And you feel that this gesture on your part absolves you from any responsibility to the real beggars whose livelihood you're impairing?
I hadn't thought of it just like that.
No.
Then I suppose you won't want to help us.
Oh, that's quite another matter, madam. As a professional detective, I cannot afford to be a moralist. Yes, I will investigate this case for you, though I warn you my fee will be an extremely high one.
Money isn't important, Mr. Holmes, as long as we can solve Julian's death without bringing the police into the case.
Lady Brownlee, who is the dead man? The man you refer to as Julian?
Julian Trevor, the poet. He was the one who started our society.
Yes, I think I've read some of his work. Decadent. Distinctly decadent.
Well, what makes you think that he was murdered, Lady Brownlee?
Well, after you left last night, Dr. Watson, there was a terrible scene. You remember Sidney Holt?
Oh, was he the big fellow who was so unpleasant to him?
Yes, that's the one.
Oh, do I remember him?
He said that he saw Lord Cecil deliberately trip Julian as he came to the head of the staircase.
Oh, Lord Cecil being...
Lord Cecil Deerenforth, son of the Earl of Meersham.
Oh, yes.
There was a bitter argument. Cecil accused Sidney of doing the same thing. Then they had a dreadful fight. It ended up with Cecil threatening to go to the police. Well, that's when we decided to send a telegram to you, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, yes, I see. So the proof of murder depends on such flimsy evidence as to whether the dead man fell or, well, should we say, was pushed?
What it seems like.
Mr. Holmes, even though you don't approve, please help us, won't you?
Yes, Lady Brownlee, I will.
Then you come back with me now to our headquarters?
I shall join you within the hour. In the meantime, my old friend Dr. Watson can go with you.
But Holmes, what can I do without you?
You know my methods, old chap. Act accordingly.
Oh, very well, Mr. Holmes. But you promise you'll be there.
I promise you that I will be there, madam.
Thank you so much, Mr. Holmes. We'll be expecting you. Come on, Doctor.
Well, I'll just get my hat and coat. Holmes, what are you up to?
Go with her and ask no more questions. I shall join you within the hour.
Holmes, there's a glint in your eye. I don't think you believe her story.
Of course I don't, Watson.
Well, then what?
Then go with her, old fellow, and keep your wits about you. The game's afoot.
The story of the Amateur Mendicant Society will continue in just a few seconds. Time I'd like to use to remind you that you're really missing something until you try having wine with your dinner. And I mean a Petri wine. Let's say a Petri California Burgundy or a Petri California Sauterne. Both wines are just made to make good food taste better. If you like a red wine, try Petri Burgundy. Try it with hamburger, with stew, with any meat or meat dish. And if you like a delicious white wine, a wine that'll make chicken taste better than ever, try a well-chilled Petri Sauterne. With food, Nothing can take the place of a good pet-free wine. And now back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure. The Amateur Mendicant Society, a group of wealthy eccentrics who pose as beggars, have come to Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson with a problem. One of their members has apparently been murdered, and the famous pair have been asked to investigate the killing. As we rejoin our story, Dr. Watson, still awaiting the arrival of the great detective, is cross-questioning 3 of the members at the headquarters of this unusual society.
I'm afraid that I don't find your stories very convincing.
Oh, don't you now? Well, then suppose you stop asking questions until Sherlock Holmes gets here. He's the man we've engaged to settle this business, not you. We're paying for his services, not those of his assistant.
Mr. Holmes asked me to conduct this preliminary investigation, my good man. I'm perfectly familiar with his methods, so keep a civil tongue in your head if you want us to continue with this case.
I'm not answering any more questions till he gets here.
Insufferable fellow. Lord Cecil, you say that you saw Holt deliberately trip the dead man as he came down the stairs last night.
Yes, I did.
Well, where were you standing, sir?
At the head of the staircase. Holt was beside me, and as Julian came by, he deliberately...
Excuse me, number 11, excuse me.
What is it?
There is a strange man just come in. He is dressed as you when you work, but I do not remember to have seen him here before. He speaks very rough.
Did he give the correct signal?
Yes, and the password.
He must be a new member.
I suppose we better see him. Bring him in. Oh, bad time for him to come here, confound it.
This way, please.
Tommy, what a nice place you got here. Yeah, quite a nice place. Certainly do yourselves proud, don't you?
Who are you, and how did you get in here?
I'll give the signal and the password just like Julian told me to.
Are you a friend of Julian?
Of course I am. You're coming to meet him here today.
Who are you, really?
Are we all friends here?
Yes, you can talk freely.
Then permit me to introduce myself. I am Don Luis Jose Fernando de las Torres at your service.
Why? Why do you want to join us?
When Julian tell me about it, it tickled my, my funny bone. It is a so charming idea, aficionados of mendicancy.
I suppose he's all right.
Of course I'm all right. Now, where is Julian, please? He will vouch for me.
He's in the other room. He had an accident.
An accident? Not a bad one, I hope?
A very bad one. Dr. Watson, you better take him in there and break the news to him.
Very well. Follow me, sir.
This is terrible. Please, tell me what happened, Doctor.
I'm afraid you must prepare yourself for a shock, sir. Your friend is dead.
Dead?
His neck was broken last night in some brawl.
Yes, except that I do believe it was an accident, Watson.
Holmes!
Quiet, old chap, quiet.
But not quietly enough, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Come on, come back to the others and let all take a look at you. Come on, get moving, both of you. This isn't a pop gun in my hands.
Sorry, Holmes, I gave the whole thing away.
That's all right, old chap.
Oh, Cecil, Dorothy, come here. I want you to take a look at the great Sherlock Holmes. Walked into our trap just like any stupid policeman. I don't know why you had to dress up to do it, though, Mr. Holmes. We were waiting for you here anyway, you know.
Oh, I was well aware of that, Mr. Holt. You see, I knew I was walking into a trap.
How did you know that, Mr. Holmes?
Lady Brownlee, the story you brought to us today was so obviously a false one. Just as there is no amateur mendicant society.
Who are they, Holmes?
Go ahead, Mr. Holmes. Tell him. Let's see how much you really do know.
Yes, go ahead.
Huh. Why should I tell you what you already know?
Go on, talk if you know what's good for you.
Oh, you're so persuasive, aren't you, Mr. Holt? Very well. Undoubtedly, Julian Trevor's death last night was an accident. You fetched a doctor, Lady Brownlee, a very natural move, and later discovered that the doctor in question was the old friend of Sherlock Holmes. You were all afraid that I would become interested in your unusual society, and so you invented that very thin story about the accident being a murder. You wanted to lure me here so that I could be disposed of, and you could all continue your nefarious works without hindrance.
Well, now aren't we clever? What is our nefarious work, may I ask?
Your password gave me a clue to the lanterns. Cry of the French revolutionists. They strung the aristocrats up on the lampposts. Then again, the combination of curious costumes and a luxurious establishment in a low-class area posed another question. What political belief provides a common meeting ground for misguided aristocrats and dangerous commoners?
And how did you answer that question?
Oh, very simple, my dear sir. One word. Nihilism. Its doctrine of assassination and overthrow of government would find every chance of being put into practice by by all of you at the forthcoming Jubilee celebrations to be held here in London. That also would account for your beggar's clothes. A beggar would have greater freedom of movement in a crowd than an ordinary person.
You're a clever man, Mr. Holmes. Too bad you'll have to die. I'll get the rope.
What are you going to do with him?
Do? Give him a first-hand taste of nihilism, of course. They can't live. They know too much.
Well, you can't possibly do this, you know. The police will track us here.
By the time the police get here, you and your friend Holmes will be blown to kingdom come.
Here's the rope, Sidney.
Oh, right. Hands together, Mr. Holmes. That's it.
Ah! Oh, mind that bandaged wrist of mine, will you? It's confoundedly sore.
Oh, isn't that a shame now? Is this any better?
Ooh.
Tie up the doctor, Cecil, while I bind Holmes's legs.
With pleasure.
I can't go through with this.
What do you mean, Dorothy? You can't go through it.
I just can't stand by and see two innocent men murdered.
Don't be a fool, Dorothy. We can't let them live. They know too much.
I don't care. If you go on with this, I'm going out for the police.
You fool.
Oh,
Tie her up as well, Cecil.
leave me alone.
Sit down there beside him. Go on.
You're a devil, Sidney.
Oh, shut up. Now, Mr. Holmes, I'm going to fetch a little invention. A little invention I'm sure you'll be interested in.
Mr. Holmes, it's a pity you and your friend didn't learn to mind your own business.
I'm afraid it's too late to teach an old dog new tricks.
It's too late now, at any rate. Quite comfortable, Dr. Watson?
Don't you speak to me, sir. You're a filthy traitor to your country.
Rubbish.
Here we are. Example of Mikhail Petrov's mechanical genius. This bomb will blow the entire building sky high, and the three of you with it. Now, I wind the time clock so, and we'll set the fuse to go off in 5 minutes. It'll give us plenty of time to get away. So.
Come on, Sidney, let's get out of here.
Right. Charming picture. Three of you bound hand and foot sitting beside each other on the sofa. Well, ta-da, Dorothy. Think of our cause during the 5 minutes. And as for you, Mr. Holmes, and your friend, put riddance to bad rubbish.
Well, Holmes, this looks like the end.
Afraid so, old chap.
I blame myself. If I hadn't been so infernally noisy when I recognized you, we wouldn't be in this mess.
Wasn't your fault, old fellow. I think they suspected me anyway.
Well, I must say it seemed to me that you told them a great deal more than was necessary about your suspicions. Surely you could have pretended ignorance.
Oh, I suppose I could have done.
I can't die yet. I'm not ready to
Courage,
die.
Lady Brownlee, courage. And by the way, was I right in assuming that your associates are nihilists?
Of course they are. They're planning to assassinate the Prime Minister during the Jubilee celebration.
Prime Minister, great heavens, Holmes, we've got to get free.
Assuming some miracle happened, and we did get free, and your former associates were arraigned in court, would you testify against them?
Oh, of course I would. But what chance is there of that? That clock! That devilish clock! Why doesn't it stop ticking?
If it bothers you that much, Lady Brownlee, I'll stop it for you.
Holmes, your hands are free.
Of course they are, my dear fellow. The bandaged wrist I mentioned just now concealed a razor-edged blade. I cut through the ropes almost before our friends had left the room.
Then why did you keep us in the suspense, Mr. Holmes?
I wanted to be quite sure that you'd testify in the forthcoming trial, madam. There we are. That renders the bomb harmless. Ah! And that means that the police have sprung the trap that I set to your associates, Lady Brownlee. It's lucky for you that you had a change of heart and prevented you from leaving us.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, how can I ever thank you?
Holmes, you had the place surrounded with police when you came in here.
Of course I did, my dear fellow. Here, let me undo your ropes.
No wonder you were so calm. No wonder you told them so much. You wanted them to show their hands.
Precisely, old fellow. And they obliged me most satisfactorily. They attempted our triple murder. They are self-confessed anarchists. And with the evidence of Lady Brownlee, I'm sure that we can put them where they all belong. Considering it's barely noon, I think you'll agree, Watson, that is a very comprehensive morning's work.
Doctor, tell the truth. Were you scared waiting for that time bomb to go off?
Scared, my boy? I was so scared that to this day I can't stand being in the same room with a loud ticking clock. Each tick of the clock seems to speak to me. Seems to say, tick-tock, this is the end. Tick-tock, this is the end. The clock ever speak to you like that?
Well, yes, Doctor. How did you know?
Well, what's the clock say to you?
Tick-tock. Petri took time to bring you good wine.
Petrie took time to bring you good wine.
Gracious me, Mr. Foreman.
Well, you listen to your clock and I'll listen to mine. Gosh, Doctor, can I help it if I like to hear about Petrie wine? After all, that Petrie family really knows how to make good wine. And it's no wonder. They've been making wine ever since they started the Petrie business generations ago, way back in the 1800s. And because the making of Petrie wine is a family affair, well, they've been able to hand on down from father to son, the skill and experience of each preceding generation. So naturally, when it comes to turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wine, well, you just can't beat the Petrie family, because Petrie took time to bring you good wine. And say, don't forget to take time to send for your Petrie recipe calendar. It's free. Just write to Petrie Wine, P-E-T-R-I, Petrie Wine, San Francisco 26, California. San Francisco 26, California. This offer is intended to apply only in those states and other localities where its acceptance is permissible by law and regulation. And now, Dr. Watson, what adventure are you planning to tell us next week?
Well, next week, Mr. Foreman, I'm going to tell you a story of old Vienna. The Vienna of sparkling lights, beautiful women, and lilting music. And of an extraordinary murder that takes place to the accompaniment of a Mozart sonata.
Boy, that sounds like a thriller. I'll see you for sure next week.
Just a minute. Before I go, Mr. Foreman, I want to urge every registered nurse listening in to get all the facts about the Army Nurse Corps. The Army needs you, nurses, needs you desperately. They'll make you an officer at once and give you every chance to further your post-war careers. So if you're a registered nurse under 45, call at your local Red Cross chapter and get all the details, or wire collect to the Surgeon General, U.S. Army, Washington, D.C. And if you can't qualify for the Nurses Corps, see if you can't get into essential civilian nursing so that you can release a nurse who does qualify. But do something about it first thing tomorrow, won't you?
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is based on an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The 5 Orange Pips. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petrie Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Meanwhile, don't forget to take advantage of our offer of a free recipe calendar.
Oh, the Petrie family took the time to bring you such good wine. So when you eat and when you cook, remember Petrie wine.
To make good food taste better, remember...
Petrie wine.
This is Bill Foreman saying goodnight for the Petrie family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Cabby! Capital, my dear Watson. Let us return to our humble abode.
221B Baker Street, please, Cabby.
From London, we present A Study in Scarlet, a play for radio in 3 parts by Michael Hardwick, based on the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. A Study in Scarlet, Episode 1.
Stamford, I found it. I found a reagent which is precipitated by hemoglobin and by nothing else.
Dr. Watson, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
How are you?
How do you do?
You've been in Afghanistan, I perceive.
How on earth do you know that, Mr. Holmes?
Never mind.
It was many years ago, but I shall never forget that fateful meeting in the laboratory at Bart's Hospital. I was home from India, invalided out of the army, and looking for lodgings in keeping with my pension. Holmes had just found a suite of rooms at number 221B Baker Street and wanted someone to share them. I'd been warned he might prove a strange companion. And so he did. I became more and more curious about him. And, of course, he quickly noticed it.
I trust, Doctor, that these few weeks have not proved to you that I'm too difficult a fellow lodger after all.
Far from it, Holmes. I don't mind admitting you puzzle me, though.
Puzzle you?
Well, the way you work like a fiend sometimes, and at others you lie on the sofa there, hardly uttering a word or moving a muscle from morning to night. And there's those curious visitors of yours. In one afternoon, a grey-headed, seedy fellow looking like a peddler, then an old white-haired gentleman, a fashionably dressed young girl, and a railway porter. Then that little sallow, rat-faced fellow Lestrade, who'd been here 3 times in a single week.
Well, I have a trade of my own. I suppose I'm the only one in the world. I'm a consulting detective.
Consulting detective?
Here in London, we have lots of government detectives and lots of private ones. When these fellows are at fault, they come to me, and I manage to put them on the right scent.
Oh.
Lestrade is a well-known detective. He got himself into a fog recently over a forgery case, and that was what brought him here.
I see. And these other people?
Oh, they're mostly sent on by private inquiry agencies. I listen to their story, they listen to my comments, and then I pocket my fee.
It's simple enough as you explain it. But, Holmes, I don't really think that... I say, that fellow down in the street, I wonder what he's looking for.
Oh, you mean the retired sergeant of Marines?
Oh, now that really is going too far.
Oh, well, we shall soon see. He's coming to our door. You know, the trouble is, Watson, that there are no crimes and no criminals these days. What's the use of having brains in our profession? I know well that I have it in me to make my name famous. No man lives or has ever lived who has brought the same amount of study and of natural talent to the detection of crime which I have done. And what's the result? There is no crime to detect. Or at most some bungling villainy with a motive so transparent that even a Scotland Yard official can see through it.
A person to see you, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Hudson. Come in.
Letter by hand for Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Thank you.
May I ask, my good man, what your trade may be?
Commissionaire, sir. Uniform away for repairs.
And you were...
Sergeant, sir. Royal Marine Light Infantry, sir.
No answer, Sergeant.
Very good, sir. Good day, gentlemen.
Good day, son. Well, I'm blessed. Now, how in the world did you deduce that?
Why, even when he was down in the street, I could see a great blue anchor tattooed on the back of the fellow's hand. That smacked of the sea. He had a military carriage, however, and regulation side whiskers. There we have the Marine. He was a man with some amount of self-importance and a certain air of command. You must have observed the way in which he held his head and swung his cane.
No.
A steady, respectable, middle-aged man, too, on the face of him. All facts which led me to believe that he had been a sergeant.
Wonderful.
Commonplace. But I said just now that there were no criminals.
What?
It appears that I'm wrong. Look at this.
What?
Would you mind reading it to me aloud?
What does that have? Oh, yes, certainly, yes. My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, there has been a bad business during the night at 3 Lauriston Gardens off the Brixton Road. Our man on the beat saw a light there about 2 in the morning, and as the house was an empty one, suspected that something was amiss. He found the door open and in the front room discovered the body of a gentleman, well dressed and having cards in his pocket, bearing the name of Enoch J. Drebber, Cleveland, Ohio, USA. There had been no robbery, nor is there any evidence as to how the man met his death. There are marks of blood in the room, but there's no wound upon his person. We are at a loss as to how he came into the empty house. Indeed, the whole affair is a puzzler. If you can come round to the house any time before 12, you'll find me there. Yours faithfully, Tobias Gregson.
Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yarders. He and Lestrade are the pick of a bad lot. They have their knives into one another, too. They're as jealous as a pair of professional beauties. There'll be some fun over this case if they're both put upon the scent. Come on, get your hat.
You wish me to come?
Yes, if you have nothing better to do.
Oh, splendid.
Here you are, Kevin.
Thank you, Governor.
Well, I must say, you don't seem to be giving much thought to the matter in hand, and all that talk in the cab about Cremona fiddles and the difference between a Stradivarius and an Amati.
No data yet. It's a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence.
Well, you'll have your data soon.
Aren't we going in?
All in good time, Watson. Let us first observe such important details as the roadway. Mm-hmm. The pavement. Mm-hmm. And the grass fringe. Ah, yes. That is interesting.
Mr. Holmes, it's very kind of you to come.
Ah, Inspector Gregson, this is my friend Dr. Watson.
How do you do? How do you do, son? I've had everything left untouched.
Except the pathway up to the house.
Huh?
If a herd of buffaloes had passed along, there couldn't be a greater mess. No doubt, however, you had drawn your own conclusions before you permitted this.
Well, I've had so much to do inside the house, Mr. Holmes. My colleague, Mr. Lestrade, is here. I've relied upon him to look after the path.
With two such men as yourself and Lestrade upon the ground, there will not be much for a third party to find out.
Oh, I think we've done all that can be done. It's a queer case, though, and, well, I know your taste for such things.
Did you come here in a cab, Gregson?
No, sir.
Did Lestrade?
No, sir.
Then let us go and look at the room.
Good morning, Mr. Holmes.
Good morning, Lestrade. I think you've met Dr. Watson.
Of course, it's your rooms. Yes, how do you do? Well, this case will make a stir, sir. Beats anything I've seen, and I'm no chicken. You found no clue? None at all.
You're sure there's no wound? There are splashes of blood all over the place.
Do you want to examine the body, sir?
Yes, just a quick look, I think. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that seems to be all. Just a sniff at his lips. And a glance at the soles of his patent leather boots. Yeah. Well, I think I've seen everything I need to see. He's not been moved at all.
Well, no more than was necessary for the purposes of our examination.
Then you can take him to the mortuary. There's nothing more to be learned.
Right. Let's have the stretcher. Hello? What's that? Well, it's a ring. There's been a woman here. It's a woman's wedding ring. Well, this does complicate matters. Heaven knows they were complicated enough before.
You're sure it doesn't simplify them?
Simplify? All right, you can take him away. Yes, sir.
Come, Gregson. There's nothing to be learned by staring at the ring. What did you find in his pockets?
Gold watch and chain, gold ring with a Masonic device. Gold pin, bulldog's head with rubies as eyes. Cards of Enoch J. Drebber of Cleveland, corresponding with the EJD upon the linen. No purse, but loose money to the extent of £7.13. Oh, and two letters. One addressed to E.J. Drebber and one to Joseph Stangerson.
At what address?
American Exchange, Strand, to be left till called for. They are both from the Guion Steamship Company and refer to the sailing of their boats from Liverpool to New York.
Have you made any inquiries as to this man Stangerson?
I did at once, sir. I've had advertisements sent to all the newspapers, and one of my men has gone to the American Exchange, but he has not yet returned.
Have you sent to Cleveland?
We telegraphed this morning.
How did you word your inquiries?
We simply detailed the circumstances and said that we should be glad of any information that could help us.
You didn't ask for particulars on any point which appeared to you to be crucial.
I asked about Stangerson.
Nothing else? Is there no circumstance upon which this whole case appears to hinge? Will you not telegraph again?
I've said all I have to say, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Gregson, I have just made a discovery of the highest importance, and one which would have been overlooked had I not made a careful examination of the walls.
Oh, Mr. Lestrade? And what is it?
Look here, on this wall. Oh, now, stand there. I'll strike a match. Look at that.
What does it say? I can't quite see. R-A-C-H-E. Rache?
What do you think of that? The murderer's written it with his or her own blood. You see this smear where it's trickled down the wall? That disposes of the idea of suicide anyhow. Why was that corner chosen to write it on? I'll tell you. You see that candle on the mantelpiece?
Yeah?
It was lit at the time, and if it was lit, this corner would be the brightest instead of the darkest portion of the wall.
And what does it mean now that you have found it?
Why, it means that the writer was going to put the female name Rachel, but was disturbed before he or she had time to finish. You mark my words, when this case comes to be cleared up, you'll find that a woman named Rachel has something to do with it. All very well for you to laugh, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. You may be very smart and clever, but the old hound is the best when all's said and done.
Oh, I really beg your pardon, Lestrade. You certainly have the credit of being the first of us to find this out. And as you say, it bears every mark of having been written by the other participant in last night's mystery. I have not had time to examine this room yet, but with your permission I shall do so now. Now, where's my lens? There. I think that will do.
20 minutes that took you, Mr. Holmes. I could have spared you the trouble in 5.
They say that genius is an infinite capacity for taking pains. It's a very bad definition, but it does apply to detective work.
What do you think of it, sir?
Oh, it would be robbing you of the credit of the case if I were to presume to help you. You're doing so well now that it would be a pity for anyone to interfere. If you let me know how your investigations go, I shall be happy to give you any help I can. In the meantime, I should like to speak to the constable who found the body. Is he here?
Well, no, he's off duty now.
Then can you give me his name and address?
Oh, yes, sir. His name is John Rance. You'll find him at 46 Audley Court, Kennington Park Gate.
Kennington Park Gate. Thank you. Come along, Doctor. We shall go and look him up. Oh, gentlemen.
Yeah?
I'll tell you one thing which may help you in the case.
What's that, sir?
There has been murder done, and the murderer was a man. He was more than 6 feet high, was in the prime of life, had small feet for his height, wore coarse square-toed boots, and smoked a Trichinopoly cigar. He came here with his victim in a 4-wheeled cab, which was drawn by a horse with 3 old shoes and 1 new one on his off foreleg. In all probability, the murderer had a florid face, and the fingernails of his right hand were remarkably long. These are only a few indications, but they may assist you.
If this man was murdered, how was it done?
Poison. Oh, one other thing, Lestrade. Don't waste your time looking for Miss Rachel. Rache is the German for revenge. Come along, Doctor. I have a telegram to send.
I'm coming, Holmes.
Now that I've sent my telegram, we can go and see this Constable John Rance.
You amaze me, Holmes. Surely you're not as sure as you pretend to be of all those particulars you gave?
There's no room for a mistake. The very first thing which I observed on arriving there was that a cab had made 2 ruts with its wheels close to the curb. Now, up to last night, we've had no rain for a week, so that those wheels, which left such a deep impression, must have been there during the night. Since the cab was there after the rain began, and was not there at any time during the morning, I have Gregson's word for that. It follows that it must have been there during the night, and therefore that it brought those 2 individuals to the house.
Well, that seems simple enough, but how about the other man's height?
When a man writes on a wall, his instinct leads him to write about the level of his own eyes. Now, that writing was just over 6 feet from the ground. It was child's play.
And his age?
Well, if a man can stride 4.5 feet without the smallest effort, he can't be quite in the sere and yellow. That was the breadth of a puddle on the garden path which he had evidently walked across. Patent leather boots had gone round, and square toes had stepped over. There's no mystery about it at all. Is there anything else that puzzles you?
Well, the fingernails and the Trichinopoly cigar.
The writing on the wall was done with a man's forefinger dipped in blood. My glass allowed me to observe that the plaster was slightly scratched in doing it, which would not have been the case had the man's nail been trimmed. I gathered up some scattered ash from the floor. It was dark in color and flaky, such an ash as is only made by a Trichinopoly. I flatter myself that I can distinguish at a glance the ash of any known brand, either of cigar or of tobacco.
And the florid face, then?
Ah, that was a more daring shot. Though I've no doubt that I was right. You mustn't ask me that at the present state of the affair. There is much that is still obscure. though I've quite made up my mind on the main facts. As to poor Lestrade's discovery, it was simply a blind, intended to put the police upon a wrong track by suggesting socialism and secret societies. It was not done by a German.
Oh.
If you notice, the A was printed somewhat after the German fashion. Now, a real German invariably prints in the Latin character, so that we may safely say that this was not written by one, but by a clumsy imitator who overdid his part. Oh, no. It was simply a ruse to divert inquiry into a wrong channel. I'm not going to tell you much more of the case, Doctor. You know, a conjurer gets no credit when once he's explained his trick. And if I show you too much of my method of working, you will come to the conclusion that I'm a very ordinary individual after all.
Oh, I shall never do that. You have brought detection as near to an exact science as it ever will be brought in this world.
I'll tell you one other thing. Patent leathers and square toes came in the same cab. And they walked down the pathway together as friendly as possible, arm in all probability. When they got inside, they walked up and down the room. Or rather, Patent Leather stood still while Square Toes walked up and down. I could read all that in the dust, and I could read that as he walked, he grew more and more excited. That's shown by the increased length of his strides. He was talking all the while and working himself up, no doubt, into a fury.
Yes.
Then the tragedy occurred. Well, I've told you all I know myself. For the rest is mere surmise and conjecture. We have a good working basis, however, on which to start. And now we must hurry, for I particularly want to visit Constable Rance in Kennington. Let's go find a cab.
Yes, what is it?
You are Constable John Rance?
What of it, who wants to know?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. Inspector Lestrade said I could find you here. It's about the business at Lauriston Gardens, Brixton Road.
I made my report at the office. Can't a man get a bit of rest when he's off duty?
We thought that we should like to hear it all from your own lips.
Oh, well, I shall be most happy to tell you anything I can, sir. Come in, gents. Thank you. Sit you down on the sofa, gents. Now, what was it?
Just let us hear it all in your own way as it occurred, please.
Very well. Well, my time is from 10 at night till 6 in the morning. 1 o'clock it began to rain. And I met Harry Murcher, who has the Holland Grove been. We stood together at the corner of Henrietta Street a-talking. Well, presently, maybe about 2, a little after, I thought I'd take a look around and see that all was right down the Brixton Road. I was strolling down, thinking between ourselves how uncommon handy a 4 gin hot would be, when suddenly the glint of a light caught my eye in the window of that same house. Now, I knew that them 2 houses in Lauriston Garden was empty. On account of him that owns them won't have the drains seen to, though the very last tenant that lived in one of them died of typhoid fever. So I was knocked all in a heap, but seen a light in the window, and I suspected something was wrong. When I got up to the door, all was quiet inside, so I went into the room where the light was a-burning. There was a candle flickering on the mantelpiece, a red wax one. By its light, I saw...
Yes, I know all that you saw. You walked round the room several times, and you knelt down by the body, and then you walked through and tried the kitchen door, and then...
Where was you hid to see all that? Seems to me that you knows a good deal more than you should.
Here's my card. No, don't get arresting me for the murder. I'm one of the hounds, not the wolf. Mr. Gregson or Mr. Lestrade will answer to that. Go on, though. What did you do next?
Went back to the gate and sounded my whistle. That brought Murcher and 2 more to the spot.
Was the street empty then?
Well, Was as far as anybody that could be of any good goes.
What do you mean?
I've seen many a drunk chap in my time. I've never seen anyone so drunk as that cove. He was at the gate when I come out, leaning up against the railings, and I was singing at the pitch of his lungs about Columbine's newfangled banner, and some such stuff. He couldn't stand for less help.
What sort of a man was he?
No common drunk sort of man. He'd have found himself at the station if we hadn't been so took up.
His face, his dress, didn't you notice them?
I should think I did notice them, seeing that I had to prop him up. Me and Murcher between us. He was a long chap, a red face, the lower part muffled round.
That'll do. What became of him?
Well, you'd have to do without looking after him. I'll wager he found his way home all right.
How was he dressed?
Brown overcoat.
Had he a whip in his hand?
A whip? No.
He must have left it behind. You didn't happen to see or hear a cab after that?
No.
Well, there's half a sovereign for you.
Oh. Oh, thank you, sir.
I'm afraid, Rance, that you will never rise in the force. That head of yours should be for use as well as ornament. You might have gained your sergeant's stripes last night. The man whom you held in your hands is the man who holds the clue to this mystery and whom we are seeking.
But I tell
There's
you...
no use arguing about it now. I tell you that it is so. Come along, Doctor. Two to 1B Baker Street, David.
Right now, guard.
The blundering fool. Just to think of his having such an incomparable bit of good luck and not taking advantage of it.
Holmes, I'm rather in the dark still. It's true that the description of this man tallies with your idea of the second part in this mystery. But why should he come back to the house after leaving it?
The ring, man, the ring. That was what he came back for. If we have no other way of catching him, we can always bait our line with the ring. I shall have him, Doctor. I lay you 2 to 1 that I have him. I must thank you for it all. Me? I might not have gone but for you, and so have missed the finest study I ever came across. A study in scarlet, eh? Yeah, why shouldn't we use a little art jargon? There's the scarlet thread of murder running through the colorless skein of life, and our duty is to unravel it and isolate it and expose every inch of it. What's the matter? You're not looking quite yourself. This Brixton Road affair's upset you.
Well, to tell the truth, it has. I ought to be more case-hardened out of my Afghan experiences. I saw my own comrades hacked to pieces of my wand without losing my nerve, but I've gone over this business again and again this afternoon, till I dozed off, that is.
I can understand. There's a mystery about this which stimulates the imagination. Where there's no imagination, there's no horror. Have you seen the evening paper?
No.
Gives a fairly good account of the affair. It doesn't mention the fact that when the man was raised up on the stretcher, a woman's wedding ring fell upon the floor. Oh, it's just as well it doesn't.
Why?
Look at this advertisement.
What?
I had one sent to every paper this morning immediately after the affair.
Where?
In the found column. There.
Yes. In Brixton Road this morning, a plain gold wedding ring found in the roadway between the White Hart Tavern and Holland Grove. Apply Dr. Watson, 221B Baker Street, between 8 and 9 this evening. Oh.
Excuse my using your name. If I used my own, some of these dunderheads would recognize it and want to meddle in the affair.
Oh, that's all right, but supposing anyone applies, I've no ring.
Oh, yes, you have.
Huh?
Here you are. This is almost a facsimile.
I say. But who do you expect will answer this advertisement?
Why, the man in the brown coat. Our florid friend with the square toes. If he doesn't come himself, he'll send an accomplice.
Wouldn't he consider it too dangerous?
Not at all. If my view of the case is correct, and I have every reason to believe that it is, this man would rather risk anything than lose the ring. According to my notion, he dropped it while stooping over Drebber's body and didn't miss it at the time.
Huh?
After leaving the house, he discovered his loss and hurried back, but found the police already in possession owing to his own folly in leaving the candle burning. He had to pretend to be drunk in order to allay the suspicions which might have been aroused by his appearance at the gate.
I see.
Now, put yourself in that man's place. On thinking the matter over, it must have occurred to him that it was possible that he had lost the ring in the road after leaving the house. What would he do then? He would eagerly look out for the evening papers in the hope of seeing it among the articles found.
Yes.
His eye, of course, would light upon this. He'd be overjoyed. Why should he fear a trap? There'd be no reason in his eyes why the finding of the ring should be connected with the murder. No. He would come. He will come. You shall see him within the hour.
And then?
Oh, you can leave me to deal with him then. By the way, have you any firearms?
Oh, I've my old service revolver and a few cartridges.
You'd better clean it and load it. He'll be a desperate man. And though I shall take him unawares, it's as well to be ready for anything.
Very well, then. I'll do it as soon as we've had dinner.
That was part one of A Study in Scarlet by Michael Hardwick from the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes was played by Carlton Hobbs and Dr. Watson by Norman Shelley. Production for the BBC was by Norman Wright.
Shabby!
Capital, my dear Watson. Let us return to our humble abode.
221B Baker Street, please, Cabby.
From London, we present the second episode of A Study in Scarlet, a play for radio in 3 parts by Michael Hardwick, based on the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Here is Dr. Watson to continue the story of A Study in Scarlet.
A Study in Scarlet was how my friend Mr. Sherlock Holmes had described our investigation into the murder of the American Enoch J. Drebber in an empty house near the Brixton Road. Certainly, my mind kept returning to the scarlet of that blood in which some unknown finger had dipped to write on a wall above the dead man the one word Rache, the German for revenge. Revenge for what? And by whom? So I mused, as I cleaned my old service revolver and waited with Holmes for the arrival of a claimant to the woman's wedding ring, which had been found near the body.
Well, the old pistol seems none the worse for lying idle.
The plot thickens, Watson. I've just had an answer to the telegram I sent to America after we left Lauriston Gardens. My view of the case is the correct one.
And that is?
Oh, my fiddle would be the better for new strings. Put your pistol in your pocket.
Very good.
When the fellow comes, speak to him in an ordinary way. Leave the rest to me. Don't frighten him by looking at him too hard. He'll probably be here in a few minutes. Now, open the door slightly.
Very well.
That will do. Now, put the key on the inside. Here comes our man, I think. Quickly with the key.
All right, very good.
Now, listen.
Good evening. Oh, Dr. Watson, yes, will you just follow me? Now, here.
Come in. Yes, my good woman.
It's, this has brought me, good gentleman, here in the paper. A gold wedding ring in the Brixton Road. It belongs to my girl Sally, as was married only this time 12 months, of which her husband is steward aboard a union boat. And what he'd say if he come home and found her without her ring is more than I can think, he being short enough at the best of times, but more especially when he has the drink. If it please you, she went to the circus last night along with...
Is that her ring?
Ah, the Lord be thanked. Sally Sally will be a glad woman this night.
And what may your address be?
13 Duncan Street, Houndsditch. There's a weary way from here.
The Brixton Road doesn't lie between any circus and Houndsditch.
The gentleman asked me for my address. Sally lives in lodgings at 3 Mayfield Place, Peckham.
And your name is...
My name is Sawyer. Hers is Dennis, which Tom Dennis married her, and a smart, clean lad, too, as long as he's at sea, and no steward in the company more thought of. But when on shore, what with the women and the liquor shops...
Holmes,
give it to her.
Here's your ring, Mrs. Sawyer. It clearly belongs to your daughter, and I'm glad to be able to restore it to the rightful owner.
If he could have come home and found her without it, I don't know what he might have done. Thank you, good gentleman. Oh, my poor Sally, what will she say?
Good night to you, Mrs. Sawyer.
Good night to you, sir.
I'll follow her. She must be an accomplice. She'll lead me to it. Wait up for me, Watson. I wouldn't have the Scotland Yarders know it for the world, Watson.
Well,
they'd never let me hear the end of it.
What is it, Holmes? Where have you been? It's just gone midnight.
Oh, I don't mind telling a story against myself. That creature had gone a little way when she hailed a four-wheeler which was passing.
Yeah.
I managed to be close to her so as to hear the address. But I needn't have been so anxious, for she sang it out loud enough for it to be heard at the other side of the street.
Drive to 13 Duncan Street, Houndsditch,
she cried. This begins to look genuine, I thought. And having seen her safely inside, I perched myself behind.
You perched yourself?
Huh? Oh, that's an art which every detective should be an expert at. Well, away we rattled and never drew rein until we reached the street in question. I hopped off before we came to the door and strolled down the street in an easy, lounging way. I saw the cab pull up. The driver jumped down, and I saw him open the door and stand expectantly. Nothing came out, though.
What?
When I reached him, he was groping about frantically in the empty cabin, giving vent to the finest assorted collection of oaths that I ever listened to. There was no sign or trace of his passenger, and I fear it'll be some time before he gets his fare. On inquiring at number 13, we found that no one of the name either of Sawyer or Dennis had ever been heard of there.
But you don't mean to say that tottering, feeble old woman was able to get out of the cab while it was in motion without either you or the driver seeing it?
Old woman be damned. We were the old women to be so taken in. He must have been a young man, and an active one, too, besides being an incomparable actor. The get-up was inimitable.
Yes, it was.
He saw that he was followed, no doubt, and used this means of giving me the slip. It shows that the man we're after is not as lonely as I imagined he was, but has friends who are ready to risk something for him. Now, Doctor, you're looking done up. As you say, it's gone midnight. Take my advice and turn in.
Yes, I think I will. You turning in, too?
Oh, not yet a while, I fear. This smouldering fire and my violin will keep me company long into the watches of the night, I fancy.
Good night.
There's a strange problem still to unravel. A very strange problem indeed.
Well, Holmes, the papers are suddenly full of it today. The Brixton Mystery, they're calling it.
Oh, but have they anything useful to tell us?
Well, as far as I can see, most of them are concentrating on the victim's German name.
That won't get us far.
Wait a minute. This must be a later edition. They've identified the man.
Have they, indeed? Well, in that case, my dear Watson, pray post me up while I demolish this fourth egg.
Oh, very well, Holmes. The deceased was an American gentleman who'd been residing for some weeks in the metropolis. He'd stayed at the boarding house of Madame Charpentier in Torquay Terrace, Camberwell. He was accompanied in his travels by his private secretary, Mr. Joseph Stangerson. The two bade adieu to their landlady upon Tuesday the 4th inst. And departed to Euston Station with the avowed intention of catching the Liverpool Express. They were afterwards seen together upon the platform. Nothing more is known of them until Mr. Drebber's body was, as recorded, discovered in an empty house in the Brixton Road, many miles from Euston. How he came there or how... Oh, continued on page 4, column 3. There you are. He met his fate. Are questions which are still involved in mystery. Nothing is known of the whereabouts of Stangerson. We're glad to learn that Mr. Lestrade and Mr. Gregson of Scotland Yard are both engaged upon the case, and it is confidently anticipated that these well-known officers will speedily throw light upon the matter.
I told you that whatever happened to Lestrade and Gregson will be sure to score.
That depends on how it turns out.
Oh, bless you, it doesn't matter in the least. If the man is caught, it'll be on account of their exertions. If he escapes, it'll be in spite of their exertions. It's heads I win and tails you lose.
What on earth is that?
Huh? It's the Baker Street Division of the Detective Police Force.
The what?
Attention! Come along now, get into line quickly. In future, you will send up Wiggins alone to report, and the rest of you must wait in the street. Now, have you found it, Wiggins?
No, sir, we ain't.
I hardly expected you would. You must keep on until you do, though. Well, here are your wages. Now, off you go, and come back with a better report next time.
Yes, sir. Come on, all of you. Double march.
Now, Holmes, what on earth?
There's more work to be got out of one of those little beggars than out of a dozen of the force. The mere sight of an official-looking person seals men's lips. These youngsters, however, go everywhere and see everything. They're as sharp as needles, too. All they want is organization.
Are you employing them on this Brixton case, then?
Yes. There's a point which I wish to ascertain. It's merely a matter of time. Mm-hmm. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Come in.
Mr. Holmes, congratulate me. I mean, the whole thing is clear as day.
You mean that you were on the right track?
The right track? Why, we have the man under lock and key.
And his name is?
Arthur Charpentier, sub-lieutenant in Her Majesty's Navy.
Well, take a seat and try one of these cigars.
Thank you.
We're anxious to know how you managed it.
The fun of it is that fool Lestrade, who thinks himself so smart, has gone off upon the wrong track altogether. He's after the secretary, Stangerson, who had no more to do with the crime than the babe unborn.
And how did you get your clue, Gregson?
Well, the first difficulty which we had to contend with was finding this American's antecedents. Some people would have waited until their advertisements were answered, or until parties came forward and volunteered information. But that's not Tobias Gregson's way of going to work. You remember the hat beside the dead man?
Yes, by John Underwood and Sons, 129 Camberwell Road.
Oh, I'd no idea you'd noticed that. Well, anyway, my belief is you should never neglect a chance, however small it may seem.
To a great mind, nothing is little.
Quite, yes. Well, I went to Underwood and asked him if he'd sold a hat of that size and description. He looked over his books and came on it at once. He had sent a hat to Mr. Drebber, residing at Charpentier's boarding establishment, Torquay Terrace. Thus I got at his address.
Smart. Very smart.
I next called upon Madame Charpentier. I found her very pale and distressed. Her daughter was in the room, too, an uncommonly fine girl she is, I may add. She was looking red about the eyes, and her lips trembled as I spoke to her. That didn't escape my notice. You know the feeling, Mr. Holmes, when you come upon the right scent, a kind of thrill in your nerves. Before I even started to question them, I felt that these people knew something about the matter. Now, ladies, have you heard of the mysterious death of your late boarder, Mr. Enoch J. Drebber of Cleveland?
Oh, there, now, dear. Yes, sir, we have heard about it.
At what o'clock did Mr. Drebber leave your house for the train?
At 8 o'clock. His secretary, Mr. Sangerson, said there were 2 trains, one at 9:15 and one at 11. He was to catch the first.
And that was the last you saw of him? Madam, I asked whether it was the last you saw of him.
Yes, it was.
Oh, Mother, no good can ever come of falsehood. We did see Mr. Drebber again, sir.
God forgive you. You've murdered your brother.
But Arthur would rather we spoke the truth.
You'd best tell me all about it. Half confidences are worse than none. Besides, you don't know how much we know already.
Oh, on your head be it, Alice. Perhaps you'd better leave us together.
Yes, Mother.
Now, sir, I had no intention of telling you all this, but since my poor daughter disclosed it, I've no alternative. Having once decided to speak, I will tell you all without omitting any particular.
It's your wisest course, madam.
Mr. Drebber had been with us nearly 3 weeks. He and his secretary, Mr. Stangerson, had been traveling on the continent.
Yes?
Mr. Stangerson was a quiet, reserved man. Oh, but his employer, I'm sorry to say, was far otherwise. He was coarse in his habits and brutish in his ways.
How so?
But the very night of his arrival, he became very much the worse for drink, and indeed, after 12 o'clock in the daytime, he could hardly ever be said to be sober. But his manner towards the maidservant was disgustingly free and familiar, and worst of all, he assumed the same attitude towards my daughter, and spoke to her more than once in a way which, fortunately, she is too innocent to understand. But on one occasion, he actually seized her in his arms and embraced her. Oh, his own secretary reproached him for it.
But why did you stand all this? I suppose you can get rid of your boarders when you wish.
Would to God I'd given him notice on the very day he came. But it was a sore temptation. They were paying £1 a day each, and this is the slack season, and I am a widow, and my boy in the Navy has cost me much. I acted for the best. This last was too much, however, and I gave him notice to leave on account of it.
I see.
Oh, my heart grew light as I saw him drive away. My son is on leave just now, but I did not tell him anything of all this. His temper is violent, and he's passionately fond of his sister. Well, when I closed the door behind them, a load seemed to be lifted from my mind.
Yeah.
Oh, alas, in less than an hour there was a ring at the bell, and I learned that Mr. Drebber had returned. He was the worse for drink. He forced his way into the room where I was sitting with my daughter and made some incoherent remark about having missed his train. He then turned to Alice and before my very face proposed to her that she should fly with him. You are of age, he said, and there's no law to stop you. I have money and enough to spare. Never mind the old girl here, but come along with me now straight away. You shall live like a princess. Oh.
Go on.
Well, poor Alice was so frightened that she shrank away from him, but he caught her by the wrist. Well, I screamed, and at that moment my son Arthur came into the room. Well, what happened then, I do not know. I heard oaths and confused sounds of a scuffle. I was too terrified to raise my head. And when I did look up, I saw Arthur standing in the doorway laughing with a stick in his hand. I don't think that fine fellow will trouble us again, he said. I will just go after him and see what he does with himself. And with those words, he took his hat and started off down the street. The next morning, we heard of Mr. Drebber's mysterious death.
Madame Charpentier, at what hour did your son return?
I do not know. He has a latchkey and he let himself in.
After you went to bed?
Yes.
When did you go to bed?
About 11.
So your son was gone at least 2 hours?
Yes.
Possibly 4 or 5?
Yes.
What was he doing during that time?
I do not know, sir. I do not know.
Of course, after that, there was nothing more to be done. I found out where Lieutenant Charpentier was and arrested him. When I touched him on the shoulder and warned him to come quietly with us, he answered us as bold as brass, "I suppose you are arresting me for being concerned in the death of that scoundrel Drebber." We said nothing to him about it, so that his alluding to it had a most suspicious aspect.
Very.
He still carried the heavy stick which the mother described as having with him when he followed Drebber.
What's your theory then, Inspector Gregson?
Well, Mr. Holmes, my theory is that he followed Drebber as far as the Brixton Road. When there, some occasion arose between them, and in the course of which Drebber received a blow from the stick in the pit of the stomach, perhaps, which killed him without leaving any mark. The night was so wet that no one was about, so Charpentier dragged the body of his victim into the empty house. As to the candle and the blood and the writing on the wall and the ring, They may all have been so many tricks to throw the police onto the wrong scent.
Well done. Really, Gregson, you're getting along. We shall make something of you yet.
Well, I flatter myself that I've managed it rather neatly. The young man volunteered a statement in which he said that after following Drebber for some time, the latter perceived him and took a cab in order to get away from him. On his way home, Charpentier... Yes, I think the whole case fits together uncommonly well. What amuses me is to think of Lestrade, who had started off upon the wrong scent. I'm afraid he won't make much of it.
Why, by Jove, here's the very man himself. Come in, Inspector Lestrade.
Oh, so you're here, Gregson. I suppose, Lestrade, you've come to consult Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Ask him what move to make next, eh?
Well, I don't mind admitting this is a most extraordinary case, most incomprehensible affair.
Ah, you find it so? I thought you'd come to that conclusion. Have you managed to land the secretary, Mr. Joseph Stangerson?
I've just come from Stangerson's room.
Ah. We've been hearing Gregson's view of the matter. Would you mind letting us know what you have done, Lestrade?
No, Mr. Holmes, no objections at all. I freely confess that I was of the opinion that Stangerson was concerned in the death of Drebber.
Was?
A fresh development has shown me that I was completely mistaken.
Well, well.
I fancy we'd better take the events in their sequence.
Very well. Full of the one idea, I set myself to discover what had become of the secretary. He and Drebber had been seen together at Euston Station about 8:30 on the evening of the 3rd. At 2 in the morning of the 4th, Drebber had been found murdered in the house off Brixton Road. The question which confronted me was to find out how Stangerson had been employed between 8:30 and the time of the crime, and what had become of him afterwards. I telegraphed to Liverpool, giving a description of the man and warning them to keep a watch upon the American boats. I then set to work calling upon all the hotels and lodging houses in the vicinity of Euston. You see, I argued that if Drebber and his companion had become separated that evening, the natural course for Stangerson would be to put up somewhere in the vicinity for the night, then to hang about the station again next morning to look out for his employer.
They'd be likely to agree on some meeting place beforehand.
So it proved. I spent the whole of yesterday evening making inquiries entirely without avail. This morning I began very early, and at 8 o'clock I reached Halliday's private hotel in Little George Street.
Good morning, sir. Can I help you?
Yes, I'd like to know whether a Mr. Stangerson is living here.
Oh, certainly, sir. No doubt you're the gentleman he was expecting. He's been waiting here for a gentleman for 2 days.
Yes. Where is he now?
He's upstairs in bed. He wished to be called at 9.
Well, I'll go up and see him at once, then.
Yes, sir. The Boots will take you. Boots?
Yes? Morning, sir.
Right. Take this gentleman up to Mr. Stangerson's room.
Yes. Would you follow me, sir? There's his room, sir, just along here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Oh. God. What's that? It looks like blood. Coming from under his door.
You're right.
It's locked, sir.
Well, stand out of the way while I put the shoulder to it.
Yeah, but, sir,
Get back.
I can't stay in here. Let me pass, Gov. Let me pass.
Stangerson has been stabbed to the heart. Dead for some time. He bled profusely. But now comes the strangest part of the affair, Mr. Holmes. What do you suppose was on the wall?
The word Rache, written in letters of blood.
Well, that was it.
Great heaven. Get on with the details, Lestrade.
Well, the murderer was seen. A milk boy happened to walk down the lane at the back of the hotel. He noticed that a ladder, which usually lay there, was raised against one of the windows on the second floor, which was wide open. He looked back and saw a man descend the ladder. He came down so openly that the lad imagined him to be some carpenter or joiner at work. Took no notice beyond thinking it was early for anyone like that to be at work. And he has an impression that the man was tall, had a reddish face, and was dressed in a long brownish coat.
Did you find anything in the room which could furnish a clue to the murderer?
Nothing. Stangerson had 80-odd pounds in his pocket. Whatever the motive for these 2 crimes, it certainly wasn't robbery. There were no papers in the pockets, except a telegram, dated from Cleveland about a month ago, containing the words, J.H. is in Europe. There was no sender's name.
And there was nothing else?
Nothing of any importance. His pipe was on the chair beside the bed. There was a glass of water on the table. And on the windowsill, a small chip ointment box containing a couple of pills.
What?
At last!
What's that, Mr. Holmes?
The last link.
My case is complete.
Oh, well, just what do you mean, Mr. Holmes?
I have now in my hands all the threads which have formed such a tangle. There are, of course, details to be filled in, but I'm as certain of all the main facts, from the time that Drebber parted from Stangerson at the station up to the discovery of Stangerson's body, as if I'd seen them with my own eyes. I'll give you proof of my knowledge. Could you lay your hand upon it?
Yes, I have them here. Don't attach any importance to them, though.
Let me see them. Doctor, are those ordinary pills?
No, they're certainly not. Pearly grey colour, small, round, and, let's see. Yes, almost transparent against the light. From their lightness and transparency, I should imagine they're soluble in water.
Precisely, sir. Now, would you mind going down and fetching that poor little devil of a terrier, which has been bad so long, and which the landlady wanted you to put out of its pain yesterday?
Oh, yes, very well, Holmes.
What are you going to do, Mr. Holmes?
I will now cut one of these pills in two. One half we return into the box for future purposes. The other half I will place in this wine glass. If you'd be kind enough to pass me the carafe, Lestrade.
Yes, here you are.
Thank you. Now then, I pour into the glass a teaspoonful of water. Ah. You perceive that our friend the doctor is right. The pill readily dissolves. I shall now add a little milk to make the mixture palatable.
Here he is, poor old chap. Long past his allotted span, I'm afraid.
Put him down on a cushion while I transfer this mixture to a saucer.
Right.
Now, poor old boy, here's a little drink for you.
Well?
It can't be a coincidence. The very pills which I suspected in the case of Drebber are actually found after the death of Stangerson, and yet they're inert. What can it mean? Oh, surely my whole chain of reasoning cannot have been false. No, it's impossible. And yet this wretched dog is none the worse.
Well, if you ask me...
Wait. I have it. Where's that other pill?
Here you are.
Cut it in two for me while I get more milk and water ready.
There we are. Done.
Now, in it goes.
You mean you're going to try again?
Precisely. Now, boy, try another saucer.
That was part 2 of A Study in Scarlet by Michael Hardwick from the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes was played by Carlton Hobbs and Dr. Watson by Norman Shelley. Production for the BBC was by Norman Wright.
Capital, my dear Watson. Let us return to our humble abode.
221B Baker Street, please, cabby.
From London, we present the final episode of A Study in Scarlet, a play for radio in 3 parts by Michael Hardwick, based on the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Here is Dr. Watson to continue the story of A Study in Scarlet.
Inspector Gregson of Scotland Yard had been crowing over his colleague Lestrade. While he, Gregson, had acted so decisively in arresting young Arthur Charpentier for the murder of Enoch Drebber, Lestrade, with the mere duty of questioning Stangerson, the dead man's secretary, had returned to 221B Baker Street with failure written all over his face. But then Holmes and I had been as astonished as Gregson to hear that he had found Stangerson murdered too.
Lestrade had brought a box containing 2 pills, which he had found near the body. Exclaiming that at last his case was complete, Holmes wasted no time in feeding one to the poor aging dog which our landlady had asked us that morning to have destroyed. To his dismay, the effect was nil. With his whole case hanging upon the consequences, Holmes proceeded to grind the only remaining pill into some milk and watched anxiously as the dog drank.
Poor old chap.
It worked.
I should have had more faith. I ought to know by this time that when a fact appears to be opposed to a long train of deductions, it invariably proves to be capable of bearing some other interpretation. Of the 2 pills in that box, one was of the most deadly poison and the other was entirely harmless. I ought to have known that before ever I saw the box at all.
Well, I don't like saying it in front of you, Gregson, but I'm right out of my depth. I really am.
You're not alone, Lestrade. Now, look here, Mr. Holmes. We want something more than mere theory and preaching now. It's a case of taking the man. I've made my case out, and it seems that I was wrong. Young Charpentier is locked up and couldn't have been engaged in this second affair. Lestrade went after his man, Stangerson, and it appears that he's wrong, too. Now, can you name the man who did it?
Can't help feeling that Gregson's right, sir.
Holmes, if I may say so, any delay in arresting the murderer might give him time to perpetrate some fresh atrocity.
There'll be no more murders. You've asked me if I know the name of the murderer. I do.
What?
The mere knowing of his name is a small thing, however, compared with the power of laying our hands upon him. This I expect very shortly to do.
But how?
I have good hopes of managing it through my own arrangements, but it's a thing which needs delicate handling. We have a shrewd and desperate man to deal with. As long as this man has no idea that anyone can have a clue, there's some chance of securing him. But if he has the slightest suspicion, he'd change his name and vanish in an instant among the 4 million inhabitants of this great city. Without meaning to hurt either of your feelings, I'm bound to say that I consider him to be more than a match for the official force. And that is why I have not asked your assistance.
Now, look here.
If I fail, I shall, of course, incur all the blame due to this omission. But that I'm prepared for. At present, I'm ready to promise that the instant I can communicate with you without endangering my own arrangements, I shall do so.
Well, I don't know about that.
Would you...
Sir, please, sir.
What, sir? Yes, Wiggins?
I got the cab downstairs, sir.
Good boy. Lestrade, Gregson.
Yes?
Why don't you introduce this pattern of handcuffs at Scotland Yard? You see how beautifully the spring works? They fasten in an instant.
The old pattern's good enough if we can only find the man to put them on.
Yeah.
Very good, very good. The cabman may as well help me with my boxes. Just ask him to step up, Wiggins.
Yes, sir.
Holmes, you never said anything about setting out on a journey.
Nor I did, Watson. However, I must just get this small portmanteau ready.
What is this, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, Holmes, I really think you ought to...
Oh, not been used for so long, these buckles are dreadfully difficult.
Here, let me help you.
No, the cabman can do it. Ah, there you are, my good man.
Yes, Governor.
Just give me a hand with this buckle, if you please.
All right, sir.
What's that?
No, keep still.
Gentlemen, let me introduce you to Mr. Jefferson Hope, the murderer of Enoch Drebber and Joseph Stangerson. We have his cab. It will serve to take him to Scotland Yard.
Jefferson Hope, I arrest... I think, Mr. Lestrade, in view of my seniority of service.
Oh, very well.
Jefferson Hope, I arrest you in the Queen's name for the murders of Enoch Drebber and Joseph Stangerson. And I must caution you that anything you say will be taken down and may be put in evidence.
I've got a good deal to say. I want to tell you gentlemen all about it. If there's a vacant place for a chief of the police, I reckon you're the man for it, sir.
Never mind about that.
Oh, no, I mean it. The way you kept on my trail was a caution.
Well, hadn't you better reserve that for your trial?
I may never be tried.
Well, look here.
You needn't look so startled. It isn't suicide I'm thinking of. You're a doctor, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Then put your hand here, on my chest.
Well, as you wish.
Well?
Why, this man has an aortic aneurysm.
Yes, that's what they call it. I went to a doctor last week about it, and he told me it is bound to burst before many days have passed. It has been getting worse for years. I got it from overexposure and underfeeding among the Salt Lake Mountains. I've done my work now, and I don't care how soon I go. But I should like to leave some account of the business behind me. I don't want to be remembered as a common murderer.
Dr. Watson.
Yes, Inspector?
Do you consider there is immediate danger?
Most certainly there is.
In that case, it's clearly our duty in the interest of justice to take his statement. Will you write it down, please, Mr. Lestrade?
All right.
I have cautioned you, and you are at liberty to give your account, which this officer will take down.
I understand. I'll sit down with your leave.
By all means.
Thank you. This aneurysm of mine makes me easily tired, and that tussle we had just now hasn't mended matters. I am on the brink of the grave, and I'm not likely to lie to you, gentlemen.
Right. I'm ready.
Proceed, then.
It doesn't much matter to you why I hated those two men. It's enough that they were guilty of the death of two human beings, a father and a daughter, and that they had, therefore, forfeited their own lives. That girl was to have married me in America 20 years ago. She was forced into marrying that same Drebber and broke her heart over it. I took the marriage ring from her dead finger, and I vowed that his dying eyes should rest upon that very ring, and that his last thought should be of the crime for which he was punished. I have carried it about with me and followed him and his accomplice over 2 continents until I caught them. If I die tomorrow, as is likely enough, I die knowing that my work in this world is done, and well done.
Yes, get on.
When I got to London, my pocket was about empty, and I found that I must turn my hand to something for my living. Driving and riding are as natural to me as walking. So I applied at a cab owner's office and soon got employment. It was some time before I found out where my 2 gentlemen were living. They were at a boarding house at Camberwell, over on the other side of the river. I had grown my beard, and there was no chance of their recognizing me. Go where they would about London, I was always at their heels. At last, one evening, I was driving up and down Torquay Terrace when I saw a cab draw up at their door. Presently, some luggage was brought out. Time, Drebber and Stangerson followed it and drove off. I whipped up my horse and kept within sight of them, feeling very ill at ease, for I feared that they were going to shift their quarters. At Euston Station, they got out, and I left a boy to hold my horse and followed them onto the platform. I got near enough to hear what they were saying.
But I tell you, there isn't another Liverpool train for hours.
So who cares?
I care. The sooner we're on a train to Liverpool and getting out of here, the happier I'll be.
Well, Stangerson, we'll just have to wait, won't we? Now, come to think of it, I have a little business of my own to do. Now, if you just hang around here someplace, I'll go off and I'll join you later.
Like hell. You swore we'd always stick together. If you go, I'm going with you.
Well, you see, this little matter's kind of delicate. You'd be in the way.
Is that so? Well, either I go with you or we both stay here. You can take it or leave it, Rebel.
Look here, Stangerson. It's about time you remembered you're nothing more than a paid servant around here. Who the hell do you think you are trying to dictate to me?
I didn't mean it that way.
Well, that's how it sounded to me. Now, cut it out once and for all.
Okay, then. But look, supposing you're not back in time for the train. It's the last one tonight.
Oh, I'll be back here before 11. Tell you what, if I'm not, we'll meet up again at Halliday's Hotel. That suit you?
I guess it'll have to.
The moment for which I had waited so long had come at last. My plans were already formed. It chanced that some days before, a gentleman who had been looking over some empty houses off the Brixton Road had dropped the key of one of them in my carriage. How to get Drebber to that house was the problem. There was a hansom in front of mine, and he hailed it. I followed it for miles, until, to my astonishment, we found ourselves back in the terrace where he had boarded. I went on and pulled up my cab 100 yards or so from the house. He entered it, and his hansom drove away. Well, I waited for a quarter of an hour or more, when suddenly there came a noise like people struggling inside the house. Next moment, the door was flung open, and 2 men appeared. One of them was Drebber, and the other was a young chap whom I had never seen before.
You filthy hound! I'll teach you to insult an honest girl.
Get your hands off me.
If you're not out of this road inside 10 seconds, I'll lay this cudgel across you so you won't be able to walk. Now, get on with you.
Okay, I'm going. Hey, you, Gabby!
Yes, Governor?
Drive me to Halliday's private hotel.
When I had him fairly inside my cab, my heart jumped so much with joy that I feared lest at this last moment my aneurysm might go wrong. I was once janitor and sweeper out of a laboratory in the States. One day, a professor was lecturing on some alkaloid which was so powerful that the least grain meant instant death. When they were all gone, I helped myself to a little of it. I was a fairly good dispenser, so I worked this alkaloid into small soluble pills, and each pill I put in a box with a similar pill made without the poison. I determined that when I had my chance, my gentlemen should each have a draw out of one of those boxes while I ate the pill that remained. From that day, I had always my pill boxes about with me, and the time had now come when I was to use them. It was nearer 1 than 12, and a wild, bleak night blowing hard. My hands were trembling and my temples throbbing with excitement. There was not a soul to be seen. When I looked in at the cab window, I found Drebber huddled in a drunken sleep. Come on there. Come on, wake up. Wake up, I say.
What's the matter?
It's time to get out.
All right, cabby.
Now, you'd better follow me, sir.
Is this the hotel? Halliday's?
Oh, come along now, sir. I'll help you.
It's infernally dark. Say, what kind of a hotel is this?
We'll soon have a light. Just like this candle. There. Now, Enoch Drebber, who am I?
Who? What do you mean? I don't... No.
Yes, you dog. I have hunted you from Salt Lake City to St. Petersburg, and you've always escaped me. But now your wanderings have come to an end.
No, keep away from me.
What do you think of poor Lucy Ferrier now? Punishment has been slow in coming, but it has overtaken you at last.
Would you murder me?
Who talks of murdering a mad dog? What mercy had you upon my poor darling when you dragged her from his slaughtered father and bore her away?
Wasn't I killed her father?
But it was you who broke her innocent heart. Let the high God judge between us. You see this box?
What is it? What are they?
They're just a couple of pills. Choose and eat. There is death in one and life in the other. I shall take what you leave. Let us see if there is justice upon the earth, or if we are ruled by chance.
Poison? You're mad. I won't do it.
Oh, yes, you will, with my knife at your throat. Choose and eat. This way, you have a 50-50 chance. If you don't take it, it'll be my knife and no chance for you at all.
Very well. I'll eat.
Now, I'll take the other, and we shall see.
It doesn't taste. You've got it. You must... You...
I turned him over with my foot and placed my hand upon his heart. There was no movement. He was dead. The pulses in my temples were beating like sledgehammers, and I believe I would have had a fit of some sort if the blood had not gushed from my nose and relieved me. I remembered a German being found in New York with rash written up above him, and it was argued that the secret societies must have done it. I guessed that what puzzled the New Yorkers would puzzle Londoners, so I dipped my finger in my own blood and printed it on the wall. And then I walked down to my cab. I had driven some distance when I put my hand into the pocket in which I usually kept Lucy's ring and found it was not there. It was the only memento I had of her. Thinking that I might have dropped it when I stooped over Drebber's body, I drove back, and leaving my cab on a side street, I went boldly up to the house. I walked right into the arms of a police officer who was coming out. I managed to fool him by pretending to be hopelessly drunk, but I had to go away without that ring.
So much for Drebber, then. How about Stangerson?
Oh, I knew that he was staying at Halliday's hotel. Early next morning, I took advantage of some ladders which were lying in the lane behind the hotel, and so made my way into his room in the gray of the dawn. I woke him up and told him he was to answer for the life he had taken so long before. I gave him the same choice of poisoned pills. But he sprang from his bed and flew at my throat. In self-defense, I stabbed him to the heart.
I see. You got all that, Mr. Lestrade?
Every word.
Well, is there anything you'd like to ask Mr. Holmes?
There's only one point on which I should like a little more information. Who was your accomplice who came for the ring which I advertised?
Oh, I can tell you my own secrets, but I don't get other people into trouble. He had no hand in the deaths of those two men and knows nothing of them.
I think we can accept the truth of that, Gregson.
Very well, Mr. Holmes. But now, gentlemen, the forms of the law must be complied with. On Thursday, the prisoner will be brought before the magistrates, and your attendance will be required.
That's understood, Inspector.
Until then, I will be responsible for him. Come along, if you please, Mr. Lestrade. We may as well use his own cab, but I'm afraid we can hardly let him drive it. You'll have to oblige.
What? Oh, never mind. At least I can drive a cab. Come along, Hope. Let's be moving.
My dear Watson, Gregson and Lestrade will be furious about his death.
Well, it was better for the poor devil to die in his cell than on the scaffold. His life was hanging by a thread.
I fancy they won't see it that way. Where will their grand advertisement be now?
How they must have been looking forward to the trial. I must admit it would have been pretty interesting.
Never mind. I wouldn't have missed the investigation for anything. There's been no better case within my recollection. Simple as it was. Simple? Now, let me see if I can make it clearer. Now, this was a case in which you were given the result and had to find everything else for yourself. I approached the house with my mind entirely free from all impressions. I began by examining the roadway, and there, as I've already explained to you, I saw clearly the marks of a cab, which, as I ascertained by inquiry, must have been there during the night.
Yes, but just a moment. How could you know it was a cab and not a private carriage?
By the narrow gauge of the wheels. The ordinary London growler is considerably less wide than a gentleman's brougham. I then walked slowly down the garden path, which happened to be composed of a clay soil, peculiarly suitable for taking impressions. There's no branch of detective science which is so important and so much neglected as the art of tracing footsteps. I saw the heavy footmarks of the constables, but I saw also the track of the two men who had first passed through the garden. It was easy to tell that they had been before the others, because in places their marks had been entirely obliterated by the others coming upon the top of them. In this way, my second link was formed, which told me that the nocturnal visitors were two in number. One remarkable for his height, as I calculated from the length of his stride, and the other fashionably dressed, to judge from the small and elegant impression left by his boots.
What next?
On entering the house, this last inference was confirmed. My well-booted man lay dead before me. The tall one, then, had done the murder, if murder there was. Having sniffed the dead man's lips, I detected a slightly sour smell, and I came to the conclusion that he'd been poisoned. I argued from the hatred and fear expressed upon his face that the poison had been forced upon him. And now came the great question as to the reason why. Robbery had not been the object of the murder, for nothing was taken. Political assassins, on the other hand, are only too glad to do their work and to fly. This murder had been done most deliberately, and the perpetrator had left his tracks all over the room.
And the inscription on the wall?
Was too obviously a blind. No, it must have been a private wrong, and not a political one, which called for such a methodical revenge. I was inclined from the first to suspect that a woman was in some way connected with it.
And finding the wedding ring...
That settled the question. However, I proceeded to make a careful examination of the room, which confirmed me in my opinion as to the murderer's height and furnished me with the additional details as to the Trichinopoly cigar. I had already come to the conclusion, since there were no signs of a struggle, that the blood which covered the floor had burst from the murderer's nose in his excitement. I could see that the track of blood coincided with the track of his feet. Now, as a medical man, Watson, you will agree that it is seldom that any man breaks out in such a way through emotion unless he's very full-blooded.
Yes, quite true.
So I hazarded the opinion that the criminal was a robust and ruddy-faced man.
Yes, indeed he was.
Quite so. Now, you will remember that I ascertained that when he had not inquired as to any particular point which might appear to be critical.
Yes.
Well, having left the house, I telegraphed to the head of the police of Cleveland, limiting my inquiry of the circumstances connected with the marriage of Enoch J. Drebber.
Yes.
The answer was conclusive. It told me that Drebber had already applied for the protection of the law against an old rival in love named Jefferson Hope, and that this same Hope was at present in Europe. I knew now that I held the clue to the mystery in my hand, and all that remained was to secure the murderer.
All that remained?
Oh, it wasn't so difficult. I had already determined in my own mind that the man who had walked into the house with Drebber was none other than the man who had driven the cab. The marks in the road showed me that the horse had wandered on in a way which would have been impossible had there been anyone in charge of it. Where then could the driver be unless he were inside the house? And, my dear Watson, supposing one man wished to dog another through London, what better means could he adopt than to turn cab driver?
So you came to the conclusion that Jefferson Hope was to be found among the Jarvis of the metropolis. Oh, it's brilliant. It's quite brilliant.
Thank you, Watson.
But what made you assume that having achieved his object, Jefferson Hope would go on being a cabby?
Why, he would have been foolish not to. Any sudden change on his part might have drawn attention to himself. I therefore organized my street Arab detective corps and sent them systematically to every cab proprietor in London until they ferreted out the man I wanted.
Well, they certainly succeeded. But, Holmes, how about the murder of the other man, Stangerson?
That incident was entirely unexpected. Through it, I came into possession of the pills, the existence of which I had already surmised. You see, the whole thing is a chain of logical sequences without a break or flaw.
It's wonderful. It's remarkable. You should be publicly recognized for this, Holmes. You should publish an account of the case.
No.
Well, if you won't, I'll do it for you. I have all the facts in my journal. The public shall know them.
You may do what you like, Doctor.
Hello?
Yes, Mrs. Hudson.
The echo's just come, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, just throw it down there, Mrs. Hudson. I'll look at it later.
No, I'll have it, please.
Oh, very good, sir.
Thank you.
Shall you be in to lunch, gentlemen?
I fancy we shall.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. I say, listen to this, Holmes. The public have lost a sensational treat through the sudden death of the man Hope, who was suspected of the murders of Mr. Enoch Drebber and Mr. Joseph Stangerson. The details of the case will probably never now be known, though we are informed upon good authority that the crimes were the result of an old-standing and romantic feud. If the case has no other effect, it at least brings out in the most striking manner the efficiency of our detective police force. It is an open secret that the credit for this smart capture belongs entirely to the well-known Scotland Yard officials, Messrs. Gregson and Lestrade. It is expected that a testimonial of some sort will be presented to these two officers as a fitting recognition of their services. Well, Holmes, what about that?
Didn't I tell you so when we started, Watson? That's the result of all our study in Scarlet. To get them a testimonial.
That was part 3 of A Study in Scarlet by Michael Hardwick from the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes was played by Carlton Hobbs, Dr. Watson by Norman Shelley, Inspector Gregson by Humphrey Morton, Inspector Lestrade by Godfrey Kenton, and Jefferson Hope by Stuart Nichol. Production for the BBC was by Norman Wright.
Agatha Christie's Poirot. From the thrill-packed pages of Agatha Christie's unforgettable stories of corpses, clues, and crime, Mutual now brings you, complete with bowler hat and magnificent mustache, your favorite detective, Hercule Poirot, in Murder Wears a Mask.
Yes?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Poirot.
Won't you come in? Your name, please?
Richard Fields.
Mr. Poirot's busy at the moment. Please sit down. I'll tell him you're here.
Thank you.
There's some magazines on the table at your left. Mr. Poirot, it's a Mr. Fields.
Eh? Well, he can wait. He's a very patient man. He only rang the bell once. Here, Abigail, I want you to taste this sauce now.
It's good.
Good? Oh, ma foi, Abigail, it is superb. There are only 3 people in the world who know how to prepare this sauce. And you are about to become the 4th. Now, you take 2 tablespoons...
Chief, there's someone waiting.
Ah, oui, this Monsieur Fields, eh? Eh bien, I suppose we must see him. Come.
Mr. Fields, this is Mr. Poirot.
Oh, how do you do?
Bonjour, monsieur. Well, it must be an important matter which calls you away from your business at the moment when it is most active.
Well, as a matter of fact, I don't recall mentioning my business.
But it was not necessary, monsieur. The Journal of Wall Street in your pocket tells me you are a stockbroker. Since it is only now 3 o'clock, it is obvious you left your office shortly before the closing of the exchange.
Oh.
Now, you would not do this for a minor matter.
Oh, you're right. I've come to you on a matter that affects me very deeply. It concerns my daughter's welfare.
Uh-huh.
You see, Mr. Poirot, she's quite young, not quite 18. And at that, she's rather immature for her age.
Yes, monsieur, but let us come to the point, please. I have a sauce cooking, important business waiting for me.
Well...
Now, what is the young lady's difficulty?
She met this ham actor when he went up to her school to address the Dramatic Society. He's still quite distinguished-looking in a dissolute sort of way, and she promptly became infatuated with him. It's partly his reputation, I guess. He's been a matinee idol for 20 years.
Well, that seems very normal behavior for a young girl of her age.
Yes, but the horrible part of it is that he became equally interested in her. Why, the man's old enough to be her father. Oh, you must have heard of him. His name
Wait, monsieur, please. I should prefer to hear all the facts before you mention any names. I never like to engage in idle gossip.
This is no gossip, I assure you. I was up at this man's apartment only an hour ago. He was showing my daughter a necklace he had bought her as a wedding present.
Alors, monsieur, he woos her with diamonds. It is not illegal.
In this case, Mr. Poirot, it's immoral. She's too young to see through him.
Uh-huh. But why do you come to me?
I want you to help me break up this affair.
Oh, monsieur,
the man has led a sordid life. You're an investigator. If you dug around, you could produce proof of some of the things he's done. Proof that even Laura would have to believe.
I'm sorry, monsieur. You've come to the wrong person. My talents, such as they are not available for such enterprises. Good day, sir.
I can afford to pay you well.
Monsieur, no one in the world is rich enough to buy Hercule Poirot. Now, you will excuse me, please. I have important work in the kitchen.
All right. I can't force you to do it, but I want you to know that you're leaving me no alternative.
Eh? What do you intend to do?
Something very simple, Mr. Poirot, and at the same time, very conclusive. Good day.
Come in. Oh, Hackett, you got here fast.
I was worried, Mr. Tremaine. This is the first time you've ever called me back on my day off.
I suppose that's a pretty reckless thing to do to a valet these days.
No, sir, just startling. Is anything wrong?
I'm afraid so. You ever seen this before?
Why, yes, sir. It's the jewel case you had out this morning. I gathered it contained a pearl necklace which you bought for Miss Fields.
Yes. $10,000 necklace. A wedding present.
Yes, sir.
Open the box, Hackett.
They're very lovely, sir.
Are they?
Oh, yes, sir. Very lovely.
Hackett, you're a liar.
I beg your pardon?
You're a liar. You know perfectly well these are not real pearls.
Mr. Tremaine, surely you're jesting.
You've made a mistake, Hackett. You thought I was a complete fool, didn't you? You waited till Laura and I left for the theater at 2 o'clock and then substituted these cheap, cultivated pearls for the real ones, hoping I'd never find out until it was too late.
I couldn't do that, sir. The pair of pearls were in the safe, and I don't know the combination.
Who put them in the safe?
I did. You asked me to.
But I didn't ask you to leave the safe open, did I? I remember now that I didn't hear you twirl the knob. What did you do with those pearls?
I never touched them.
Very well. Give you your chance. I'm turning you over to the police.
Don't touch that phone, Tremaine.
Are you cheap, bungling thief posing as a valet? I should have realized what a bad performance it was. Well, I'm sure your experience will come in handy in prison.
Drop that phone, Tremaine.
Get your hands off me.
All right, Tremaine, you asked for it.
What are you? Put down that knife. Put down that... No!
Exit. Mr. Tremaine. Hello, Mr. Fields.
Yes.
This is Archie Tremaine.
Tremaine, where's Laura?
Right here at my place.
You filthy swine. I told you this afternoon I wouldn't have her seeing you.
Well, I don't see how you can stop her. We're getting married tonight.
Married?
Yes. We'd like to have your blessing. Why don't you come down?
I wouldn't come down. Yes. Yes, maybe I will. Sure. I'll give you my blessing, Tremaine. Wait for me. I'll be down in 20 minutes.
Don't worry. I'll be here. And so will the police.
Inspector Stevens, I tell you, the next time we have dinner together, it will be in a place without a telephone. Then I will be certain at least we can finish our dessert without interruption.
All right, here we are. This is the place. You could have stayed and finished your dessert, Poirot. I didn't take you by force.
It is the same thing. Why, you very slyly tell me you have received an anonymous call reporting a murder. Lord, you know I cannot resist such a situation. He has excellent taste, this Monsieur Archie Tremaine. Me, I like very much these brownstone houses.
Nobody home. Place is dark. We're probably on a wild goose chase.
But the door, it is open.
Oh.
And the light switch, I presume, is here. So, and now?
Oh, we better start looking around just to make sure. Now, let's try the library first. It should be...
There's no doubt down this hall here. All these brownstones, you know, they are very much the same. Inspector, flash your light around, please, eh?
All right.
Here's the switch.
Tremaine. Yeah, he's dead, all right. Stabbed through the heart.
Stabbed once, Inspector, with that letter opener.
He must have dropped on the spot. There's no other blood around, just that one big pool he's lying in.
And these bloody footprints all over the floor.
They must be the murderers, Poirot. He stood over the body to make sure Tremaine was dead and didn't notice that the blood was oozing around his shoes. Then he went over to the desk here, maybe to make a call, and into the bathroom to wash his hands. He came out, headed for the door,
And, what, Inspector?
Well, footprints stopped suddenly. I don't get this.
Inspector, have you observed this newspaper? Half the front page is torn off.
You think the murderer dried his shoes with it?
No, Inspector. I believe this is what happened. He did all the things you have described. Then, when he reached this point where the footsteps stopped, he realized that his shoes were bloody. Well, he could not go out wearing such shoes, and he could not carry them in his hands. Now, he looked down, and voila! He sees another pair of shoes. Fine, clean shoes, free of any blood.
Where?
On the feet of the dead man.
You mean these shoes belong to the murderer?
But obviously. They are covered with blood, and the laces are open because the shoes are a trifle too small. Now the murderer put on the dead man's shoes. He finds they are too large. So he tears a part of the newspaper and stuffs it into the shoes in order that he may walk with more comfort.
By Jove, Poirot, I believe you're right.
Now all you have to do is to find the owner of these shoes.
We'll try it through checking the manufacturer's code number.
Wait, perhaps I can make the task easier, Inspector. I think you will find that the owner of these shoes is a stockbroker named George Fields.
Now, look, Poirot, this is too much. You've been working your little gray cells overtime. How can you...
No. I will explain, mon ami. I will explain. You will notice that the heel of the right shoe is worn down considerably more than the left. Earlier today, this Monsieur Fields, who limps rather badly, came to see me. He uttered dire threats against someone who fitted the description of poor Monsieur Tremaine here. So you see, Inspector, I employ the sharp eyes and the ears rather than the little gray cells. And they tell me that you had better question this Monsieur Fields at once.
Well, Poirot, you were right. We've got Fields here at headquarters under lock and key. He's our man, all right. He was trying to burn Tremaine's shoes when we called on him.
You are sure he is the guilty man, eh?
Of course. He tried to tell us some cock and bull story about getting a call from Tremaine and finding him dead when he got there. Says he got his shoes all bloody before he saw the body, and then he became panicky and changed them. Just as I thought. But he's the killer, all right. You said yourself he threatened Tremaine. It's an open and shut case.
Myself, I always mistrust the open and shut cases. Tell me, what of the anonymous telephone call you received?
The way I figure it, Poirot, Fields called us himself, and then he thought maybe he could beat the rap, so he wiped off all his fingerprints, changed shoes with the dead man, and ducked.
Oh, a very intelligent reconstruction, Inspector. Very intelligent. Alors, I must return to my office now. If anything new develops...
I'll let you know.
Good. Bonjour, Inspector.
Mr. Poirot.
No. Oh, Mademoiselle Fields.
Mr. Poirot, may I please talk to you for just a moment?
Oh, but of course. I know how distressed you must be. Well, here is a bench in the corridor. I don't think we will be disturbed here.
Thank you.
Mademoiselle, let me assure you of my great sympathy if there is anything I can do.
There is, Mr. Poirot. You can prove my father is innocent.
Oh, that would be extremely difficult, Mademoiselle. All the evidence seems to point to his guilt.
Well, I don't care about the evidence. He didn't do it. He couldn't.
He was in my office, Miss Fields, and he threatened to take desperate measures.
He lost his head, but he didn't mean what he said.
And he was there in Monsieur Tremaine's apartment about the time of the murder. He admits this.
Well, of course he admits it. He has nothing to hide.
But at first, Mademoiselle, he did deny it. And the exchange of shoes, the removal of the fingerprints. No, these do not seem to be the acts of an innocent man.
Mr. Poirot, he was trapped. Someone lured him down there and planted the evidence to convict him.
That is what he tells us, and I will not say it is impossible, you know, but there must be proof.
Don't worry, I'll find it somehow. George will help me.
George? Oh, that is Monsieur Hackett, eh?
Yes, Archie's valet. He knew a lot about Archie. He's downstairs now talking to the detectives. I'll go and get... Oh, here he comes. George! George!
I beg you... Oh, Miss Fields. How are you?
George, this is Mr. Poirot, the great detective.
Well, how do you do, sir? I've heard of you, of course.
Enchanté, monsieur. I have heard fine things about you, too.
Oh, thank you.
George, you've got to help me find the murderer.
Well, Miss Fields...
Go on, say it. You think my father's guilty?
No, I won't say that, but I don't see how I can help you.
Well, did Mr. Tremaine have any enemies? Anyone who hated him?
Enemies? I don't think so. Of course, there were many people who disliked him.
Why, monsieur?
Well, frankly, sir, he was rather an egomaniac. He couldn't stand being in the background for a minute. It was always top billing for Archie Tremaine. But as I told the police, I can't think of anyone who'd want to kill him.
Well, maybe some woman who was jealous about the necklace.
The necklace?
Yes, the pearl necklace he was going to give me. You were there, George, when he showed it to me that afternoon.
Oh, yes, miss. I heard some conversation about it. Of course, I didn't see it.
Mr. Poirot, the police found the necklace, didn't they? Matched pearls with a small diamond clasp.
No, mademoiselle, I do not believe so. I myself saw everything that was found in the house, but this is the first I have heard of a necklace.
Oh.
Monsieur, I hope you will not be offended if I ask about your movements on the day of the murder.
That was the first thing the police asked me, Mr. Poirot. It was my day off. I left Mr. Tremaine's apartment shortly after he did and spent the rest of the day and the whole evening with my parents.
Oh?
I do that every week on my day off.
I see. Your parents, they live here in this city, huh?
Yes, of course. They share a flat with me.
Eh bien, I was merely curious, you know. Mademoiselle, I do not know where this matter of the necklace may lead us, but it gives one furiously to think. What say you, Monsieur Hackett?
I think Miss Fields has brought up something important. Something very, very important. Now listen, you two. You live with me, do you understand? The date was April 5th, Thursday, and I was here all evening.
Were you, George? That's interesting.
I don't like your tone, Daisy.
And I don't like getting the short end of the deal all the time.
What? What is this, Peter? Hold up?
No, Hackett, I wouldn't say that, but we do all the dirty work as a rule, and you get most of the dough.
Well, this time I've done all the dirty work. And you just have to be smart. That little chubby Frenchman or Belgian or whatever he is doesn't look like much, but don't let his accent and that phony-looking mustache fool you. It's going to take great acting to make him believe that you are my parents.
And it's going to take a great deal more money to make us try it. We don't want to
All right. I'll double your share on this job, but watch yourself. That may be him now. I'll wait in the next room. Just in case.
No rough stuff, Hackett. Now, we'll handle it with kid gloves.
Yes?
Bonjour, madame. My name is Poirot, Hercule Poirot. May I have a few words with you?
Well, yes, come in.
What is it, Mama?
A gentleman, Pa. Man named Peril.
Yes, and my secretary, Miss Thatcher.
How do you do?
Howdy. Excuse my shoes being off. We wasn't expecting any callers. Oh, no. Do not be deranged, monsieur. We will be here only a few moments.
Will you have some cherry cordial, sir? I made it myself.
Madame, you are too kind. No. I wish only to ask a few questions about your son. George, what about him? Well, you know, I presume that his late employer was found murdered.
Oh, yes, poor Mr. Tremaine. A kinder man there never was. Every Thursday, George would come around and talk about nothing but his wonderful Mr. Tremaine.
Every Thursday, madame? Yes, sir. His day off. Tell me, on April 5th, the day of the murder, he was here that day, too, huh?
Well, what do you mean, Mr. Perot? Of course he was here.
All day?
Oh, from, about 2:30 on. He was teaching us to play gin rummy. Do you play gin rummy, miss?
No, I'm not very good at cards, and I don't drink.
Tell me, madame, where is your son now?
I believe he's over at Mr. Tremaine's place, straightening things up, you know.
I see. Eh bien, you've both been very kind. Oh, must you go so soon? Well, I said it would only be a moment. Come, Abigail.
Well, I'm sorry George wasn't home. We'll tell him you were here.
Merci bien, madame.
Lovely old couple, aren't they? I don't see how their son could do anything wrong.
I do not see how he can be their son.
What?
Did you not observe, Abby, that the kindly old gentleman and his wife, they both have fair hair and blue eyes?
Yes.
But Monsieur Hackett, his eyes are dark brown. It is impossible, Abigail, for two blonde, blue-eyed parents to have anything but blue-eyed children.
May I help you, sir?
Oh, yes, if you don't mind. I am interested in a necklace which you recently sold to a Mr. Archie Tremaine.
Really? May I ask what your interest is?
Oh, my name is Hercule Poirot. I would like
Hercule Poirot, the brilliant Belgian detective.
Oh, monsieur, I am flattered. Most people take me for French.
We've heard of you, the diamond people in Antwerp. They speak your name with reverence.
Well, thank you. Now, about this necklace.
Oh, yes.
You did sell a necklace to Monsieur Tremaine, eh?
Yes, a very fine pearl necklace. See, it was delivered to him on April 3rd.
2 days before he was murdered. Yeah, this puts a new light on everything.
How so, Chief?
Well, the motive, Abbe. If the motive was robbery, Monsieur Fields is clear. He himself is very wealthy. He would not kill for jewels.
But it's gone, Chief. Who took it?
I do not know, Abbe. But when we find the person who has the necklace, we will have the murderer.
Why, in that case, Mr. Poirot, you'll have to arrest me.
Eh?
You?
I have the necklace right here. Mr. Tremaine returned it on, let me see, on April 5th, last Thursday.
Monsieur Tremaine himself returned it?
Yes, Mr. Poirot. He'd bought it on the understanding that he could return it within 10 days. He walked in here last Thursday, said he'd changed his mind about the lady and the necklace.
And you refunded his money?
Yes. As a matter of fact, we gave him the cash. It was just after 3, and the banks were closed. He said he was leaving town that night.
Well, there you are, Chief. That brings Mr. Fields right back into the picture.
Monsieur, you are quite certain that it was Archie Tremaine who was here?
Positive. Well, his picture was in the papers every other week. I imagine everybody knew what Archie Tremaine looked like. The silver hair, the monocle.
Oh, no, then it must be so. Come, Abigail. There is still one small matter about which I must satisfy myself.
Where are we going, Chief?
To the library, Abby, to do some research.
The library? What do you expect to find there?
The biography of a murderer.
Why, Miss Fields, this is a surprise.
Hackett, I had to come here to Mr. Tremaine's house. I had to come and see for myself. Is there anything...
I'm terribly sorry, miss. I've gone through all of Mr. Tremaine's belongings, and there's not the slightest clue, not the slightest suggestion that anyone else could have killed him.
Oh, it's horrible. Horrible. They've indicted him, Hackett. They're going to try my father for murder.
Yes, I know.
They were about to let him go because of that missing necklace.
And then they found out that it had been returned.
I can't understand it. I can't believe that Archie returned it. We were going to be married. It was all agreed.
Well, miss, your father was so set against it that perhaps...
Oh, no, that would have made Archie more stubborn. If I could... Wait. I've just thought of something. What time was that necklace returned?
A little after 3, according to the jeweler. At least that's what the papers say.
A little after 3?
Yes, miss.
But that's impossible. Oh, why didn't I think of it sooner? It's impossible, Hackett, because Archie was with me at the theater from 2:30 until 5. He couldn't have been at the jeweler's.
You must be mistaken, miss.
Oh, no, I'm not.
The necklace was returned.
Well, then someone else returned it. Someone else returned it and got the money for it.
But no one had access to it except Mr. Tremaine.
Oh, no one but Mr. Tremaine and you.
Me?
You, Hackett. You had access to the necklace, and you knew my father had threatened Archie. You're the murderer.
Sit very quietly, Miss Fields. I don't want to shoot you unless I have to.
You killed him. You stole the pearls, and you framed my father. I'm going to call the police.
No, you don't. Tremaine tried that. Now he's dead. No, that won't do either. The door is locked. I locked it as you came in.
Get away from me. Get away!
I'm sorry, my dear. Now I'll just gag you so that you're not tempted to scream again. There we are. Now. Hello, Daisy. I have a little job for you. No, it's not as hard as the other one. Doesn't require as much talent. Is that laundry wagon still available? It is. I have Pete drive it down here to Tremaine's place. I'll have a bundle ready for him.
Pete.
Oh.
Bonjour, Monsieur Hackett. May we come in?
Why, the place is topsy-turvy, Mr. Poirot. I'm in the middle of packing.
Good. I may be of some help to you. You know, I have a very orderly mind. Come, Abigail. Hey, Oh, but monsieur, this is not the middle of the packing. It is barely the beginning.
Yes, the other rooms are all done. I've left this one for the last.
And after this room is packed away...
The curtain will ring down on Archie Tremaine.
Oui. You phrase it so well. Of course, there is still the small matter of punishing the murderer.
Yes, I know. You know, I feel sorry for him.
For whom?
For Mr. Fields. He's not really a murderer. I mean, say he's not the criminal type. He was driven to do what he did.
Oh? You know, that is very interesting, Monsieur Hackett. Very interesting. I see that you are quite a student of criminology.
Well...
Oh, come, my friend. Do not be so modest. You have many accomplishments.
Have I?
But of course. For example, I would suggest that you have at one time been an actor.
What?
Oh, do not leap so, monsieur. Look, you frightened my secretary. She's dropped her glove.
Oh, yes, my glove.
Well, you startled me, Mr. Poirot. I didn't think that anybody would remember me. I gave up the theater some years ago.
Au contraire, monsieur. I do not remember you. I never saw you. But you still use the expressions of the theater. Did you not say, Monsieur Tremaine always wants top billing? You see? Tell me, what was your thought on the stage? Impersonations, n'est-ce pas?
I did some impersonations. Why?
No, I was merely wondering if your experience as an actor could have something to do with this case.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, by a strange coincidence, monsieur, this case involves a very clever impersonation.
Really? Oh, that's the back door.
You're expecting a delivery, eh?
No, it must be the laundry wagon. I'm sending out all the soiled stuff.
Wait, Monsieur Hackett. I will go with you.
You will... What?
I will go with you. I have a tremendous interest in this laundry.
Why, there's no need for you to go. The bundle is already at the back door.
Nevertheless, I should like to see it. You know, I have developed an overwhelming curiosity about the laundry ever since I picked up this glove from the floor.
Glove?
Oui. One solitary, unaccounted-for lady's glove. It was careless of you, Monsieur Hackett, to leave it lying about. You were much more methodical when you did away with Archie Tremaine.
What? You don't know what you're talking about.
I assure you, my friend, I know precisely what I'm talking about. You are a thief, Monsieur Hackett. You have been one since you gave up the acting 5 years ago. Ah, yes, monsieur, I looked it up. You have plied your trade by posing as a valet or butler and stealing from your employer when the opportunity presented itself. In this case, the opportunity came on the day you saw the necklace Monsieur Tremaine had bought for Miss Fields. You stole the necklace and went to the jeweler's impersonating Tremaine and received the cash for it.
Why, you're mad.
Unfortunately, Monsieur Tremaine found you out the very same day. He threatened to call the police. So you killed him. And then a delicious thought occurred to you, monsieur. The thought of implicating an innocent man. So you called the police to tell them of a murder. That was a mistake, monsieur. That was when I started to believe...
All right, Poirot. You're clever, but you talk too much. I guess Pete will have 2 more bundles to take with him. Okay, Pete.
Pick him up, Hackett.
But I thought... Where's Pete?
Don't worry. We've got him nice and safe in a patrol wagon. Right where you'll be in just a minute.
You see, monsieur? Your goose is boiled.
Be sure to listen next week when Agatha Christie, America's favorite mystery writer, brings you her favorite detective, Hercule Poirot, in the case of Death Points a Finger. Agatha Christie's Poirot is directed by Carl Eastman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
You're listening to Same Time, Same Station, the best of old-time radio. And I'm your host, Jerry Hendigas.
The Hound of the Baskervilles.
My friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, was usually very late in the mornings, save on those not too infrequent occasions when he stayed up all night. One morning, it was in the autumn of 1889, he was seated at the breakfast table in his dressing gown. I was standing on the hearthrug, looking at a stick which a visitor had left at our Baker Street rooms the night before. It was a fine, thick piece of wood, bulbous-headed, of the sort that used to be known as a Penang lawyer. Holmes was sitting with his back to me, and I'd given him no sign of my occupation.
Well, Watson, what do you make of it?
Good heavens, Holmes. How do you know what I was doing? You must have eyes at the back of your head.
Hardly that. But at least I have a well-polished, silver-plated coffee pot in front of me.
Oh, I see.
Tell me, Watson, what do you make of that stick? We missed its owner yesterday and have no idea of his errand, so this accidental souvenir assumes some importance. Let me hear you reconstruct the man by an examination of it. Just follow my method.
Well, I think he's an elderly medical man.
Why?
Because the inscription on the silver band to James Mortimer, MRCS, from his friends of the CCH 1884.
Excellent. What else?
I say he's a country practitioner who does a great deal of his visiting on foot.
Oh, why that?
Well, because the thick iron ferrule has been worn down and the whole stick's been terribly knocked about. I can't see a town doctor carrying it.
Perfectly sound. And what about the friends of the CCH?
I think that's the, something hunt, whatever the local hunt's called. He's probably helped them professionally, and they gave him this stick in return.
Really, Watson, you excel yourself. Most stimulating.
Oh.
And now that I've finished breakfast, I'd like to have a look at that stick myself. Just hand me over my convex lens, will you?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, let me see. Interesting, though elementary. Yes, it gives us the basis for several deductions.
Have I missed anything?
I'm afraid, my dear Watson, that most of your conclusions are erroneous. When I said you stimulated me, I meant, to be frank, that your fallacies sometimes guide me towards the truth. Not that you're entirely wrong. The man is certainly a country practitioner.
Oh, then I was right.
To that extent.
Where did I go wrong, then?
Well, for one thing, I would suggest that a presentation to a doctor is more likely to come from a hospital than from a hunt. And when the initials CC are placed before that hospital, the words Charing Cross naturally suggest themselves.
You may be right.
The probability lies in that direction. And since the presentation was made but 5 years ago, there emerges a young fellow under 30, amiable, absent-minded, and with a favorite dog, something between a terrier and a mastiff.
Now, just a minute, Holmes. How do you know he's amiable, absent-minded, and has a dog?
Well, it's my experience that only amiable men receive testimonials, and he was absent-minded enough to leave his stick here yesterday.
Oh, true. Well, what about the dog?
Look at the teeth marks on the stick. See? As I say, they're too broad for a terrier, not broad enough for a mastiff. Let me take it over to the light. Oh, yes, by Jove, it's a curly-haired spaniel.
My dear fellow, how can you possibly be sure of that?
Simply by looking out of the window. Dog and owner on our very doorstep. He's a tall, thin man, a bit bent at the shoulders. Oh, yes, and his frock coat's a bit worn. That's all I could see.
Well, I better leave you.
No, don't move, I beg you, Watson. He's a professional brother of yours, and you may be able to help us. Now is the dramatic moment of fate, Watson. A man is walking into our lives, and we don't know whether for good or ill. What does this unknown man of science want of Sherlock Holmes? Come in.
You have my stick. I'm so very glad. I wasn't sure whether I'd left it here or in the shipping office. I wouldn't lose that stick for the world.
A presentation, I see.
Yes, sir.
From Charing Cross Hospital?
Yes.
Then we're not so far wrong. Dr.
Mortimer. James Mortimer.
Yes, sir.
I'm now in practice in Devon, at Grimpen, on Dartmoor. I am pleased to meet you, Mr. Holmes. You interest me very much.
Indeed?
Yes. I had hardly expected so dolichocephalic a skull. or such well-marked supraorbital development. Would you object to my running my fingers along your parietal fissure?
I would, sir.
It's not my intention to be fulsome, but I must confess I covet your skull.
Pray take a chair.
Thank you.
Now, sir, I presume it wasn't merely for the purpose of examining my skull that you've done me the honor to call here last night and again today.
No, Mr. Holmes. I came to you because I am confronted with a most serious and extraordinary problem. And recognizing as I do that you are the second highest expert in Europe...
Indeed, sir. May I inquire who has the honor to be the first?
To the man of precisely scientific mind, the work of Monsieur Bertillon must always appeal strongly.
Then had you not better consult him?
I said, sir, to the precisely scientific mind. As a man of practical affairs, it's acknowledged that you stand alone. I trust I have not inadvertently...
Just a little.
Oh.
I think, Dr. Mortimer, you do well to avoid further preamble and tell Dr. Watson and myself the exact nature of the problem in which you ask my assistance.
Well, gentlemen, I have in my pocket an old manuscript.
I observed it as you entered the room. Early 18th century, unless it's a forgery.
How can you say that, sir?
It's been showing from your pocket as you've been talking.
Oh.
To an expert, the writing gives its date to within a decade. I should put it at 1730.
The exact date is 1742.
Oh, well done, Holmes.
It's a family document. It was committed to my care by Sir Charles Baskerville, who died some 3 months ago in Devon.
Ah, yes, I remember reading about that.
Mr. Holmes, until his sudden and tragic death, Sir Charles was a patient and also my personal friend. He was strong-minded, shrewd, practical, and as unimaginative as I am. But he took this document very seriously and was prepared for just such an end as eventually did overtake it.
What's in the document?
A certain legend that runs in the Baskerville family. With your permission, I will give you the gist of what it contains.
If you think it necessary.
Oh, it is, I assure you. It tells the story of the death of Hugo Baskerville, who held the manor at the time of the Great Rebellion. Hugo, Mr. Holmes, was a wild, profane, and godless man. His name was a byword in the West. It happened that he fell in love with the daughter of a yeoman who held lands near the Baskerville estate. This girl avoided him, and one Michaelmas he stole down upon the farm with 5 or 6 wicked companions and carried her off to the hall. They put her in an upper room and sat down to a long carousal. The girl, in the stress of her fear, climbed down the ivy that still covers the south wall and set off homeward across the moor.
Go on.
Some time later, Hugo went upstairs to see his captive and found her gone. And here I think I must quote the manuscript itself. Then it would seem he became as one that hath a devil, for rushing downstairs into the dining hall, he sprang upon the table, flagons and trenchers flying before him, and he cried aloud before all the company that he would that very night render his body and soul to the powers of evil, if he might but overtake the wench. And at that, Mr. Holmes, this wicked man ran from the house and had his groom saddle his horse and unkennel the pack.
You mean he put the hounds on her?
He did. He gave them the girl's handkerchief and set off full cry in the moonlight over the moor.
But good heavens, didn't the others try and stop him?
Well, they just seemed to have stood there, stupefied. But then some sense came back into their minds and they rode off after him. They found Hugo Baskerville's black mare dabbled with froth and riderless. They found the hounds whimpering in a cluster at the head of a dip. 3 of the boldest riders, or maybe the most drunken, rode down into the dip. And there they found the unhappy girl lying dead with fear and fatigue.
Poor girl.
But it wasn't that raised the hair on their heads. Let me quote the actual words again. It was that standing over Hugo and plucking at his throat, there stood a great foul thing, a black beast, shaped like a hound, yet larger than any hound that mortal eye had rested upon. And even as they looked, the thing tore out the throat of Hugo Baskerville. Then, as it turned its blazing eyes and dripping jaws upon them, the 3 shrieked with fear and rode for dear life, still screaming across the moor. One, it is said, died that very night of what he had seen, and the other 2 were but broken men for the rest of their days. The writer ends by counseling his descendants never to cross the moor in those dark hours, as he puts it, when the powers of evil are exalted.
Great.
Well, Mr. Holmes, do you find it interesting?
To a collector of fairy tales?
Aha, but wait. Now we come to something a little more recent. The death of Sir Charles Baskerville in June of this year.
Ah, yes. Yes, I was busy undertaking a small service for the Pope at the time. Otherwise, I should have been able to give the affair more attention.
Well, let me say at once that Sir Charles was a man of very different mould from his infamous ancestor. Many people had good reason to bewail his untimely end.
It was sudden, you say?
Indeed, yes. Not that his health had been good for some time. There was an affection of the heart showing itself in breathlessness and nervous depression.
Was he a married man, Dr. Mortimer?
He was a widower and childless. He lived very simply. His indoor servants at Baskerville Hall consisted of a couple named Barrymore, who acted as butler and housekeeper. They corroborated my own evidence at the inquest about his health.
What happened?
Well, the facts are quite simple. Every night before he went to bed, Sir Charles used to walk down the famous yew alley of Baskerville Hall. On the 4th of June, he declared his intention of starting for London the next day and told Barrymore to pack for him. That night, he went for his walk as usual and never returned.
Who raised the alarm?
Barrymore, the butler. He found the hall door open, became alarmed, and went out with a lantern. Halfway down Yew Alley, there's a gate that leads out onto the moor. Sir Charles's footprints led there, and there was evidence that he had stood there for a while. Then the footprints continued, but appeared to be those of a man...
running for his life? Where did they lead?
To the far end of the alley. And there the body was found.
Any signs of violence?
No, but the face was incredibly distorted. At first, I couldn't believe that it really was Sir Charles.
How do you account for the distortion?
Well, it's a symptom that is not unusual in cases of death from cardiac exhaustion.
Yes, that's true enough.
The post-mortem showed a long-standing organic disease, and the coroner returned a verdict in accordance. Those are the public facts.
I see. Then can we now have the private ones?
Mr. Holmes, if I give them to you, I shall be telling you things I haven't confided to anyone.
Not even to the coroner?
Not even to him.
Why not, pray?
Because I didn't want Baskerville Hall to be untenanted for the rest of its days.
What is this information you withheld? Be frank, sir.
The moor is very sparsely inhabited, and those who live near each other are thrown very much together. Sir Charles and I used to talk and play cards during the evenings. It became increasingly clear to me that his nervous system was strained to breaking point. He'd taken the legend terribly to heart. He would never go out on the moor at night.
You mean he really believed in this phantom hound?
He asked me if I'd ever seen a strange creature at night or heard a hound baying. He asked me that several times, and always in a voice vibrating with excitement.
Did you ever see anything?
One evening, about 3 weeks before he died, I drove up to his house. He was standing at his hall door. Just as I was getting out of my gig, I noticed his eyes fix themselves on something over my shoulder and stare with an expression of horror. He was so excited and alarmed that I had to go down to the spot and look round. But there was nothing. I had to stay with him all the evening. That's when I suggested he should go to London. I thought the distractions of town might bring him back a new man. Mr. Stapleton, a mutual friend, was also very worried about him, and he agreed with me. And then, at the last instant, came this terrible catastrophe.
How soon did you see the body?
Well, they had to send a message over. I was there within the hour. I checked all the facts that were mentioned at the inquest, the footprints, the absence of physical injury, the facial contortion. But Barrymore made one false statement in his evidence.
Oh? What was that?
He said there were no traces on the ground round the body. He didn't see any. I did.
Footprints? A man's or a woman's?
Mr. Holmes, they were the footprints of a gigantic hound.
Great heavens! There are sheepdogs on the moor.
No doubt. But this was no sheepdog.
What is this alley like?
Well, there are 2 lines of old yew hedge. Impenetrable, 12 feet high.
Penetrated at one point by a wicket gate, you say?
Yes, which leads on to the moor.
Is there any other opening?
None.
Was this gate closed?
Closed and padlocked.
How high is it?
About 4 feet.
So anyone could have got over it?
Yes.
Dr. Mortimer, what made you say that Sir Charles had waited by the gate?
His cigar ash. He dropped it there twice.
Excellent. Watson, this is a colleague after my own heart. What other marks were there?
None in particular.
Good heavens, did no one examine?
I did, but I didn't notice anything.
Oh, if only I'd been there. By this time, all that was there will have been smudged by the rain and defaced by the clogs of curious peasants. Oh, Dr. Mortimer, Dr. Mortimer. To think that you didn't call me in. You have indeed much to answer for.
Mr. Holmes, I couldn't have done so without disclosing all these facts to the world. And besides...
Yes?
There is a realm in which the most acute and experienced of detectives is helpless.
But you mean that the thing is supernatural?
I didn't say so.
You evidently think it.
Mr. Holmes, several people have seen a creature on the moor. Something that couldn't be any animal known to science. A huge creature. Luminous, spectral.
And you, a trained man of science, believe it to be supernatural?
I don't know what to believe.
Surely the footprints were material.
The original hound was material enough to tear out a man's throat. But it was diabolical as well.
Dr. Mortimer, if you hold these views, why have you come to consult me? You tell me in the same breath that it's useless to investigate Sir Charles's death and that you desire me to do it.
I did not say I desired you to do it.
Oh? Then how can I assist you?
By telling me what to do about Sir Henry Baskerville.
Sir Henry? Is this the heir?
Yes. He's Sir Charles's nephew, the son of his younger brother. He's been traced in Canada. He's been farming there. He arrives at Waterloo in, just under an hour and a quarter.
Are there any other claimants?
No. The only other kinsman we have been able to trace was Roger Baskerville, the youngest of the three brothers, of whom poor Sir Charles was the eldest. He was the black sheep of the family. The very image, so they say, of old Hugo. England became too hot for him, and he died of yellow fever in Central America. Henry's own father, the middle brother, died young, so he is the last of the Baskervilles. I had a wire to say that he arrived at Southampton this morning, and I'm on my way to meet him. Mr. Holmes, what am I to do?
Meet Sir Henry.
And then?
Say nothing to him at all until I've made up my mind on the matter.
Well, how long will that take you?
24 hours. I suggest you call here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning and bring Sir Henry with you.
I'll do that, Mr. Holmes.
Just one more question. You say that before Sir Charles Baskerville's death, several people saw this apparition on the moor.
Yes.
Did anyone see it afterwards?
Not that I've heard.
Thank you, Dr. Mortimer.
Good day, Mr. Holmes. Good day, Dr.
sir.
Watson.
Good day, Doctor.
I'm very much obliged to you.
Going out, Watson?
Well, unless I can help you.
No, my dear fellow. It's at the hour of action that I turn to you for aid.
Oh, just as you like, Holmes.
When you pass Bradley's, would you ask him to send up a pound of the strongest shag tobacco? Oh, and ask the people next door to him if they have an ordnance map of Dartmoor.
Very well.
Thank you, Watson. Oh, and Watson, it would be as well if you could make it convenient not to return before evening.
I spent the day at my club and didn't return to Baker Street till nearly 9 o'clock in the evening. My first impression when I opened the door was that a fire had broken out. The room was so filled with smoke that the light of the lamp on the table was blurred by it. Through the haze, I had a vague vision of Holmes in his dressing gown, coiled up in an armchair with his black clay pipe between his lips. I left him in peace and took myself off to the more tolerable atmosphere of my bedroom. The next morning, our clients were punctual. As the clock struck 10, Dr. Mortimer was shown up, followed by the young baronet, a man of about 30, sturdily built, with the weather-beaten appearance of one who spent most of his time in the open air.
Come in, gentlemen, and make yourselves comfortable.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, this is Sir Henry Baskerville.
How do you do, Mr. Holmes?
Sir Henry.
Dr. Watson. You know, the strange thing is, if my friend here hadn't proposed coming around to you this morning, I'd have come on my own.
Indeed?
Well, you're the man who thinks out little puzzles, aren't you? Well, I've had one this morning that wants more thinking out than I'm able to give it.
You mean that something has happened since you arrived in London?
Well, nothing of any importance. Maybe it's only a joke. But it was this letter. If you can call it a letter. It reached me by the first post.
Sir Henry Baskerville, Northumberland Hotel, Charing Cross. Who knew you were going to stay there?
Well, no one. We only decided after I met Dr. Mortimer.
But presumably he was already staying there.
No, sir, no. I've been staying with a friend. There was no possible indication that we intended to stay at that hotel.
I see. Oh, somebody seems to be deeply interested in your movements. May I read the letter?
Please do. As you'll see, it's only a single sentence.
I notice it's made up of printed words pasted onto a sheet of foolscap. As you value your life or your reason, keep away from the moor. The word moor is written in ink. It's the only one.
Now, perhaps you'll tell me what in thunder's the meaning of that.
Watson, have you yesterday's Times?
Yes, I think so.
Might I trouble you for the inside page? The one with the leading articles?
Yes, I've got it. Ah, yes. There you are.
Thank you. Stands to reason that such legislation must in the long run keep away from... Ah, yes. Yes, there's a capital article here on free trade. Listen, it stands to reason that such legislation must in the long run keep away wealth from the country, diminish the value of our imports, and lower the general conditions of life in this island. Now, what do you think of that, Sir Henry?
Well, haven't we gone a bit off the trail?
On the contrary. If you read the whole of that article, you would, I'm sure, find all the words of your mysterious letter. The one sentence I have read you already gives us value, reason, keep away, from, and life.
You mean someone cut those words out of the paper and pasted them together?
All except the less common word, moor, which is the one word written in ink.
But, Mr. Holmes, that's incredible. How did you know it was the Times?
Knowledge of different types is elementary to the special expert in crime. Though I confess that once, when I was very young, I did confuse the Leeds Mercury with the Western Morning News, but the Times is entirely distinctive. Just let me see the note again.
Here.
Any watermarks? I wonder. No, I don't see any. Now, tell me, Sir Henry, has anything else of interest happened to you since you've been in London?
Oh, no, I don't think so.
You've not observed anyone following you or watching you?
I seem to have walked right into the thick of a dime novel. Now, why in thunder should anyone follow me or watch me?
We're coming to that. You've nothing else to report to us?
Well, no. Well, unless you think it's worth reporting that I've lost one of my boots.
Have you indeed?
Yes, I put them both outside my door last night, and there was only one there this morning. I couldn't get any sense out of the fellow who cleans them.
It seems a singularly useless thing to steal.
Oh, I told him it's bound to turn up again.
Now, look, gentlemen, it seems to me that I've spoken quite enough of the little I know. It's time you kept your promise and told me what we're all driving at.
I quite agree. Dr. Mortimer, will you be good enough to tell Sir Henry your story as you told it to us?
By all means. It begins, Sir Henry, with this manuscript, which has been in the possession of your family for generations.
Well, I seem to have come into an inheritance with a vengeance. Of course, I've heard of the hound since I was in the nursery, but I never thought of taking it seriously. But as to my uncle's death, I can't get it clear yet. You don't seem to have made up your minds whether it's a case for a policeman or a clergyman.
Precisely. The point we have to decide now, though, Sir Henry, is whether or not it's advisable for you to go to Baskerville Hall.
Why shouldn't I?
There seems to be danger.
You mean danger from the family fiend or danger from human beings?
That's what we have to find out.
Well, whichever it is, my answer's fixed. There is no devil in hell, Mr. Holmes, and there is no man on earth who can stop me going to the home of my own people, and you can take that as my final answer.
Bravo.
Now, look, Mr. Holmes, I'd rather like a quiet hour to myself to think about all this.
Of course.
I'll go back to my hotel. Look, why don't you and Dr. Watson come and lunch with us there at 2 o'clock?
Oh, thank you. Is that convenient to you, Watson?
Very good.
Then you may expect us. Shall I have a cab?
No, I prefer to walk. If you'll join me, Dr. Mortimer?
With pleasure.
Well, then we'll meet again at 2. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Well, he seems a good enough chap.
Quick, Watson, while I get my frock coat. Watch at the window and see which way they go.
What do you mean?
Of course. Isn't it clear there are people at their tails? We must shadow them and see what happens. Careful, Watson. They've stopped to look in the shop window. We'd better do the same. No, wait. Look at that handsome cab. It has stopped as well. It's following them. That's our man.
The cab?
Yes. Let's get a look at him. Oh, curse it. He's seen us. He's shouting to his cabby.
Let's run off.
Oh, useless. They've got too good a start. Oh, Watson. If you're an honest man, you can record this and set it against my successes.
Who was the man?
I've no idea. Did you see his face?
Oh, I saw the big black beard.
Quite so. Probably a false one to conceal his true features. He is at a disadvantage, though.
You mean he's put himself in the part of the cabin?
Exactly.
What a pity we didn't get the number.
My dear Watson, clumsy as I have been, you surely don't imagine that I neglected to get that. 2704 is our man. We must find out by wire the identity of the cabman and arrange to question him.
Well, what about Sir Henry and Dr. Mortimer?
Oh, there's no point in following them now. Come, Watson, the nearest telegraph office, and then we can drop into one of the Bond Street picture galleries and do a review.
Ah, Mr. Holmes. It's just as well you're here. It seems to me they're playing me for a sucker in this hotel. They'll find they've started to monkey with the wrong man.
Well, what's the trouble?
Well, the first boot has been put back, but now another one is gone.
Another one?
Yes, an old black one this time. It's the last thing I'll lose in this den of thieves. What do you make of it, Mr. Holmes?
I don't profess to understand it yet. This case of yours is very complex, Sir Henry. Did you know you were followed from my rooms this morning?
Followed? By whom?
Well, whoever he was, he informed the cabman that his name was Sherlock Holmes.
Holmes.
Dr. Mortimer, have you among your acquaintances on Dartmoor any man with a black, full beard?
Let me see. Yes. Barrymore, Sir Charles's butler. He has just such a beard.
Who is this Barrymore?
Oh, his family have looked after the hall for 4 generations now.
Did Barrymore profit at all by Sir Charles's will, Sir Henry?
Yes, he and his wife had, £500 each.
Did they know it was coming to them?
Oh, yes. Sir Charles was fond of talking about his will.
That's very interesting.
I hope you don't suspect everyone who received a legacy from Sir Charles. I myself was left £1,000.
Indeed? And anyone else?
There were a number of small bequests to individuals and charities. The residue all went to Sir Henry here.
Sir Henry, how much was the residue?
£740,000.
Really? I had no idea that so gigantic a sum was involved. It's a stake for which a man might well play a desperate game. One more question, Dr. Mortimer. If anything happened to our young friend here, you'll forgive the unpleasant hypothesis, who would inherit the estate?
Some distant cousins named the Desmonds. James Desmond is an elderly clergyman in Westmoreland.
I see. Tell me, Sir Henry, have the mysterious events of the last few hours caused you to change your mind about Baskerville Hall?
Mr. Holmes, they have just made me all the more determined to go down there the very first moment I can.
Then I only make one provision. You certainly must not go alone.
Well, Dr. Mortimer's going with me.
But Dr. Mortimer has his practice to attend to, and his house is miles away from yours. With all the goodwill in the world, he may not be able to help you. Now, Sir Henry, you must take somebody with you. A trusty man who'll be always by your side.
Could you possibly come yourself, Mr. Holmes?
If matters come to a crisis, I should endeavor to be present in person. But my extensive practice and the constant appeals that reach me make it impossible for me to be away from London indefinitely.
Whom would you recommend, then?
If my friend Dr. Watson would take it. There is no man better worth having at your side when you're in a tight place. No man can say so more confidently than I.
Well, now, that's real kind of you, Dr. Watson. Look, if you'll come down to Baskerville Hall and see me through, I'll never forget it.
I'll come with pleasure. I don't know how I can employ my time better.
Excellent. Now, Watson, you will report very carefully to me. When a crisis comes, as it will do, I will direct you how to act.
Yes.
Could you start by Saturday?
Does that suit, Dr. Watson?
Oh, perfectly.
Then on Saturday, unless you hear to the contrary, we shall meet at the 10:30 train from Paris.
As the train sped out of Paddington, I looked back at the tall, austere figure of Holmes gazing after us. A pleasant journey it was. And in a very few hours, the brown earth had become ruddy, the brick changed to granite, And then, over the green squares of the fields and the low curve of a wood, there rose in the distance a grey, melancholy hill with a strange, jagged summit.
There you are, Sir Henry. There's your first view of the moor.
Dartmoor. You know, I've been over a good part of the world, but I've never had a moment to compare with this.
This is your homecoming?
Yes. Yes, but it's more than that. This is where the men of my blood have lived for centuries. Up on those moors. And up there, too, there's something that has haunted them and driven them to their deaths. I know one thing, gentlemen. Whatever it is that lurks up there, whether it's man or fiend, it's not driving me away. I'm going to face it and beat it.
Pray God you may.
Wonderful country, isn't it, Doctor?
Very beautiful. There's autumn in the air, though.
Hello? What's this?
What's the matter?
Look, up there on the skyline. Huh?
Oh, a man on horseback.
Oh, with a rifle. Yes, he's watching our road. Perkins! What's that fellow doing up there with the gun?
Oh, there's a convict escaped from the prison, sir.
Oh?
Been out there 3 days now. Warders are watching every road. They've had no sign of him yet. Farmers about here don't like it, sir, and that's a fact.
Well, who is he then?
Selden, a Notting Hill murderer.
Who's he?
I expect Dr. Watson remembers.
Oh, I do indeed. Holmes took a great interest in it. It was a peculiarly brutal murder. The death sentence was commuted because there was some doubt as to the man's sanity.
And he's somewhere out there hiding in a burrow like a wild beast. That's all this moor needs, gentlemen. I don't know if it's my imagination, but it's getting mighty cold.
Welcome, Sir Henry. Welcome to Baskerville Hall.
Thank you. You are Barrymore, I take it?
I am, Sir Henry.
I see. Doctor, will you stay for dinner?
No, thank you, if you don't mind. My wife will be expecting me. I'd stay to show you over the house, but Barrymore will be a better guide than I.
Very well. Perkins. Perkins, take Dr. Mortimer on, will you? Au revoir, then, Doctor, and thank you for all the help you've given me.
It's been a pleasure. Goodbye, then. Goodbye, Dr. Watson.
Goodbye, Doctor.
If I can be of any service, don't hesitate to send for me, night or day.
Thank you.
Here,
Oh, Doctor, it's just as I imagined it. Rafters, oak paneling, stag's heads, coats of arms. Isn't it the very picture of an old family home?
Yeah.
And my people have lived here for 500 years.
Excuse me, Sir Henry.
Yes, Barrymore?
Would you wish dinner to be served at once, sir?
Is it ready?
In a very few minutes, sir. You will find hot water in your rooms.
Thank you.
Sir, my wife and I will be happy to stay with you until you've made fresh arrangements.
Fresh arrangements? Do you mean your wife and you want to leave?
Only when it's quite convenient to you, sir.
Well, I'd be sorry to start my life here by breaking an old family connection.
I feel that too, sir, and so does my wife.
Well, then what's the trouble?
To tell the truth, sir, we were both very much attached to Sir Charles, and his death gave us a shock and made these surroundings very painful to us. I'm afraid we could never be easy in our minds at Baskerville Hall again.
What do you plan to do?
Well, I've no doubt, sir, we shall succeed in establishing ourselves in some business. Sir Charles's generosity has given us the means to do it.
I see.
And now, sir, perhaps I'd better show you to your room.
That's the law. Then the law's wrong. I'm not going to argue. But I'm going to do you. You'll face me in court, and I'll jail you for 2 years. 15 minutes.
Good morning, Dr. Watson.
Oh, morning, Sir Henry.
Help yourself.
Yes, I'll have a little catering.
Well, this place doesn't look too bad, does it, with the morning sunlight streaming through the windows? It disturbed me a bit last night, I don't mind admitting. I expect we were tired and chilled and imagined it all.
No, not entirely.
What do you mean?
Did you happen to hear someone sobbing in the night?
Well, that's curious. I did hear something of the sort. I was half asleep, and I thought it was all a dream.
I heard it quite distinctly. A woman sobbing.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Barrymore. Very good breakfast. Tell me, we both thought we heard a woman crying in the night. Do you know anything about it?
No, Sir Henry. There are only two women here at night. One is the scullery maid who sleeps in the west wing, and the other is my wife. It certainly wasn't her. Can I bring you more coffee, sir?
No, thank you.
Very good, Sir Henry.
I don't believe him.
Why not?
I passed Mrs. Barrymore on my way downstairs. Her eyes were red and swollen. It must have been her.
Well, then her husband must have known.
Yeah, exactly. Then why didn't he say so? And why was she crying? She doesn't look an emotional type.
Do you think it was him following me in that cab in Regent Street?
We'll soon find out.
Oh, how?
When we left you after lunch in London, Holmes sent a telegram to Barrymore with strict instructions that it was to be delivered personally to Barrymore or returned. I thought I'd walk over to Grimpen Post Office and have a word with the postmaster. It'll give me something to report to Holmes. Do you feel like a walk?
No. I've got a lot of papers to attend to here. You go on your own. I'll see you back here for lunch.
Making off into the darkness, his lordship lets off speed.
See what your query is, sir. My boy took the telegram and gave it to Mrs. Barrymore.
Why not to Mr. Barrymore himself, as instructed?
He was up in the loft at the time.
Did anyone see him?
Well, surely his wife ought to know where he is. He got the telegram, didn't he? If there's any mistake, it's for Mr. Barrymore to complain.
Excuse me, but isn't this Dr. Watson?
Yes, but I don't think I have...
Allow me to introduce myself. Stapleton of Medipit House.
Stapleton, how do you do, sir?
I expect you've heard my name from our mutual friend, Dr. Mortimer. Yes. I was just visiting him, and he pointed you out from the window of his surgery. We're homely folk on the moor, and don't wait for formal introductions.
Right, sir.
I hope Sir Henry is none the worse for his journey?
He's very well, thank you.
Excellent. You going back to Baskerville Hall now, Doctor?
That was my intention.
Then our roads lie together. And just over there, you can see the plume of smoke from here. That's where I live, Merripit House. It's only a moderate walk from the moor path. If you've a few minutes to spare, I should appreciate the honor of introducing you to my sister.
I promised to get back to lunch.
There was plenty of time.
Very well, I shall be delighted.
Oh, come along, then. It's a wonderful place, the moor. Never tire of it. You can't think what secrets it contains.
You know it well, then.
I've been here 2 years. The residents call me a newcomer, but my tastes led me to explore every part of the country round. As you can see, I'm a naturalist, and some of the locals laughed at my butterfly net and this tin I always carry with me.
Live it up to it.
So, although I've only recently come here, I should think there are few men who know the moor better than I do.
But is it so hard to know?
Very hard. For instance, you see that great plain to the north with the hills behind it?
Well?
Do you observe anything remarkable about it?
It'll be a rare place for a gallop.
Naturally you'd think so. The thought has cost folk their lives before now. That is the great Grimpen Mire. A false step there means death to man or beast. Only yesterday I saw one of the moor ponies wander into it. He never came out.
Oh, how horrible.
It's dangerous to cross, even in the dry seasons. But after these autumn rains, it's an awful place. Yet I can find my way to the very heart of it and come back alive.
But why should you want to go to such a dreadful place?
Well, you see the hills beyond? They're really islands, cut off on all sides by the mire, which has crawled round them in the course of years.
I see, yes.
That is where the rare plants and butterflies are. There are 1 or 2 paths that an active man can take.
Well, I'll try my luck someday.
For God's sake, put such an idea out of your mind. You wouldn't have a chance. It's only by remembering very complex landmarks that I can do it.
Good heavens, what was that?
Queer place, the moor.
But what is it, man?
And the peasants say it's the hound of the Baskervilles calling for its prey.
It's the weirdest thing I ever heard in my life, and even in India where...
Yes, it's rather an uncanny place altogether. Look at that hillside. What do you make